Deadlight Alley. Even the name carried a taste of iron and old secrets, best rolled on the tongue with a chaser of whiskey and regret. Serina Fey moved through the soup-thick fog like a rumor, boots leaving no echo on the rain-gnawed cobblestones. Enchantment, trivial, elegant, wove around her soles, swallowing every scuff and tap. The night pressed close, syrupy, stinking of low-grade glamour and rot. She preferred it this way, a world reduced to threat and promise. Up above, hexed sodium lamps flickered their dying breaths. The better part of them were smashed, filament guts strewn like pollen on the wet walk. She traced the source of the power failure to a sigil lamp at the alley's mouth, its glass blown out in a fungal burst, copper veins pulsating as if clinging to life. Something had killed the grid here, and she doubted it was neglect. Her quarry lay at the base of the lamp. Even from meters off, Serina's eyes snagged on the wrongness. Not the corpse per se. Corpses were given in this city, but the way it had been arranged. Limbs splayed, not haphazard like a brawl's end, but meticulous, perpendicular. Like compass points or the hands of a clock stuck on an hour no one wanted to admit. She crouched beside the body, her nostrils flaring against the reek. The flesh was charred in ropey, uneven waves, baked to black on the extremities but only scorched at the core, as if the burn had radiated inward, not out. The lamp above had begun to weep, strands of metal softening and running in viscous threads. A parody of candle wax gilding the corpse in beads of alloy and glassy slag. The victim's face was gone, not just burnt away, but erased. Features smoothed, the skull underneath unblemished and polished like a priest's idol. She felt, not for the first time, a prickle at the base of her neck. Ancestral warning, vestigial and primal. The city ran on blood and magic in equal measure, and some things never changed. She set one knee to the stone, hands braced on either side of the cooling meat. Claws extruded from her nail beds within shink, 5 obsidian crescents catching the sodium. Light. Serina drew them slow, deliberately, down the corpse's chest, not to defile, but to reveal. Underneath the char, tattooed or maybe seared in a deeper layer, 5 burn marks coiled around the torso. Serpentine, the pattern was unmistakable if you knew the lexicon. Ritual, she hissed, the word cutting vapor. As she uttered it, the marks convulsed, barely a shimmer, but enough to make the lines dance in her periphery. The nausea hit her a split second later, radiating up her throat like a mouthful of acid. The alley shuddered, edges of the world flexing and rebounding, as if in aftershock. She locked her jaw, forced the bile down, and glared at the symbols, daring them to move again. They didn't. The reaction had been a reflex, the last gasp of a spell with nowhere left to go. Serina exhaled slowly, counting the seconds until her pulse settled. She flicked her claws clean, breath feathering out in silver. It was always the same when old magic was involved. The aftertaste lingered, bitter, electric. She leaned in close, examining the edges of the burns. Each mark was scored in a way that suggested hunger, not artistry. They bit into the flesh and looped back on themselves as if the marks had been carved by fangs or the world's smallest predator. The 5th and final coil ended at the heart. She pressed 2 fingers there, feeling for a pulse she knew she wouldn't find. "Who sent you here?" she murmured. The corpse, to its credit, didn't answer. But Serina had learned the city's language, and the evidence was eloquent. She set her jaw and straightened, tail lashing in silent agitation behind her. Her ears, cat-slit, silvered at the tips, angled toward the lamp's slow dying, the drip of metal on stone, the rustle of some small animal rooting through the gutter for a midnight meal. She was alone, for now. A cluster of blue bottles already circled the scene, drawn by the scent of crisped flesh and ozone. The city's scavengers worked fast. Serina let her gaze rove upward, tracing the shattered glass and fractal cracks fanning out from the lamp. The magic used here had overpowered the infrastructure, burned through ley line fuses like twine, and left this place naked to the elements. She would have to move fast before the city's next thunderstorm washed it all away. Serina reached into her coat, leather stitched for function and fieldwork, and withdrew a battered notepad. She thumbed it open, ink already smudged by the damp, and sketched the scene with blunt, practiced strokes. She was no artist, but accuracy mattered. She marked the position of each limb, the angle of the burns, and the exact placement of the body in relation to the lamp. All clues if you knew where to look. The sound of footsteps, distant, unhurried, brushed the edge of her awareness. Not a threat yet. She snapped the notepad shut and wiped the last of the corpse's residue from her claws. The 5 coils, the ritual pose, and the destruction of the lamp. It was a message. She was already composing her reply. But first, documentation. Protocol. If she wanted the Hall of Hex Justice to let her run this one her way, she needed to give them something they couldn't ignore. Serina knelt again, this time ignoring the stench, and held her hand just above the 5th burn. She closed her eyes, searching for any residual charge, any residue of the spell work. The magic was faint, evaporating by the second, but she caught a fragment. A taste of salt, copper, and old venom. A perfume she hadn't smelled since her parents were alive. Her claws extended again, involuntary now, scraping shallow furrows into the corpse's skin. She wrenched them back, breathing hard. Fucking hell, she spat, and stood, shaking, out her hand. The fog seemed to pulse around her, as if in sympathy. She looked down at the body one last time. The pose was deliberate. The message, as well. Someone wanted this found. Wanted it read and understood, by her or someone who spoke the language. She was the only one left who did. She drew her coat tighter, flattening her tail, and made a mental note of the next steps. Secure the scene, call it in, and then start asking. The questions no one else wanted to answer. Deadlight Alley had always been a crossroads for things best left alone. Tonight, it was an open wound, and Serina, for better or worse, was the only thing standing between the city and whatever wanted in. She was still collating her thoughts when a gust of wind, acrid, chemical, tinged with battery acid and the sharpness of spoiled fruit, spooled through the alley. The taste hit Serina at the same time as the footsteps, their rhythm uneven, offbeat as a jazz drummer on his last warning. Demir arrived in a flurry of coat and attitude, Magvest straining at the buttons, a satchel slung like an afterthought across one meaty shoulder. He was a man built for the inconvenience. Skin the color of burned sugar, beard trimmed with the symmetry of a prison tattoo, eyes 2 mismatched marbles of green and gray. "You're early," he said, words syrupy with sarcasm. "Body still. Warm, or are we down to cinders?" Serina rolled her eyes. "Shut up and get the stabilizer ward ready. I don't want this one pulling a runner." Demir dropped to his knees next to the corpse, nose wrinkling as he flicked his fingers through a quick diagnostic spell. A filmy lattice of blue light crackled into being, pulsing in sync with the ruin's residual magic. The device. Half. Crystal, half-hungry leech, sank tendrils into the cobblestone and began to hum. "Trace signatures off the charts," Demir muttered. "You see this burn pattern? It's not a standard fade. Someone cooked this poor bastard from the inside out, left the containment lattice to rot. He twisted a dial, then another, like he was tuning a radio for a station that only played the greatest hits of the damned." The hum rose, the light shifting from blue to a queasy, flaring yellow. Serina crouched on the balls of her feet, tension drawing her skin taut. "Can you capture it?" Demir smirked. "Can I capture it? Please. That's when the corpse twitched. Not a muscle memory spasm, but a full-body convulsion, limbs thrashing against their rigidity. The air went bitter, ozone thick enough to skin the roof of her mouth. The serpentine symbols on the chest flared red-hot, glowing through the char. Their motion no longer illusion, but animation. "Now!" Serina barked. Demir yelped, scrambling to slam a stabilization rune onto the body, but it was already too late. The lattice screamed, a sound made for teeth and shattered eardrums. And the burn marks erupted into neon veins. For an instant, the alley was washed in colors not meant for human sight, and then everything converged into a single unbearable point of light. Serina tackled Demir, flattening both of them against the piss-slick stones. Behind her, the corpse. Detonated. Not a bomb, but an unmaking pillar of white-blue flame that incinerated flesh, cloth, and hope in equal measure. It lasted less than a second. When she looked back, the body was gone. In its place, a perfect, greasy circle of ash, still smoldering. The sigil lamp, already ruined, had vaporized entirely. Serina hissed, low in her throat. Demir wheezed. Next. Time. Maybe a little warning. Serina ignored him, scanning the circle for remnants. Nothing was left but the afterimage burnt onto her vision and the stones. She picked at the edge of the scorch mark with a claw, prying up a sliver of crystal. Probably part of the containment spell. Not much, but it would have to do. Demir fished a handkerchief from his pocket, dabbing at his forehead. This is going to look bad on the report. It always does, Serina said, slipping the crystal into a vial. Whoever did this knew exactly what they were doing, wanted to leave us with nothing. Demir clucked his tongue. You think it's the hunters? She didn't answer, but the way her lips. The message from Deadlight Alley was as personal as it got. She snapped the codex shut and returned it to its cell, then stood in the center of the archive, breathing in the cold and the threat, letting it fill her up. She had the evidence, and she had her next move. There was no use running from ghosts. She would hunt them instead. She returned to the corridor, Trelos already waiting as if he'd never left. Get ready, she said, voice stripped of pretense. They'll come for the evidence. Maybe for you, but mostly for me. Trelos nodded once, eyes unreadable. Let them try. Serina strode for the lift, her shadow trailing sharp and thin behind her. Above, the city waited, unaware that the oldest nightmares had teeth again. The shattered ring didn't so much welcome visitors as infect them. The city's architects had written it off years ago. A band of slums threading the northern outskirts, where the ley lines bled out and wards flickered like a dying man's pulse. Here, magic pooled in puddles, unstable and hungry. The walls, sweated with the residue of 1,000 failed charms. Even the rats looked haunted. Serina moved through the winding alleys at a half-crouch, instincts sharpened by the memory of every ambush she'd ever survived. Her steps were silent, senses wide, every nerve alive to the static that crawled up the skin. At the ring's center, a block of prefab tenements sagged under the weight of their corruption, windows boarded and painted with crude glyphs meant to keep the worst out, or more likely in. The rendezvous point was a dry fountain hacked from a single block of volcanic glass, its base encrusted with mineral salts and the occasional ancient penny. A burnt purple lantern sputtered overhead, casting bruised light across the scene. Marin was already waiting, long-limbed, white as a sheet, and twitchy as ever, fidgeting with the hem of his sleeves. You made it, he said, voice thin and sharp as a needle. You're early, Serina replied, scanning the shadows behind him for eavesdroppers. Paranoid, or did you just miss me that much? Both, said Marin. Mostly both. He darted a look left, then right, before turning his attention back to her. You know they don't like it when you come here. The hunters, I mean. Serina shrugged. Fuck the hunters. That's why I'm here. Marin's laughter was a dry click, like a beetle's carapace splitting. You always did have a death wish, Fey, or maybe you're just bad at self-preservation. She smiled without humor. Who's starting fires in my city, Marin? He paused, then leaned in, lowering his voice. You want the truth? Or the polite lie? She gripped his chin between two fingers, claws grazing the soft flesh under his jaw. The truth. Now. He swallowed. Outsiders. Not just any crew. Clean walking, old school, like from before the Accord. They're looking for hybrids, mage bloods, shifter lines, anything that doesn't fit neatly in the registry. There's a contract. Some say it's local, but I don't buy it. Why not? Because they're too careful, too surgical. Last week, they bagged a witch shifter pair, sisters, out in the gardens. Nobody saw it happen, but afterward, the bodies were gone. But the ground was lined with those marks. The snake dagger. Serina's pulse jumped. Anyone else see the glyph? Marin nodded, but slowly. Word is, it showed up in 3 spots. Before you found yours. 2 mage dens, one in the south sector. All the bodies self-erased, nothing left but scorch and scent. She released his chin and let her hand linger a second on his neck, feeling the pulse, fast, thready, anxious. Why tell me? He grinned, exposing canines sharp enough to snip a wire. Because you pay, and because I'd rather be on your side if things get ugly. The smile vanished. And because there's a rumor you were on the list. That brought her up short. You think I don't know how to cover my trail? He shook his head. You don't get it, Fey. These people, they're not just killing, they're cleaning, like you never existed. He dropped his voice even lower. I saw one of them 2 nights back. Tall, pale, clean as a bone, eyes like glass. Wore a ring on the left hand, a silver band with the glyph etched in. Didn't even bother to hide it. Serina's mouth went dry. Where? Marin hesitated. He looked up at the lamp, the glass humming with dying power. Warehouse Row, next to the old railway. I can draw you a map. He reached into his pocket, pulling out a scrap of paper and a stub of pencil. His hands shook as he drew, and Serina watched the lines take shape, efficiently and quickly. He handed it over, and she tucked it inside her sleeve. You should leave. Town? She said, voice low. He smirked. And miss the show? Not likely. But his eyes darted behind her, over her shoulder, and a fresh layer of sweat beaded on his skin. You're not the only one who knows about this meeting. Before she could process the warning, something flared in the air, a snap of ozone, the stink of burnt cloves. Serina's reflexes fired, but not fast enough. Marin jerked, his spine arching as if yanked by a wire. A black sigil sizzled to life behind his ear, leaching color from his face. Trace bind! She snarled, but her hands were already moving, claws slicing at the line of magic crawling up his neck. The mark writhed, fighting her, but she pried it up with a shriek of effort, tearing it loose just as Marin collapsed, a boneless heap on the pavement. She cradled his head, feeling the warmth drain out of him, the blood beneath his skin turning to sludge. Marin, stay with me, she hissed, shaking him. He looked up, pupils blown wide. Run, he said. Then his jaw locked, and the word hung between them like a curse. He was dead before she laid him down. Serina swore, low and vicious, and scanned the alley for the caster. Nothing but shadows, the stink of magic, and her ragged breath. She rifled Marin's pockets, finding nothing except a cheap lighter, a strip of nicotine gum, and a second scrap of paper. This one bearing the glyph, inked in blood. She pocketed the evidence and stood, checking her perimeter. No movement, but she could feel the gaze on her. Clinical, patient, just waiting for her to leave. She did, but not before memorizing every line of the alley, every scent and sound, the taste of loss and warning settling on her tongue. The war had come home, and this time it wasn't going to wait for sunrise. She faded into the night, eyes burning, map burning a hole in her sleeve, and a promise burning somewhere deeper. Next stop, the warehouse. Serina's flat was a sliver of air above a pawn shop, accessible only by a staircase so steep it felt more like a threat than an invitation. She took the steps 2 at a time, heart jackhammering from the sprint through the city's midnight veins. Once inside, she triple-locked the door, threw the deadbolt, and hit the rune seal for good measure. No one, magical or otherwise, was getting in without a war. She peeled off her gloves, the leather stiff with dried blood, and the fine ash of incinerated evidence. Her palms stung memory of the night's work written in a script only she could read. She flicked on the single desk, lamp casting a circle of jaundiced light over the battered surface. The desk was an altar to obsession. Sheets of notepaper overlapped in a chaos of urgency. Sketches of the snake dagger glyph, fragments of forensics readouts, transcriptions of old Accord-era death warrants. She pinned the latest find, a blood-inked copy of the glyph from Marin's corpse, to the center, then began a spiral of notes around it. Patterns emerged, a sequence of sights, a timeline of deaths, a tightening noose. She worked fast, writing in shorthand, the ink flowing with the urgency of someone certain they didn't have much time left. The city outside thrummed at its usual nocturnal frequency, sirens, drunken laughter, the baseline thump of the ward generators kicking on and off. But as the minutes passed, Serina felt something shift. The ambient noise faded, replaced by a silence so pure it hummed, her pupils contracted to slits. Instinct screamed. She was no longer alone. The warning arrived in 2 parts. First, the softest vibration, a tickle in the air. Then, the impossibly quiet crack thump of something breaching. Her rune-sealed window. The glass didn't shatter, didn't even crack. An arrow slid through the pane as if the matter of the world had decided to part for it, the shaft quivering in the plaster less than a foot from her skull. She stared, breath-fogging in the sudden cold. The arrow was hand-carved, old world, the fletching dipped in something that glittered under the lamp's sick light. Along the shaft, in immaculate silver calligraphy, was a single line. Hybrids die first. Serina bared her teeth. Not fear, not even surprise, just anger, raw and unfiltered. She stalked to the wall and yanked the arrow free, feeling the static jump from wood to skin. The message was for her. Yes. But it was also a dare. She laid the arrow across the map. letting it bisect the spiral of death sights, then ran her finger along its length. Her tail unfurled behind her, stiff with the promise of violence. She opened the desk drawer, pulled out her sidearm, a wand loaded with banefire rounds, and set it next to the arrow. Outside, the city resumed its hum. A car alarm. A distant train. But in the room, time stilled. Serina's eyes locked on the glyph at the desk's heart, the memory of the hunter's symbol burning behind her eyelids. She gathered the evidence, the rage, the animal certainty. Tomorrow she'd go to the warehouse. Tonight, she'd make sure her enemies remembered why the old nightmares were best left undisturbed. She loaded her wand, claws ready, and watched. The window for any sign that the world might try again. Let it. She was awake, and she was angry, and she had nothing left to lose. The fog, unbothered by explosions or ritual arson, crept back in to reclaim the alley. Serina's ears twitched at the soft pop of distant ward triggers, the city's immune response slowly rousing itself. They had minutes before the next patrol. Arrived. Enough time to scrape up what little evidence hadn't been atomized and get out. Demir stood, brushing ash from his pants. "Want me to run the scan on the fragment?" "You'd better," Serina said, eyes still on the blackened circle, "before it tries to eat your soul, or worse, my overtime budget." He snorted, and for a moment the tension eased. But as Serina straightened, the nausea from earlier crept back, settling in her chest like an ice-cold parasite. She could feel the ritual's intent still vibrating in the stones, echoing up through the soles of her boots. A message, loud as a scream in a dead man's throat. She drew a deep breath, took one last look at the void where the corpse had been, and headed for the alley's end. Behind her, Demir struggled to coax his devices back into their bag, cursing under his breath. In the hush that followed, only the drip of ruined metal and the scuffle of their footsteps testified that anything had ever happened here. Deadlight Alley closed behind them, all sins erased, except the ones she carried with her. The walk back to the scene was done in silence, Demir lagging a pace behind, his shoes sucking at the wet as if the alley itself wanted to drag him down. The gusts of wind had died, leaving only a copper haze drifting low to the ground, a ghost of the explosion. In the center of it all, the scorch ring pulsed faintly, alive with afterimages. Serina crouched, heels flat, hands splayed against the earth. Her ears tracked the ambient noise. Distant siren, a cat's yowl, the sizzle of shorted ley line cables. The city above was business as usual, only here did the world feel paused, as if the detonation had scorched even time. She studied the ring, running her claws through the powdery remains. The grain was impossibly fine, more like pollen than ash, and laced through with microscopic flecks of crystal. The pattern on the ground told a story. Not the random violence of fire, but the slow, deliberate sear of intention. "Not branding," she murmured, picking up a pinch of the stuff and rolling it between thumb and forefinger. "A channel." Demir, still reeling from the blast, hovered at her elbow. "What do you mean?" She didn't answer. Not yet. Instead, she leaned in, nose almost touching the cobbles, and squinted. There, beneath the superficial scorch, a web of lines carved into the stone. Not visible to ordinary sight, but to her shifter vision, they shone with residual magic, a fractal lattice, spanning out from the epicenter in delicate, razor-sharp filaments. The geometry was unnatural, like the skeleton of a spider that had been forced to mutate under a microscope. She snapped her fingers. "Lens. Now." Demir fumbled through his satchel and produced a thin silver disc, the kind that looked like a monocle for an exceptionally uptight ghost. Serina plucked it from his hand, slotting it over her right eye, and exhaled. The world twisted. Focus. Pulling sharp and close. Through the lens, the hidden glyphs blazed up, layer after layer, stacked and superimposed, ancient runes lashed together with postmodern sigils, the grammar of the damned. Most she recognized. Standard death wards, a couple of legacy protection circles, a curse or two for flavor. But in the dead center, where the corpse had lain, was an ideogram she'd never seen. It wasn't language so much as an emotion. Pure. Hunger, insatiable, and recursive. The ideogram pulsed once, twice, and then a phantom echo of the blast rippled through her field of view. She gasped, vision doubling as the spell reconstructed itself. White-blue fire pouring into the lines, every glyph sparking alive for a nanosecond before annihilation. At the detonation's peak, a hidden layer snapped into view. Serina's breath. stuttered. Her hands dug grooves in the cobblestone. There, writ in ultraviolet, was a glyph of two serpent heads, jaws agape, fangs meeting at the tip of a downward-pointing dagger. She knew that mark. Everyone in the magical community did. Hunters, she said. The word felt like a curse, and it tasted worse. The vision receded, leaving her eyes watering and her skull vibrating with aftershocks. She ripped off the lens, tossing it to Demir, and staggered to her feet. The nausea was back, but she forced it down with a growl. "Get samples," she barked. "All of it. I want readings on the ash, the crystal, and whatever's left of the ambient charge." Demir nodded, for once not arguing, and began scraping up the remnants with a vacuum wand. The device whined, sucking up the fine powder into sterile tubes. Each labeled with a strip of runic tape, Serina braced herself against the wall, ears flat, tail rigid. The glyph burned behind her eyelids, replaying every time she blinked. The symbol was old, older than the city, maybe older than the Accord itself. She'd seen it in textbooks and death reports, never in person. The hunters hadn't been active in Zenithria for decades, not since the last purges. But someone wanted it known they were back. Demir finished the sweep and clicked the vials into his satchel. "Anything else?" She shook her head, swallowing down the metallic taste of adrenaline. "That's all we're getting tonight. Submit. The samples to the hall and keep your mouth shut. I'll take it from here." He raised an eyebrow but didn't challenge her authority. "Not tonight." Serina took one last, long look at the glyph, letting it sear itself into her memory. Then she turned and strode away, boots silent, the alley closing behind her like the lid of a coffin. The city had always been a graveyard for secrets. Tonight, it was taking new dead. The Hall of Hex Justice reared above the street like a mausoleum, every inch of its blackstone facade designed to project absolute authority and a general lack of humor. Even at this hour, the security glyphs shimmered along the lintel, each sigil pulsing in time with the city's heartbeat. Serina paced up the granite steps, her tail coiling under her coat, and let the scanner wash her in a bath of soft green. "Light. Welcome, Agent Fey," said the voice. "Nobody attached? Just the dry whisper of institutional magic." The lobby was marble and gloomy, fluorescent strips holding back the dark in an uneasy truce. Past the reception node and through a couple of checkpoints, Serina made for the old lift at the end of the corridor. The doors were real metal, charred at the seams from a dozen past altercations, the buttons sticky with decades of nervous sweat. She hit B4 and the doors shut her in with a judder. The descent was not fast, but it was final. 4 floors down and a lifetime away from daylight. The vaulted floor was where the hall stored its most classified archives and, more relevantly, its least forgiving personnel. The doors rumbled open onto a corridor lined with vault doors and iron-banded bookshelves, every surface covered in anti-tamper wards. Warden Trelos waited in the middle of the hall, arms folded. He wore the full regalia: funeral black robes, a chain of office, and the faint scent of scorched ozone. "You're late," he said, voice grated through decades of unsleep. Serina ignored the jab. "We had an incident in Deadlight Alley. Compound. Spellwork. Non-standard lattice. One mark matched the serpent dagger." Trelos's eyes narrowed behind his glasses. "You realize the implication?" "I'm not in the business of implications," Serina shot back. "The corpse erased itself mid-analysis. I want an investigation." He made a sound between a cough and a growl. "You want to ignite the old rivalries? The Accord barely holds. As it is, the last thing we need is a panic about the hunters." "They're already panicking," she said, voice hard as the stone beneath her feet. "The difference is, I have evidence." She moved to shoulder past him, but he blocked her. With a flick of his robe, "The council will want to see the samples. They'll get them. I'm not waiting for bureaucracy to catch up." Trelos held her gaze a moment longer, then stepped aside. "You have 30 minutes. She dipped her chin in a parody of respect and slipped past, making straight for the restricted stacks. Here, the shelves were denser, each volume bound in treated hide and bristling with warded clasps. At the far end, a biometric lock barred entry to a reinforced alcove. She pressed her thumb to the reader, it pricked her skin, drew a bead of blood, and then granted access with a grudging sigh. Inside, the cold was immediate and chemical. Rows of grimoires and codices hunched on steel racks. She scanned the spines until she found what she needed. Codex Noctis, a volume so black it seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. She carried it to the reading pedestal and flipped through the index with careful claws. Fragmenta Hunterae. There, on page 311. She let the page fall open and stared. The glyph was identical, centuries old, and untouched by time. Serpent twins, conjoined at the tail, dagger plunged downward between them. The caption, translated from archaic Venari, read, "Mark of the excision, used to identify and, when invoked, to exterminate hybrids." Her kind. Serina's lips peeled back in a snarl, a sound that would have been undignified in the company of anyone but the dead. She traced the glyph with her finger, feeling the resonance. Even through the page, the intent behind the symbol vibrated in her bones. Chapter 2. Blood Court. Crystal Throne. The ancient arrow still quivered, even after she'd stabbed it into her desk for effect. Its shaft was older than the pawn shop's floorboards and held a stink of scorched silver and burnt resin that overpowered the blood and ash reek lingering from Serina's gloves. Every time she looked at it, the feathers shimmered along a color spectrum that did not obey physical law. The thing radiated intent. On the city's better nights, she'd have spiked it into the wall as a warning to future trespassers. Tonight, it served as a placeholder for the question that had been hounding her since Deadlight Alley. Who the hell wanted her gone so badly they'd invest this much in a warning, but still leave her breathing? The question was rendered moot by the triple knock that rattled her reinforced door. Not a neighbor's drunken plea or one of Arya's midnight rescue calls. This was business, and the tempo said Mage Courier. Serina unslipped the deadbolt with her tail, one hand on the wand, the other on the arrow. She didn't bother to check the peephole. Whoever sent a magical courier here did not require subtlety. And besides, the peephole had been charmed to only show her reflection, courtesy of a neighbor with an attitude. She opened the door. The courier's uniform was an extension of their skin, lavender dusted and trimmed in white gold, eyes blank as a lens and just as cold. No name, no face. Even the gender was occluded, a deliberate magic that erased identity in favor of function. Investigator Fey, it intoned. She didn't answer, just watched the hands, immaculate, gloved, holding a crystal-sheathed envelope. No overt threat, but a couple of runes glimmered on the glass. "From the High Arcanum," the courier announced. "Urgent." The word was not pronounced in the usual way, but with the undertone of a command, as if denying the urgency might result in something combusting. Serina accepted the envelope with a minimum of contact, feeling the static cling of the containment. Spell. She held it up to the single desk lamp, which immediately dulled as the crystal surface devoured the light. The courier vanished as soon as the message changed hands. No dramatic swirl, just a folding in on itself like someone deleting. A line of text. Only then did Serina let out the slow exhale she'd been holding. She set the envelope on the desk next to the arrow. For a long minute, she did nothing but watch them. The instruments of her doom, side by side. One ancient, one modern. Both. Designed to deliver a message with maximum efficiency and minimum ambiguity, she broke the envelope's seal with a claw. The crystal didn't shatter. It dissolved into a harmless vapor, and the parchment slid free. The handwriting was not handwriting at all, but an embossed violet ink sigil that shifted and clarified until it resolved into perfect block script. Investigator Serina Fey, by order of the Crown. You are to present yourself at the Etherreach Tower with all relevant evidence regarding the recent unauthorized glyph incidents in District 13, including but not limited to the events at Deadlight Alley, the Shattered Ring, and the Southern. Sanctum, your failure to comply will be treated as malfeasance under a court law, signed El Vael, High Arcana, Queen and Council. The script pulsed as she read it, like a muscle flexing beneath the skin. She folded the letter once, then again, and tucked it under the arrow. She was still debating which was the greater threat, ancient vendetta or institutional wrath, when a second knock, slower and lower, sounded at the door. This time, she checked through the peephole. The figure on the other side was no mage, tall, angular, draped in a red leather duster that looked like it had been peeled off a crime scene. Skin, pale as morning lilies. Eyes, too dark to hold the reflection of the hall's security lights. Not a courier, an emissary maybe, or an undertaker on retainer. Serina opened the door a crack. The figure bowed from the waist, extending a long-fingered hand that held a bone-pale envelope sealed in blood wax. Ms. Fey, The voice purred. Message from Her Grace the Queen of Ashes. Nyx Raventhorn? Serina kept her hand out of sight, flexing the claws in case this was more of a delivery than a correspondence. The figure smiled, sharp, feral, and inclined its head. You are expected in Umbravale. The Queen requires your perspective on recent disturbances. Serina took the envelope, careful not to brush the skin. The wax was still warm, which made her shudder. Before she could ask a question, the emissary faded, not vanishing so much as receding into a version of the hallway where she'd never existed. The scent that lingered in its wake was spicy, bloody, and just the tiniest bit like crushed violets. Serina shut the door, locked it, and set the second envelope beside the first. She was being collected. By both sides. Someone, somewhere, was going to be very pleased when her body turned up, neutralized by the mutual friction of vampire and mage interest. She slid a claw under the wax and flicked the letter open. The handwriting here was intimate, a slanting, cursive that looked like it had been written with a needle dipped in wine. Serina, we hear things. You heard something, didn't you? The Undercity deserves answers before your little tower friends start claiming all the truths. Come to Umbravale. Or don't. You'll come eventually. And no threat, no order, but a promise of consequences. So tangible she could taste the copper on her tongue, she looked down at the 2 letters, then at the arrow, and laughed. Might as well dress for a funeral, she told the room. The arrow offered no contradiction. In the bathroom mirror, Serina made herself look presentable. Not polished. She'd never pass for courtly among the mages, and the vampires would just mock it, but at least clean, and less likely to alarm children on the tram. She tied her silver hair back, scrubbed the blood from beneath her nails, and swapped the field jacket for her old academy trench, one with just enough reinforced sigils to deflect a polite assassination attempt. The tail, of course, wouldn't be hidden. Neither would the ears or the eyes that still blazed amber even when she tried to tamp down the shifter side. She thought briefly of her parents, how they'd survived the old war only to get smoked by fanatics, how they'd taught her to keep her head high, even when the city was trying to bury it. She opened the window to the midnight air. Down below, the street hummed with late-night traffic and the unending whine of ley line power grids. She slipped the 2 letters and the arrow into the inner pocket of her coat, checked the wand's charge, full for once, and stepped out into the corridor. The pawnshop owner's cat, a mangy ginger, stared at her from the landing. It hissed, then thought better of it, and vanished into the shadows. Serina smiled. Smart cat. She paused on the stairs, looked out at the city, and felt the pull of both summonses like 2 magnets straining to snap her spine. The mages wanted her evidence. The vampires wanted her confession. Neither had her best interest in mind, but both needed her alive. For now, she made her way to the curb, where a sky car idled. A matte black wedge with the sigil of ether reek burned into its side in luminous blue. No driver, of course. The mages didn't trust living things with delicate work. The passenger. Door yawned open, and she slid in. The interior was too plush for her taste, all velvet and cold glass, and the windows polarized against any accidental sunlight. The door hissed shut, and the car took off with a silent thrust, climbing into the city's neon arteries. As the lights of Zenithria blurred beneath her, Serina pulled the letters from her coat and weighed them in each hand. The mage parchment was heavy, official, a slab of destiny that pressed down on her like a gravestone. The vampire vellum was lighter and more seductive, but she'd have bet anything it was more dangerous. She tucked them away and looked out at the city, at the fractal of ley-line towers and shadowed domes, the boiling edge where night and morning collided. For one brief instant, she let herself feel hopeful. Maybe she could play these monsters off each other, find the real killer, and come out the other side with her tail intact. Then the car banked hard, and the hope vanished. She was heading toward you, the Palace District, where every building was a fortress and every shadow held a secret. Serina set her jaw, claws digging into the velvet armrest, and readied herself for the next phase. She was being hunted, but she was also hunting let them. Come, she'd survived worse, and tonight she wasn't planning to die easy. The mage skycar moved with the predatory grace of a shark, every pane of its armored glass tinted against the daylight and prying eyes alike. The city slipped beneath Serina's boots, the neon arteries of Zenithria flickering past in a blur of blue and amber. Inside, the air was so filtered it bordered on clinical, a faint undertone of ozone and crushed juniper betraying the cars. Magical air recycling wards. For a while, she watched her reflection in the black glass, her amber eyes bracketed by the sweep of silver hair and the twitch of feline ears she'd never learned to hide. The city's skyline twisted outside, the spike of the old parliament, the toothy rows of townhouses, the shattered bones of the Accord Monument still pitted from the last war, higher and higher until the sky car nosed into palace airspace and the usual background hum of the city gave way to the hush of rarefied altitude. The car docked at a landing balcony carved from obsidian and ringed with sapphire ward lights. The door hissed open, spilling a slice of violet-lit night into the cabin. A figure awaited her on the threshold. A driver, or at least the sort of automaton the High Arcanum liked to pass off as one. It was robed in the traditional silver and blue, face hidden by a mask so featureless it looked poured onto the skull. When it bowed, the gesture was so smooth it could only have been calibrated by someone who'd never met a real person. "Miss Fey," it said, voice clean and clipped. "You're expected." Serina unfolded herself from the car, the desk arrow, a cold weight inside her coat. She scanned the landing for observers, but the only witness was the moon, hung low and jaundiced over the city's dome. "Where?" she asked. The mask inclined. "The sky-glass chamber." She almost laughed. Of course. The sky-glass chamber was legendary in the legal circuit, not for its architectural wonder, a dome of interlocking quartz set to refract 1,000,000 points of light, but because no negotiation had ever left it intact. It was the venue for power. Plays, not dialogue. The only thing transparent about it was how little it cared for the people inside. "Perfect," she said. Her tail flicked, betraying nerves, but her voice stayed flat. The driver extended an arm, inviting her to follow. They moved across the landing, boots clicking on the glass so cold it refused to hold footprints. Past a set of doors set with burnished wards through a corridor lined with the scentless blooms of courtly excess. The hallway arched into a vaulted room, its dome spangled with lines of magic so fine they mimicked constellations. At the far end of the chamber, 2 chairs faced each other over a table made of petrified wood and amber. Each chair was too large, too ornate, too pointedly empty. The driver gestured her in, then faded from sight, replaced by the silent company of 3 sentry statues, golem thin, each holding a stave tipped with an orb of blue flame. Serina stepped into the center of the room, ignoring the urge to flatten her ears. She ran her claws over the seam of her coat pocket, found the arrow still there, and let it ground her. She was ready. She had to be. In the sky-glass chamber, no one brought you here for a chat. The next move would be on the house. Let them make it. The sky-glass chamber was a masterpiece of arcane architecture, a dome of fused quartz set on an obsidian needle, suspended high above the palace sprawl. Every surface caught the city's pale moonlight and turned it into an aurora of color, smearing the walls with drifting stripes of amethyst and bruised blue. Even the air shimmered as if the room itself vibrated at a frequency just beyond the reach of human ears. No guards, no retinue. Only the 2 thrones, one carved from solid amethyst, faceted and cold as a winter star, the other a nest of black onyx, its edges as keen as a blade. Lysandra Vile sat the amethyst, upright, hands folded. Atop the armrests, her emerald eyes fixed on the center of the room as if nothing else in the world mattered. Her skin was moonlit olive, the kind that made her look half illuminated and half a rumor. The swirling tattoos on her arms glimmered like veins of quicksilver, and her hair, impossibly long, impossibly neat, rippled with the same static as the chamber's walls. Nyx Raventhorn, by contrast, barely occupied her throne. She lounged sideways, one leg draped over the arm, black silk dress pooling on the floor in rivers of midnight. Her skin was bone pale, a parody of fragility, but every line of her body radiated a dangerous, deliberate ease. Her eyes, silver but rimmed in a flush of impossible red, never once blinked as she watched Serina approach. In the hard refracted light, her hair shimmered between black and ultraviolet. Serina walked to the exact midpoint between the 2 thrones and stopped. She didn't bow, didn't even lower her gaze, just let her tail curl behind her and her hands rest loose at her sides. No chairs for guests, of course. Power never shared the good furniture. "Don't take this the wrong way," she said, "but this looks a lot like the start of a very fancy beheading." Nyx grinned. "Do you think so, little shifter?" Her voice was a velvet shiver, the kind that made you want to turn and face the dark even when you knew better. Lysandra did not smile. You were summoned, investigator. Courtesy dictates you attend. Serina scanned the room as if expecting executioners to materialize from the ether. You could have sent a subpoena, or, a runner with less of a sense of occasion. Nyx stretched, cat-like, and bared a hint of fang. Why not savor the anticipation? We do. Serina's lips twitched. I'll savor the part where nobody tries to incinerate me before breakfast. For a long moment, the only sound was the distant pulse of city generators and the soft pop of magic straining against the skyglass dome. Lysandra's gaze sharpened. You've been busy, investigator. Deadlight Alley, the Shattered Ring, and a trail of residue that leads directly here. Serina let the accusation settle. You called me. You want answers. Ask. Nyx's laughter was soundless, but sent chills through the floor. You see, Lysandra? She bites. Lysandra ignored her. There were 4 victims in 2 weeks, she said. Not one. Serina's mouth went dry. I only found 1. Exactly, said Nyx, all teeth. That's why you're here. Serina nodded. She kept her hands visible, her eyes moving between the 2 thrones. Then let's skip the theatrics. Tell me what you want. Lysandra leaned forward, every movement calculated for effect. Clarity, she said, and containment. The old wars ended for a reason. If these glyphs return, they could break the Accord in half. We cannot afford chaos. Nyx yawned. We can afford a little. It's not as if the Accord was ever meant to last. Serina tuned out the bickering, her mind already running the math. If there were 3 other victims, they'd been buried. Not just physically, paperwork, magic, memory. And if both courts wanted her here, then whatever was killing their people scared them more than it did her. Fine, she said. You get containment. But first, I get answers. Lysandra and Nyx exchanged a look. One of pure, unalloyed hatred. For each other, or Serina, she couldn't tell. Ask, said Lysandra. Serina grinned, showing her fangs for the first time. Who died, and where are the bodies? The chamber seemed to breathe, air thickening with the promise of secrets about to bleed out. She was ready. Let them talk. Lysandra Vile snapped her fingers, and the air in the chamber collapsed inward. An image flickered to life between them. The corpse of a young man, skin flayed with a fan of burns and inked with the now familiar glyphs, his eyes glazed over with a cataract of spell residue. Serina recognized the city's patented magical reconstruction, less like an autopsy photo, more like a shaming. The ghost of junior arcanist Velom hovered, rotating slowly, the burns on his chest alive with angry color. First incident, Lysandra said. He was found in the Arcanum's east wing, burned to the bone in places, but the containment wards didn't sound. Nyx snorted an undignified but oddly charming sound. Or they didn't want to. The Council's security is legendary, but only for things that threaten them. Lysandra shot her a glance of purest ice, then continued. We scrubbed the scene. No magical trace of the assailant. The only evidence was the glyph. Unlike anything in the archives. Serina took a step closer, examining the image with a forensics eye. The marks were even more precise than those in Deadlight Alley. The coils spiraled tighter, biting deeper into the muscle. The boy's face was gone, melted clean by the same white-blue fire. Nyx flexed a long white finger, and the illusion flickered. The second victim materialized. Countess Evira, legendary for her beauty and her taste for human blood, now reduced to a torso, the rest of her an artful ruin. Her chest was carved with the glyph, the same serpent dagger motif as before, but here the burns were more delicate, a lover's caress rather than a butcher's rage. Serina let out a low breath. You're sure these are connected? Nyx arched a brow. Unless we have a second serial killer with the same taste in decor, yes. And only a fool would risk the wrath of both courts in 1 week. Lysandra overrode her. Our interest is containment. Yours, presumably, is justice. Serina's claws tapped the dome floor. You have my interest when you tell me what links the victims. Nyx smiled. Ah, she's not just a pretty face. She conjured a holographic list. Dates, names, last known locations, each highlighted with a pulse of bloody light. All the victims were hybrid sympathizers. Some had mixed blood, some only friends. The killer wants to make a point. The question, Is which one? Lysandra's tattoos flickered in agitation. Or which audience? Serina's mind raced. The glyph wasn't just a signature, it was a sigil of intent, an invocation. She scanned the case files looking for the outlier. The pattern was there, clear as a blood trail. "Wait," she said. "The glyphs? Did you see them at first?" The room froze. Even the sentry golem seemed to lean in. "No," Lysandra admitted. Vellum's body was raw, unmarked. The glyph emerged after 3 days as if etched by invisible hands. "Same for Evira," Nyx said, less amused now. "When we found her, she looked like a suicide. The mark bled in after the coroner stored her." Serina exhaled, every instinct, screaming. Delayed display, not just murder, but ritual. A message you can't read until it's too late. Nyx's smile vanished, replaced by something hungry. "And you can read it?" Serina shrugged, though the motion was all nerves. "I was raised on old magic, and this one's older than any court in Zenithria." Then, as if by unspoken accord, the queens withdrew, leaving Serina alone in the corridor with her own fast-beating heart and the heavy weight of the crystal token against her chest. She took a slow, deliberate breath, then exhaled it as steam. They didn't want her to solve the case. They wanted her to bleed for it, to be the pivot point in a war neither of them could win outright. Fine. She'd bleed, but she'd make sure they remembered it. Serina strode into the violet-streaked wind, boots silent on the glass. She had a city to save, and, if she was lucky, a few new graves to dig. Let the monsters come. She was ready. Lysandra's hands tightened on the throne. "You'll explain." Serina circled the image, noting every detail. "These glyphs, they're not just warnings. They're binding spells, set to trigger after death. Whoever's doing this isn't after headlines. They're after an audience with power. And they have it," said Nyx, eyes sharp as diamond. "Look at us, sharing secrets, playing nice. It must be Christmas." Serina ignored her. The way the bodies burned, the wards ignored them because the attack started inside. Someone suborning the city's magic, making it complicit. Lysandra's composure fractured just a bit. "That's not possible." Serina grinned, teeth bared. "It's not possible until someone does it. Then it's history." For a second, no one spoke. The city's lights spiraled overhead, casting weird shadows across the chamber. Nyx broke the silence, voice almost gentle. "So what's the next step, kitten?" Serina squared her shoulders. "You have the bodies?" "Stored, yes," said Lysandra. "But the archives are sealed. Access is difficult." Nyx purred. "Not for us, though. Want a guided tour?" Serina looked from one queen to the other. "I want to see the bodies. All of them. And I want to know who's trying." "So hard to make me care about this." Nyx's smile returned, sharper than ever. "Careful, darling. You ask enough questions, someone might mistake you for a queen yourself." Serina rolled her eyes. "I'm allergic to power. Makes my fur fall out." Lysandra didn't laugh, but her posture relaxed. "Very well. You'll have access. But we expect results." Nyx reached out and with a single fingernail popped the image of Countess Evira like a soap bubble. "And if you need help with the dirty work, just call." Serina took it in. She was outnumbered, outgunned, and probably outmaneuvered. But she was the only one in the room who cared about the dead. She would make that count. Serina let the silence marinate, waiting until both queens seemed on the edge of boredom or bloodshed. She couldn't tell which. Then she spoke, aiming her words with sniper precision. "You both know more than you're letting on," she said. "You've seen this kind of magic before, or at least heard the stories." Nyx's lips peeled back in. A predatory smile? "Oh, kitten! And here we thought you came without claws." Lysandra Vial stood, descending the dais in a wash of crystal blue light. She moved like someone used to gravity being optional, her robes trailing starlight. "You are a hybrid investigator. The courts tolerate you because you're useful. But this requires diplomacy, control, discretion." Serina's ears flattened. "I've got all 3 in my left boot." Nyx snorted, amused. "That explains the way you walk?" Lysandra ignored the aside, her eyes fixed on Serina, hard as diamonds. "You're walking into a war. We want it contained. You want justice. There's a bargain to be made, but only if you survive it." Serina didn't blink. "If I don't walk in, your people keep dying. So do mine. And if I do, It's on my terms. Nyx arched a brow, silver eyes glinting. Your terms? Serina advanced. Posture loose, but every muscle. Ready? Joint investigation. No red tape, no planted evidence, and no hiding bodies in old tunnels. Full access to your dead, your living, and your records. Lysandra's face was unreadable. And in return, Serina's smile was a razor. I don't burn this city down trying. Nyx laughed, low and genuine. I do love a shifter who negotiates like a vampire. Lysandra circled, flanking Serina in a move that was pure predator. You'll report to me directly. No intermediaries, and nothing leaves the tower without my sanction. Deal, Serina said, not missing a beat. But I get to bring my forensics, and if you pull one more trick like that arrow through my window, I start returning fire. Nyx slid from her throne, dress whispering along the glass. No liaisons on my end, shifter. You work with me, or not at all. I want the bodies transferred to the Bloodless Temple for secondary analysis. Lysandra bristled. That temple was deconsecrated after the Treaty of Ash. It's illegal. It's outside your jurisdiction, Nyx interrupted, voice soft as a caress. Serina can work there. Unbothered, Serina cut in. I don't do autopsies under wards I can't read. We use the Cradle Ward, neutral ground. Mage and Vampire wards, both. Both queens hesitated, eyes locked. It was a game of chicken. And Serina had the steering wheel. Fine, said Lysandra at last. Cute, Nyx echoed. Serina pocketed the terms in her mind. She was going to need every advantage. She turned to leave, then paused at the threshold. One more thing. I want access to the Accord War archives, restricted files, everything on the original glyphs. Lysandra's voice chilled. You're asking for secrets held by no more than 12 people in this city. Serina grinned. I'm standing in front of 2 of them. Make it happen. The queen spoke as one. Done. Serina let herself smile, a real one this time. Then let's get to work. She strode out, every hair on her body standing on end, aware that the 2 most dangerous women in the city were now officially her partners, and her jailers. But as the doors closed behind her, she realized something important. She was finally free to hunt. Lysandra Vale swept down from the dais, her robes trailing sparks of starlight that dimmed only as she came within arm's reach. She produced a crystal the size of a heart, violet and raw-edged, pulsing with its internal logic. This is a tracking and access token, Lysandra said. It's tuned to your magical signature. You'll use it to access secured evidence, archives, and channels. You'll report all findings to me directly. If you try to alter it, I won't, Serina interrupted, plucking the crystal from the queen's hand. The pulse in it matched her heartbeat, which was annoying. Lysandra's lips thinned. It monitors, not the same as spying. I'll be the judge, Serina said, rolling the crystal in her palm and already weighing its weak points. Nyx Raventhorn rose from her onyx throne with a liquid, predatory grace. She let the shadow cloth slip from her shoulders, revealing arms like marble and the faintest pulse of black veins beneath the skin. No liaisons on my end, Nyx said. You'll report to me, personally, and I want the bodies transferred to the Bloodless Temple. My people will conduct their tests. Lysandra's face twitched. That's illegal. The temple's jurisdiction ended with the Treaty of Ash. Nyx's smile was a pure invitation to disaster. It's outside your jurisdiction, Starlight, and Serina can work there unbothered. Serina cut them off before the bickering escalated. I don't work inwards I can't read. We use the Cradle Ward. Both sets of protections, vampire and mage. You can monitor every second. The 2 queens hesitated, eyes locked in a silent, centuries-old argument. Fine, Lysandra spat. Cute, echoed Nyx, though her eyes never left the crystal in Serina's hand. Serina pocketed the token, feeling its tickle against her ribs. I'll need every record, scry logs, movement patterns, and blood tag registries, and anything from the Accord War archives, even the files restricted to 12 people. Lysandra's gaze was pure calculation. You're asking for secrets. Kept from gods, Serina shrugged. Then it's a good thing I'm not religious. Nyx's laugh was a velvet blade. You're a delight, investigator. The 2 queens spoke as one, voices splicing in the cold chamber. Done. Serina nodded, memorizing every tone and inflection, every twitch of power and threat. I'll start in the morning. You'll hear from me when I know something worth hearing. She turned to leave, but paused. One last thing. Whoever sent that arrow to my flat, They're not just signaling me. They want to start a war. You sure you're not being played? Lysandra's silence was answered enough. Nyx's grin just widened. Serina stepped out into the corridor, the token pulsing in her pocket, the taste of conspiracy thick in her mouth. She was free to hunt, but now every shadow in Zenithria would be watching her. Good. She didn't want to hunt in the dark anymore. The corridor outside the skyglass chamber was colder than she remembered, the kind of cold that shrank your lungs and made your thoughts beat up on the inside of your skull. Serina paced it, tail flicking a nervous semaphore, each stride carrying her farther from the opulence of the court and closer to the jagged edge of the city. Behind her, the door slid shut with a sound like a throat being cut. She made it 3 steps before the silence shattered. "You smell like ash and spellfire," came Nyx Raventhorn's voice, lazy and lethal. But under that, there's something warmer, wilder. Serina didn't turn. "Don't sniff me like I'm prey." Nyx's laugh curled through the air, more honest than her smile had ever been. "Oh no, Shifter, you bite." From the other end of the corridor, Lysandra's voice landed like a gavel. "She postures like a shifter, but she never blinks when we do. That's mage blood and training." Serina stopped, pupils slicing to slits. "Say it plain." Lysandra stepped into the corridor, robes whispering over the marble, tattoos glowing with suppressed magic. She stood close enough to touch, but made no move. "You're a threshold. Neither court wants to claim you, but both need you. If the glyphs spread, if the killings continue, your kind is the first to go. Then mine. Then hers." She nodded toward where Nyx lounged against the wall, arms folded. Nyx's eyes glittered, hot with something halfway between envy and hunger. A little dangerous, a little disposable, and completely fascinating. Serina bristled, shoulders up, ears canted forward. "You two going to keep circling me like wolves, or do you want to sniff each other and save me the trouble?" Nyx laughed, the sound echoing down the hall. Lysandra didn't. For one breathless moment, the only thing in the world was the electric balance between all 3 of them. Chapter 3. The Hunter's Mark. Serina arrived at the Skyward Baths 5 minutes before the corpse did. She slipped the perimeter wards on a borrowed frequency, half wondering if anyone in the vampire court remembered how to upgrade security after the last incident. The runes bit at her aura, stinging but tolerable, like a warning shot meant for someone else's nerves. The baths were empty at this hour. Daylight, even filtered through city gloom, was anathema to the clientele, but the mages had insisted on a daytime meeting. The result: echo, steam, and the smell of old iron. She paused at the threshold, ears flattening as her shifter nose caught the first whiff. Blood staged and sterile, not fresh from a kill but poured. Measured, deliberate, like ink in a ceremonial bowl. She knew the escorting vampire was on the other side of the ornate glass. Posture perfect, breath held. Vampires didn't have a heartbeat, but even they went stiff around murder scenes. She let her own pulse slow, then palmed the door open before the guard could announce himself. The chamber beyond was a black marble coffin masquerading as a spa, its pool a sheet of night stretched out beneath a dome of frosted crystal. In the center of the pool, a body floated. Not face down, nothing so human. The corpse had been placed flat on its back, arms crossed over the chest, hair fanned out like seaweed in a sterile tide. Blood filled the basin to exactly 3 fingers' depth. No splash marks, and no dribble on the white tile at the pool's lip. Each drop had been decanted with surgical precision, enough to cover the dead man, but not enough to breach the marble's edge. Even the color was wrong. Too dark, too blue. In the glass-filtered sun, pooling instead of congealing. The victim's eyes were wide, unblinking, their irises gone milky as pearls. His mouth was sewn shut with silver thread, the stitches spaced in a neat spiral that reminded Serina of the arcane diagrams she'd studied in the hall's forbidden stacks. She circled the pool, tracking the glyphs with her peripheral vision. They were simple at first. Containment wards, ancient but effective, designed to keep the blood from evaporating or seeping into the stone. But underneath, barely visible, was a second script. The lines writhed, even as she looked away, changing. Formation, whenever the sunlight hit them at a different angle. She crouched at the edge of the pool. The blood surface tension was so high, she could have bounced a coin off it. The vampire escort stood at the entrance, back ramrod straight. "You are Investigator Fey?" he intoned, as if reading from a script written by someone who thought titles mattered. "Was last I checked," Serina replied, eyes never leaving the corpse. "Who found him?" The escort considered. "No one. The pool's motion sensors triggered an hour before scheduled maintenance. When staff arrived, the body was already present. No sign of entry or exit." "Name?" "Farron Duskvale," the vampire said. "Blooded line, senior at the Court of Vales," Serina hissed through her teeth. "You always drain your own? We prefer other methods." The escort's voice was flat, but the lie was almost charming. She snapped on a glove and dipped a finger into the blood. Cold, but not dead cold. Whatever magic preserved it had only halted time, not reversed it. "How long has he been dead?" "Less." "Then 3 hours," the escort replied, glancing at the clockwork inset above the door. She fished a sample vial from her pocket, drew up a pipette's worth, and dropped it in. The glyphs along the pool's edge shimmered as she moved, some registering her as a threat, others ignoring her entirely. She stood. "Anyone see him arrive?" The vampire shook his head, unwilling or unable to lie again. "Who called it in?" Serina asked. He hesitated. "Direct report from the Queen's Circle. They want this contained," Serina snorted. "They always do." She turned her attention to the corpse, sizing up the wounds. No visible trauma other than the silver-threaded mouth. The suit was high collar and pressed, sleeves rolled to bare the forearms, which had been shaved and scrubbed as if in preparation for the ritual. She checked the hands. Fingernails clean. No blood under the cuticles. The shoes were gone, but the feet were tucked at a perfect right angle, toes pointed. Whoever had done this wasn't improvising. They were following a template. She scanned the domed ceiling. No sign of forced entry, no trace of the arcane sigils used in teleportation or banishment. The walls were unmarred, every surface wiped and rewiped until they reflected her blurred outline. She closed her eyes, letting the scene imprint on her memory. The sterile blood, the shifting glyphs, the dead man staged as if for a museum exhibit. This wasn't just a kill, it was a message. But the question, as always, was, to whom? She turned to the escort. "Get me a ladder. I want a closer look at the glass." He nodded, eyes flicking to the corpse as if afraid it might rise and take offense. She paced the perimeter, following the glyph's shifting pattern. In the dead center, beneath the corpse, the marks pulsed brightest, drawing energy from the sun that filtered through the dome. The effect was uncanny, a visual afterimage that lingered even when she turned away. She recognized some of the sigils, a hybrid of old accord and something more primal. Maybe shifter, maybe something even older. She took a photo with her wristcom, zoomed in on the way the blood refracted against the marble, and filed the image in her memory. The vampire returned with the ladder, setting it at the pool's edge, with exaggerated care. Serina climbed, balancing with a grace that came from generations of falling from high places and landing on her feet. She ran her claws along the glass, searching for scoring, etch marks, or even the oily residue of spellcasting. Instead, she found a single hair, white, fine, almost invisible. Shifter, but not hers. She bagged it and let her thoughts drift. She descended, moving to the body's head. The glassy eyes stared past her, unseeing, but the mouth, sewn tight but not puckered, seemed to smile, just a little. The expression was wrong for a victim. It was the look of someone who just won a bet no one else understood. She bagged the evidence, and then turned to the escort. "I'll need an autopsy. Independent." The vampire bristled but didn't object. "I'll arrange it. Anything else?" "Yeah," Serina said, eyes on the blood. "Don't touch the pool until I say. And get the Queen's Circle to cough up every grimoire on containment spells they've hoarded since the last war. There's something in that blood you're not going to want to miss." The escort nodded, retreating with the quiet horror of someone who had just been reminded that not all monsters had fangs. Serina looked up through the dome at the noon-bright city beyond. The ritual was elegant, almost beautiful in its execution, but all she saw was the echo of old violence, waiting to repeat. She lingered, alone with the body and the hush of uncirculated air, and let herself wonder what message was worth this much effort. She didn't have long to wait. The glyphs, ever shifting, began to change again. This time, they formed a single word, in a script she knew too well. Her name. She smiled, lips parting to show just the faintest suggestion of fangs. "Message received," she whispered, and the blood stilled. Obedient, Serina waited until the blood surface calmed, then crouched again at the pool's rim, steam curling up in ghost-thin threads around her ankles. The silence was almost devotional. She let the quiet settle, then, under her breath, this wasn't just ritual, this was a demonstration. She rummaged in her field kit for the lens, a disc of psychically reinforced quartz, rimmed with a mesh of silver so fine it looked like a cobweb. The Hall of Hex Justice didn't hand these out lightly. She pressed the lens to her left eye, blinked once to let it sync with her shifter vision, and hovered it above the closest glyph. The effect was instant and violent. Where the naked eye saw only shallow incisions and a faint glow, the lens caught an entire dimension of movement. The glyph pulsed, every line a live wire. Segments twisted, broke, recombined, like an animal testing its cage for weak spots. When she shifted the lens a few millimeters, the entire glyph network reoriented, strands thickened, barbs grew, and new nodes spawned and died in seconds. Adaptive glyph work. Serina exhaled slowly, then said it out loud for the guard and the scry. Mike's probably hidden in the ceiling. Adaptive glyph work. She tapped the lens, capturing a sequence of stills, then let the disc float up and over the pool to sample other wards. Each was slightly different. One grew a ring of thorn-like protuberances when she approached, another shrank to a hard kernel, and vanished, only to reappear in a different spot. She filed the footage, then stood, the realization gnawing at her stomach. Adaptive glyphs didn't just defend, they learned. And this set had gotten a full taste of her magical and physical signatures. She turned to the escort, who flinched just slightly when the lens flicked in his direction. "I need the scry logs for the past 12 hours, she said. Movement, traces, ward fluctuation records, and a personnel log, who was on shift, who left a trace signature, the works. The guard blinked. "We don't keep that data in the guest records. It's private." Serina kept her expression neutral. "If you want containment, you'll make it public. Now, every minute you stall is a minute this thing learns more about how to hide. Or hunt." He hesitated, then nodded, tapping at his comm bracelet with sharp, deliberate fingers. The glass around the pool lit up with the ghostly outlines of arcane security footage, translucent phantoms pacing hallways, bloodless silhouettes drifting through walls. The record was a map of absence as much as presence. Who hadn't passed? Who hadn't tripped the wards? She scanned the overlays, zooming on the time window just before the kill. Nobody entered or left. No doors, no tunnels, no air shafts. The only thing that changed was the ripple on the pool's surface, a brief shiver of motion that looked like nothing on the first pass, but, under the lens, resolved into a shadow. Or rather, the negative space where a shadow should have been. Serina caught the timestamp. 2:36 a.m. She cross-referenced the glyph's moment of emergence. 2:38 a.m. 2 minutes to kill, drain, stage, and recode the scene. The signature was there, but only if you knew how to look. A brief vertical shimmer, like someone slicing open the fabric of the room and stepping through. It registered in a single frame, then was gone. She flicked the lens off, snapping the world back into baseline color and gloom. "Send all data to my secure channel," she told the escort, "and flag any other incidents with the same signature. The next one's going to be faster," he nodded, already tapping furiously. Serina knelt again, letting her claws rest on the marble. She stared at the corpse, the unblinking eyes, the neatness of the violence. This wasn't just a message. It was a test, and she'd just been drafted as the control group. She wiped the lens clean and stowed it, already feeling the burn of its afterimage in her head. She'd cracked 100 ritual killings, but none like this. None that watched. Her back. She was halfway to the door when the escort's voice followed, brittle as ice. "The ward's never triggered," he said. No alert. Nothing was breached. Serina paused, not turning, eyes fixed on the smoldering afterimage of the adaptive glyphs. "So, it wasn't a break-in," she murmured. "It was an appointment." The words tasted wrong but true. She let them hang, waiting for the echo. Her boots provided it, a dull percussion as she walked the perimeter again, mind pulling the scene apart and reassembling it with each step. It was the elegance that unnerved her, the way the blood was poured, not spilled, the corpse positioned. Not dumped. The glyphs refined, not scrawled in haste. Whoever staged this knew the language of ritual murder, but chose to speak it with perfect diction. A performance for an audience of one. The guard lingered by the threshold, face unreadable, but she could sense the tension. How the court hated these kinds of failures. How heads would roll if the queen herself suspected incompetence. She spared him a glance. "Tell your superiors it's not your fault," she said, softening the blow. "Whoever did this had keys. Or a name. She didn't expect thanks, and got none." On the way out, she let the strange silence of the baths fill her. Every inch of the place was engineered to suppress noise, soak up secrets, and leave only the barest residue. Yet the crime scene vibrated, humming with intention. A trap, maybe, but also a message. Her mind cycled back to the facts. The absence of alarms, the 2-minute kill window, the hair on the glass. The shifter, but not her. The way the glyphs had adjusted for her presence as if already expecting her. She walked out, the doors closing behind with a seal-tight hiss, and tried to convince herself she wasn't walking into someone else's choreography. But she'd always been better at improvisation. She took the back exit, ducking through service tunnels lined with condensation and surveillance runes, and made for the rooftop. The city was molting, light bleeding out from the underbelly of Zenithria, letting the darker currents come to the surface. Up here, the air stank of ozone and something sweetly decayed, like fruit left to ferment. Serina paused at the lip of the roof, thinking to take the quick drop and vanish into the city grid, when a voice, luxurious as silk and twice as sticky, slipped through the steam. "Enjoying the view, darling?" Nyx Raventhorn stepped from the mist, barefoot as always, her nightgown a vertical slice of shadow. She didn't so much walk as float. Every movement was calculated to test the air for resistance. Serina let her eyes flick to the Queen of Ash, then back to the neon-bright city. "You tracking me, or just a fan of murder scenes?" Nyx shrugged. "Little of both. It's not every day someone dresses up a dead man for my benefit." Her smile was all hooks and no warmth. "You're getting good at showing up uninvited." "Comes with being the hybrid nobody likes," Serina shot back. "What do you want?" The queen tilted her head, letting her hair fall across one sharp cheekbone. "Is that a real question? We both know why you're here." She moved closer until the heat from her skin raised goosebumps on Serina's forearms. "You want answers. So do I." Serina fought the urge to step back. "Varen Duskvale," she said, "blooded line, purist, once proposed a cleansing. Tax on hybrid births. Why display him like a shrine?" Nyx's eyes flashed, but her voice went lazy. "Because nothing upsets the Court of Vales more than seeing their own treated like cattle. Varen was a bastard, but he was a loyal one." She traced a finger along the parapet, leaving a faint track of frost. "Nobody liked him, not even my tolerable cousins. But he was connected." "So, this is a power play?" Serina asked. "Or a warning? Does it matter?" Nyx's smile cut in again, sharper this time. "Everything we do is political. But this wasn't about silencing Varen. This was about displaying him." She leaned in, breath cool on Serina's ear. "And you." The implications settled between them like a dropped blade. "You think it's a message for me?" Serina asked, not hiding the bite. Nyx circled her, slow. "The glyphs learned you, darling. I'd wager the next corpse will be even better tailored." She stopped inches from Serina's face. "That's why you fascinate me. You're not a fixed point. You adapt." Serina rolled her eyes. "Glad to be entertaining." The queen reached into the folds of her dress and produced a small bone shard, running and vibrating with internal pressure. She offered it, palm up. Found this embedded under Varen's tongue, embedded with a silencer charm, from Lysandra's circle. Serina took it, feeling the hairline fractures in the bone, the humming sigil work. She said nothing, but her mind raced. Why would the Mage Queen's court want a vampire purist neutralized so publicly? Nyx watched her. Her expression was unreadable. "You're in over your head," she said, voice dropping. "Lysandra is many things, but subtle isn't one of them. If she's playing games, it's for a reason." Serina tucked the shard into her coat. "Maybe I'm tired of being played." Nyx smiled. "That's the spirit. But you've got wolves on one side, vipers on the other, and not nearly enough friends." Serina met her gaze unflinching. "I get by." The queen's hand brushed a stray lock of silver hair from Serina's brow, claws gentle but never not dangerous. "I'd hate to see you waste that pretty head," she said. Then she stepped back, her outline already blurring as the city's lights flickered behind. "Her! Try not to die," Nyx called over her shoulder, "before you've solved the puzzle." And with that, she was gone. The only sign she'd ever been there, a streak of ice melting on the parapet and the memory of her fingers in Serina's hair. Serina stared out at the city, then at the bone shard, and let the world recalibrate around this new evidence. She wasn't sure if she'd just made a friend, an enemy, or something even stranger, but at least she'd made the list. Serina traced the city's old arteries to the edge of the necropolis, ducked the velvet rope meant to keep out the superstitious, and found herself before the statue called the Redend. It was ugly in a way only the truly sacred could be. A slab of rust-pitted metal, 6 arms reaching up to clutch at a mouthless face, the base a tangle of names too worn to read. Nobody left flowers, but a faint line of blood. Animal, probably, but you could never be sure, ran in a drip down the plinth. Serina circled it, letting her claws drum the corroded metal. She found the seam, old but not ancient, and levered. It opened with the bone shard Nyx had given her. The trapdoor shrieked, then gave, and the stink of ozone and embalming salts crawled out. She pulled a lantern from her kit, one of the old kind. Its light a thick orange, built to cut through magical darkness. The air in the tunnel was cool and dry, but static clung to her fur, warning of latent curses in the brickwork. The descent was brief but absolute. The steps spiraled, then straightened out into a corridor that widened with every meter, until she walked a path flanked by hundreds of cubbyholes, each stacked with glass ampules, bone scrolls, and sigil books whose spines looked like stitched skin. The Blood Archive. She slowed and let her senses dilate. The stories said this place drove mortals mad, or worse, made them remember things they'd never lived. For Serina, it was like walking through a home you'd only ever seen in nightmares. A sound guided her. Not a voice, not exactly, but a pulse of intent that pressed against her eardrums and eyelids at the same time. She followed it, ducking under a shelf lined with gnawed femurs, past a display case of preserved hearts, each labeled in a careful, looping script. The cases ended at a blank wall of old brick. She almost missed the clue, the flicker of a ward, when her lantern beam passed over a particular stone. She squinted and used the psychic lens from her coat. The lens showed nothing, but the wall felt thinner there, almost hollow. She ran her claws down the mortar and felt a tremor. Something on the other side wanted in or out. A quick 2-fingered sigil, and the wall evaporated into vapor. Beyond, a small chamber, caked in dust and the kind of silence that made her fangs ache. On the far side, half buried under collapsed shelving, was a slab of glass as wide as her wingspan. She crept closer, lantern out, and let the light crawl across its face. Glyphs. Hundreds, maybe thousands. They weren't just carved, they were fused into the glass at random angles, some shallow and flat, others deep enough to catch. A finger. The network of marks was impossible to follow at first, a maze that wanted you lost. But there, at the center, burned the symbol she'd been waiting for. The serpent dagger, writ larger than life, its twin heads coiled around a stylized heart. She reached out, almost touching, but stopped herself. The glyphs pulsed. Once, twice, and a ripple moved through the array, shifting the serpent dagger to point at the ceiling. She followed the line and looked up. The ceiling bulged. A second later, it ruptured. A bolt of light, black and cold. As space zipped past her head and blasted the far wall to powder, she hit the ground and rolled behind the slab. 2 more bolts followed, one burning a patch of fur from her leg, the other setting her lantern spinning. She hissed, low and guttural. "Come out, hybrid," said a voice, metallic and blurred, as if played through a broken speaker. She peeked, around the glass. 2 shapes, masked, armored, hunter-grade augments, moved into the chamber. One carried a wand, the other a blade that shimmered with anti-magic runes. "You're trespassing," said the taller one, wand arm steady. Serina showed her claws. "You're outdated." She launched herself low, scraping across the floor, using the spinning lantern as a distraction. The wand wielder fired, missed, and caught a mouthful of glass shards as Serina raked a line across the synth flesh of its neck. The other closed in, blade flashing. She twisted, let the edge graze her shoulder, and drove an elbow into the hunter's ribs. It barely flinched, but she didn't need it to. She just needed a second to get behind. She kicked off the slab, grabbed the hunter's arm, and wrenched it back until the elbow snapped with a dry pop. The blade dropped, clattering to the flagstones. Serina swept it up, ducked the next volley of wand fire, and threw the knife, end over end, straight into the first hunter's chest. It went down, twitching. The second, even with one arm, lunged at her with the violence of a cornered rat. She sidestepped, slammed its head against the wall, and left it to spasm out. She panted, tasting copper. Her shoulder oozed, the gash shallow but angry. She tore a strip from her sleeve, wrapped it tight, and glared at the slab. The glyphs hadn't stopped shifting. If anything, the fight had made them more active. She pressed her palm to the glass, ignoring the heat, and let her mind drift into the network. The symbols rearranged, forming a map, 3 points connected by arcing lines. At the center, her own family's sigil circled in red. It was a kill list, and she was next. She left the chamber at a dead run, slamming the vapor wall behind her, and didn't stop until she was back under the city's ruined sky. The wound throbbed, but the fear was colder and sharper. The hunters weren't just active again, they'd never stopped. And now they had a list. She stumbled out into the graveyard, half expecting more violence, but nothing followed. Just the faint, mocking presence of the redeemed, arms still clawing. At the blank face of fate, Serina spat blood at its feet, wiped her mouth, and started home. She limped through the shattered rows of stone, clutching her shoulder and cursing every ancestor who'd ever thought breeding with leopards was a good idea. The city's dead watched from their crypts, eyes hollow but hungry for new stories. Serina wanted nothing more than to crawl home, ice her wounds, and run the day's evidence through the world's meanest algorithm. Instead, she got more company. The sky above the necropolis was a sullen gray, the kind that promised rain and delivered only misery. But as Serina staggered past the first archway, the light collapsed, crushed by a pulse of cold, black fire that tore a hole straight through the clouds. Nyx dropped from the sky like a guillotine's blade. The Queen of Ash landed soft, bare, feet kissing the ground, eyes incandescent with joy and violence. 2 hunters flanked the main path, wands already primed, but Nyx didn't bother with spells. She stalked forward, hands open, and let the shadow light gather at her fingertips. The first hunter fired a stream of acid-bright energy. Nyx leaned, let it pass within an inch of her cheek, and smiled. The darkness around her thickened, then snapped, tendrils of shadow seizing the hunter by neck and ankle, hoisting it aloft. She said something in a language Serina didn't know, and the hunter's mask shattered, face underneath folding inward like wet paper. The second one tried to retreat, but Nyx was already on it. She caught the hunter by the throat, lifted it a full meter off the ground, and used her free hand to rip the weapon from its grip. She bent the barrel, dropped the body, and watched with idle curiosity as it convulsed on the stones. Serina kept her distance, half in awe, half in a tactical retreat. Nyx noticed, and for a moment her expression softened. Just a flicker, but real. "See?" Nyx called, voice echoing off the mausoleums. "Sometimes it pays to have friends in low places." Serina spat blood onto a cracked angel. "I had it handled." Nyx patted over, not caring about the bodies cooling at her feet. She reached out, flicked a bit of dust from Serina's lapel, and then pressed a palm against the wound. Her touch was ice and velvet. "You're leaking?" Nyx said. "Nothing fatal." Nyx's eyes glittered. "Not yet." They stood there, caught in the brief silence left by violence, until Nyx broke it with a whisper. "I placed a ward in your lining weeks ago, a locator glyph, in case you got in over your head, or ran," Serina hissed, anger overtaking pain. "You what?" Nyx didn't flinch. "You could have died." "I didn't," Serina shot back. "No," Nyx said, voice gone gentle, "because I got here in time." The Queen's fingers lingered at Serina's neck, thumb brushing the faint pulse beneath her skin. The closeness was electric, every nerve in Serina's body screaming to run or to lunge forward. She chose neither. "Don't," Serina said, barely above a whisper. "Not now." Nyx smiled, sadness and hunger folded together. "Next time," she said, "you won't be the only one bleeding." She drew her hand away, leaving a cold memory in its place, and vanished. Just gone, a flicker in the gloom. Serina staggered, braced herself against a headstone, and waited for the world to stop spinning. When it did, she was alone. Not safe, but alive. For the moment, that would have to be enough. She made it home just before dawn, blood stuck to her fur and smoke still clinging to what was left of her coat. She tossed the garment over a chair, ignoring the new tears and scorch marks, and let herself slide to the floor beneath the hovering orb she used for late-night forensics. The orb whined to life, casting bands of blue and violet through the little room. She blinked until her eyes adjusted, then set the psychic lens and a sheet of dark vellum on her knees. The glyph sequence from the archive was a living thing in her memory. Slippery, stinging, always a few degrees from solid. She started slow, tracing the first symbol with a trembling claw. The vellum drank up the ink, swallowing the lines so they glowed faintly even after she'd moved on. By the third mark, her hand had steadied. She found the rhythm: curve, angle, break. Each glyph built on the last, the network reconstructing itself in 2 dimensions where the archive slab had woven in 3. She worked through the pain, through the exhaustion, until the pattern was complete. A sprawling, interlinked web, every strand of it ready to collapse or expand depending on where you pressed. She thumbed through the battered grimoire she'd lifted from the hall, searching for the annotation she half remembered from her schooling. It was there in the margin, a scrawl from an old instructor who'd hated her on principle. Threaded blood, the glyph of convergence. It appears in prophetic alignments when hybrid bloodlines rise to prominence. Considered myth, seen only during the last purge. She sat back, letting the words settle, then looked at the web she'd made. The serpent dagger, her family's sigil, at the core. Everything else radiated outward, but every line circled back to her. She realized suddenly that the glyph was alive, not just metaphorically. The thing was a beacon, a living signal, pulsing out through the city's ley lines. Every hunter, every spell, every ward tuned to seek this particular pattern, this convergence of blood and magic. She wasn't just a target. She was the bait. Serina let her head thump back against the wall, eyes drifting up to where the orb's light painted, the ceiling in loops and shadows. She wondered who would come for her first. Lysandra, Nyx, or something worse. She drew her knees up, hugged them close, and let the silence wrap around her. Outside, the city was waking. Inside, she watched the glyph pulse on the vellum over and over and waited for the next move. Chapter 4: Velvet Claws and Razorlight. The vein markets ran on blood, not cash. Every booth, every blinking neon slit in the stone, every backroom promise in the shattered ring existed to sell something best left unsaid. After dusk, the magic seeped up from the gutter and painted everything with an oily, malignant sheen. Most folks hurried past with their heads down and their pockets stitched tight. Serina Fey went in with her coat inside outliner out, sigils erased, the subtle tricks of reverse-worn cloth muting her scent trail to a ghost of static and ozone. Her silver braid, usually a flag for trouble, hid beneath a ratty scarf the color of dried rust. She stalked the perimeter of the bazaar, boots soft on the sticky, resin-slick flagstones. The market proper was packed. Shifters, half-wraiths, and the occasional idiot mage kid slumming it for street cred. But Serina had no business with any of them. She slipped through the meat of the crowd, shadowboxing at their periphery, until she reached a stretch of mortared crypt stones lining a half-ruined corridor. The gravestone counter at its end was a fixture, its surface pitted with centuries of deals gone sour and the initials of more than one unlucky snitch. He sat there in the flicker of red glyph light, skin so tight on the bone it was hard to tell, where his face stopped and the underlying gristle started. Rask. His eyes were the wrong kind of bright, not reflective but self-illuminated, pupils like pinpricks on a cracked eggshell. The glyphs above his head spat a warble of promotional noise. Discounts on demon powder, upgrades on blood filtration, the usual. But Rasky ignored it, one finger tracing loops in the air as if drawing invisible glyphs only he could see. Serina leaned on the counter, weight casual but ready. "Evening," she said, voice pitched low enough that it wouldn't carry past the scarred marble. Raska's head jerked up. The air around him prickled with a flavor of fear so pure it burned the back of her tongue. "Don't know you," he snapped. "Not on the ledger." Wasn't looking to be, Serina replied. She let her gaze scan the stacked shelves behind. Him, reading the labels for the rare, the illegal, and the desperate. But I hear you can get things. Things that shouldn't move through this part of the city. Raska snorted, but the scent of panic rose sharper. Not for people like you, he said. She traced a line through the condensation on the counter, letting her claws just catch the stone. You know Duskvale? She asked softly. The word stuck to the air like an old curse. His face didn't move, but the loops of his fingers stuttered. You law? I'm curious, she said, about something rare. Something ritual, burned and sealed, like what got used on Duskvale. He tried to cover the shiver with a laugh. Plenty got burned there, lady. All kinds of stories. Do you want to buy a ghost, maybe? Or just some fancy bone meal? Serina let the silence stretch until it creaked. I want what was left behind. For a moment, Roski held her gaze, something calculating flickering beneath the facade. Then his hand darted under the counter, fast and mean. Serina moved faster. She caught his wrist mid-grab, claws whispering out through the fraying wool of her gloves. Easy, she said. I'm just browsing. He twisted and tried to pull back, but she tightened her grip until the joints in his fingers ground audibly. You shouldn't be here, Fey, Raska hissed. She tilted her head, boots scraping the damp floor. And yet, here I am. He bared, his teeth, but the effect was ruined by the yellowed gums and the small, too-sharp fangs. You don't know what you're poking. Serina released his hand and watched as the blood refilled his fingers, slow and sullen. You're about to tell me. She left the statement there, dead on the stone, and waited. He eyed her, then the crowd, then the far-off glimmer of a city that had stopped caring centuries ago. For a moment, Serina thought he'd try to run, maybe even call for the old market security. But Roski wasn't stupid. He just didn't want to die tonight. He dropped his voice to a whisper, so thin it barely vibrated the air. All the stuff from Duskvale's lockup got bled through this place last month, most of it's dust now, or upstate with the conclave. But one piece, the hot one, it's still around. Someone's keeping it for a ritual. They say it's got teeth. Serina's tail, hidden under the coat, flicked with anticipation. Who's got it? He shook his head. Nobody says. I just broke her. The ones moving that kind of heat don't even walk the ring in body. They use meat puppets, remote or summoned, and nobody sane wants to get near it. Word is, the last courier lost 3 fingers just carrying the box. Serina arched a brow. Then how do you expect to sell it? He smirked, thin and lizard-like. Desperate people pay in advance. The buyer hasn't come yet, so it's just floating, waiting for someone with the balls to touch it. She let him see her fangs as she grinned. Guess you found her? For a split second, fear flared bright and sharp in Raska's face. But he recovered because people like him didn't live long if they couldn't bluff. He reached under the counter again, slower this time, and came back with a slip of paper folded in quarters. You didn't get this from me, he said. She slid it into her coat and thumbed the edge until she felt the texture of ink and oil and old, old blood. Wouldn't dream of it, she replied. He watched her go, and the glyph light buzzed a little harder as if nervous it might be next. Serina melted into the market's neon afterglow, the slip burning in her pocket, the first piece of the puzzle snagged in her claws. The hunt was on. The first sign was the sour tingle of ozone crawling up her spine. The second was the smell. Burnt sugar, sulfur, and the sharp sting of panic sweat. Serina recognized the dump ward half a second before it triggered, but in the vein markets, half a second meant shit. The glyphs overhead detonated in a snap of red and ultraviolet, flooding the corridor in a pulse that felt like it was peeling the skin off her bones. Rask vanished behind a wall of crackling smoke, a cartoon of terror on his face as the counter, and everything behind it liquefied into a spiral of screaming sigils. The sound went subsonic, the air sheared sideways, and then the floor wasn't there anymore. She dropped boots first, 2 full flights through a shaft that stank of old insulation, and whatever people dumped in forgotten gutters. The impact jarred her knees but didn't throw her. Shifter reflexes locked, limbs already braced for landing. She hit slick stone, skidded on something viscous, and dropped into a crouch, claws out. Above, the tunnel sealed itself with a hiss, the trap resetting for the next idiot who thought they could outbargain the markets. Below, silence. No, not silence. Breath. 3 of them, standing in the gloom. Each wore the mask, featureless, bone white, the eye slots void and utterly still. The armor glinted at their necks and wrists, charmed steel etched in runes that ate. Whatever light reached the lower alley, the rest of their bodies swaddled in matte black, absorbing the ambient magic like a sponge. Hunters. Serina didn't wait for the threat display. She flexed her claws, watched their weight shift, and made a quick scan for exits. The alley was a bottle, sealed at both ends. Maybe a rat's width gap between the trash piles and the wall. No crowd, no witnesses, no time. One of the hunters advanced, boots leaving no print on the muck. The charmed steel blade unfolded from his sleeve with a click, shaped like an old-world straight razor, but longer, heavier, meant for carving through more than just flesh. Serina spat the taste of ozone out of her mouth and rolled her neck. You boys get lost, or just decide to skip the subtlety? The lead hunter said nothing, just tilted its head in perfect unison with the 2 behind. That was the worst part about them. Not the hardware, not even the killing intent, but the absolute commitment to the act. No bravado, no warning, just the cold certainty of a predator with nothing left to prove. She slid left, tail flicking the ground, and drew her wand, midnight black, the core still hot from the last charge. The hunters didn't flinch, so they wanted her alive. At least for now. She clicked the wand's safety off and let her posture soften, feigning a shake in her left leg. The lead hunter took the bait and closed the distance, blade up and ready. The other 2 fanned to either side, a net tightening around her. Serina held until the last possible second, then pivoted, using the wall as a springboard. The lead hunter's blade whistled past her ear. She ducked, planting a boot in his stomach, and twisted. The move yanked her up and over, vaulting her through the air, but the second hunter was ready. It caught her by the back of the coat and slammed her into the stone, hard enough to split mortar. She snarled, backhanded the second hunter's mask, then raked her claws across the charm steel at his neck. Sparks, but not blood. These had been upgraded. The third hunter fired a net of blue-white charge. She dodged, but it grazed her thigh, cold burning through the coat and into the skin beneath. She landed, rolled, and bared her fangs. "Nice toys," she said, forcing the pain into a low growl. "Guess the old guild's recruiting again." The hunters advanced as one. The only sound was the wet slap of boots on the alley and the hiss of energy coiling around their weapons. Serina braced herself. It was going to be one of those nights. The fight started the way most good ones did. Too quick, too loud, and with just enough warning to make it hurt. The first bolt from the lead hunter's charm steel wand shrieked through the air, vaporizing a fist-sized chunk of stone where Serina's head had been. She'd already dropped low, tail snapping flat against the ground for extra torque. The stink of molten rock mixed with her scorched fur as she went lateral, rolling through the puddle of chemical runoff at the alley's center. The second bolt fizzed past, but she was moving before the shooter could recalibrate. Her boots found. Purchase in the filth, and she went up, catapulted by a shifter's thigh muscles and a lifetime of knowing exactly how long she could hang in the air. She closed on the lead hunter, who was fast but not fast enough. Her claws raked through his upraised arm, slicing cloth and skin. It should have shredded tendon, but instead of blood, the wound flashed with a hot red spark, healing glyphs tattooed in a spiral up his wrist, programmed to patch or replace. Whatever got damaged, so she changed tactics. Instead of going for muscle, she went for the tattoo itself. One sharp, deliberate slice, and the glyph peeled away, leaking incandescent residue. The hunter's fingers spasmed and dropped the wand. She caught it mid-fall, pivoted, and sent it flying down the alley with a flick of her wrist. The second hunter lunged for her waist, trying for a bear hug, but she reversed momentum and slammed her heel into his shin. The bone should have broken, but he just bent at the knee and swung his entire body around, grappling her in a move that screamed synthetic upgrades. She twisted in his grip, tail coiling up between their bodies to wedge itself against his ribs, then went limp. The trick, old as predation, was to let the attacker overcommit. As he slammed her to the ground, she rolled into it, using his force to pivot them both. The hunter landed on top, expecting her to be dazed, but her hand was already between them. Claws aimed for the soft spot just beneath his jawline. She jabbed up, but the mask didn't give, reinforced. Instead, she scraped the edge of the mask, found the line where it met flesh, and dug in hard. A pulse of blood, cold, almost blue, sprayed the inside of the visor, blinding him. He tried to throw her, but she clung, biting through the gloves, and feeling the crunch of phalanges beneath her teeth. She spat a mouthful of latex and blood, then wrenched herself free. The third hunter closed, baton out and humming with kinetic runes. It pulsed with the kind of force that shattered vertebrae or, failing that, memories. She dodged the first swing, let it carve a trench in the wall behind her, then slipped past the second. The air around the baton sizzled, distorting the world. Like a heat mirage. "Cute trick," she said, circling, "but I'm not in the mood for a beating tonight." He didn't reply, just flicked the baton to expand it to full staff length and pressed the attack. She kept her distance, buying herself time to scan for options. The alley had narrowed. Her only way out was through the three of them, and she could already see the others recalibrating for a second round. She dipped a hand into the lining of her coat, found the capsule of smoke burst stitched just below the lapel, and flicked it open with her thumb. The third hunter caught the movement and closed, baton tip aimed at her temple. She ducked under the swing, letting the hair on her scalp singe as it passed, then dropped the capsule at their feet. For a moment, nothing. Then the world went white, smoke with the density and bite of old ammonia flooding the air and painting everything with a layer of confusion. Serina rolled with the blast, came up behind the lead hunter, and raked her claws down the exposed glyphwork. At his nape, the skin parted, taking the spell with it. He screamed, short, sharp, then cut off as the second hunter, now half blind and still dripping blood, flailed for her with the baton. She let him overextend, tripped him with a sweep of her foot, and sent him face first into the alley wall. The third hunter stumbled in the smoke, tracking her by sound. She let him, staying just loud enough to draw him in. As he got close, she used the wall to spring over him, landed behind, and stomped his ankle with a downward strike that sent his weight snapping the bone. He staggered, baton still raised, but she snaked her arm around his throat and yanked him backward, using his momentum to throw him into the other two. 3 hunters, one pile, all of them clutching at fresh wounds and fighting for air in the thickening smog. Serina didn't wait. She spun, scanned for the promised exit, and spotted the crumbling arch at the alley's end, half buried in trash, but open enough for her to squeeze through. She ran for it, boots slipping in the residue, ears ringing from the smoke and static. Behind her, the hunters started to recover, but she was already in the tunnel, already out of sight. The air in the new passage was colder, thinner, and alive with the echo of the fight. She pressed a hand to her thigh, feeling the sizzle where the net charge had scored her. It would scar, but she'd had worse. She looked back once, saw the blue-white glow of the hunters regrouping, then melted into the darkness of the access. Tunnel. The old city swallowed her whole. The tunnel spat her out into a circular chamber, low-ceilinged and sweating with condensation. Light pooled weirdly from a lattice of filaments strung along the walls, each pulsed with a heartbeat rhythm, half magic, half biology. At first the place seemed abandoned, another forgotten cistern of the city's nervous system. But the second? Her eyes adjusted, the chamber's purpose grew sickeningly clear. Rows of translucent growth sacs, each one the size of a coffin, all tethered to the far wall by pulsing blue veins, quivered with every heartbeat. Inside, fragments of flesh and spell metal floated in a syrupy gel, twitching as if trying to stitch themselves into something more than the sum of their parts. The air stank of copper, hormones, and fresh paint. On the floor, a glyph. Not painted, not carved, but grown. Spines of congealed blood radiated from its center, each barbed with glassy crystals. It was a perverse version of the threaded blood symbol, more aggressive, more animal. At the glyph's core, a woman. She was bound to the floor by ropes of hair and silver wire, arms outstretched, mouth sewn tight with the same thread. Her eyes were open, fever bright, and her chest barely rose with each breath. Serina's mind ran the math. Ritual chamber, organic spellwork, a captive focus. Whatever was going down here wasn't just about death. It was about transformation, hybridization, or worse. She moved to the edge of the glyph, careful not to let her own blood drip into the pattern. The air around the glyph felt thick, like walking through honey. Each step drew static from her coat, the hairs on her arms and tail standing on end. She kicked through the chalk and rune ring with one boot, splintering the pattern, then used a claw to slice the silver thread from the woman's mouth. The sound the woman made was more exhalation than a scream, a gasp like a lung finally reinflated after drowning. Blood sprayed from her lips. But she was alive. Too late, the woman rasped, words gurgling with every syllable. Serina looked up. In the wall behind the woman, the largest growth sac burst, spilling its contents onto the floor with a wet, arterial gurgle. A mass of fused flesh and sigil-branded metal sloughed out, forming the rough outline of a human torso, but with extra limbs. A centipede of arms, each ending in blades or bone clubs. Its face was a smooth mask, void-eyed, with the threaded blood glyph branded over where the mouth should be. The thing dragged itself upright, a puppet of wet muscle and stinking ambition. Serina backed up, dragging the wounded woman behind her. "Who did this to you?" she demanded, but the woman just shook her head, face slick with blood and tears. "They're coming," she whispered, and then her body seized up, every muscle locked. Above, a trio of figures melted from the shadows. 3 new hunters, each in full charm steel, each carrying a weapon designed to end bloodlines. They didn't bother with theatrics, just dropped in, blades out, moving with the mechanical precision of organisms that had rehearsed this kill 1,000 times. The flesh thing shambled closer, the glyphs on its body sparking with energy as the hunters advanced. For a brief, horrible second, Serina realized that this wasn't a hit squad. It was a containment unit, tasked not with killing the woman, but with the abomination that was growing in the center of the room. She set her jaw, released her grip on the wounded woman, and stepped forward, baring her claws and her teeth. "Come on then," she said. The first hunter split from the formation, flanking Serina with a blur of black and chrome. She anticipated the move, spinning to face him. But the flesh thing reached out first, its centipede arms grabbing the hunter and pinning him to the wall. The hunter howled, firing a point-blank charge into the thing's torso, but the shot just stitched another line of red-hot sigil across its surface. The second hunter used the distraction to close in on Serina, swinging a blade for her throat. She ducked, pivoted, and raked her claws down his unguarded flank. Blood and glyph dust sprayed the air, and the hunter reeled, losing 2 fingers as her claws clipped his hand. The third hunter didn't engage. He ran straight for the glyphs core, slamming a crystal spike into the bloody pattern. The glyph screamed, the noise so high it shattered the growth sacs and sent a wave of raw magic slamming through the room. The woman on the floor convulsed, her body arcing as if electrocuted. The glyph responded, its spines lancing out in every direction, seeking flesh. Serina saw it coming and leaped, grabbing the woman and pulling her free a split second before the glyph's barbs impaled the place where she'd been. The flesh thing shambled closer, the glyphs on its body sparking with energy as the hunters advanced. For a brief, horrible second, Serina realized that this wasn't a hit squad. It was a containment unit, tasked not with killing the woman, but with the abomination that was growing in the center of the room. She set her jaw, released her grip on the wounded woman, and stepped forward, baring her claws and her teeth. "Come on then," she said. The first hunter split from the formation, flanking Serina with a blur of black and chrome. She anticipated the move, spinning to face him, but the flesh thing reached out first, its centipede arms grabbing the hunter and pinning him to the wall. The hunter howled, firing a point-blank charge into the thing's torso, but the shot just stitched another line of red-hot sigil across its surface. The second hunter used the distraction to close in on Serina, swinging a blade for her throat. She ducked, pivoted, and raked her claws down his unguarded flank. Blood and glyph dust sprayed the air, and the hunter reeled, losing 2 fingers as her claws clipped his hand. The third hunter didn't engage. He ran straight for the glyph's core, slamming a crystal spike into the bloody pattern. The glyph screamed, the noise so high it shattered the growth sacs and sent a wave of raw magic slamming through the room. The woman on the floor convulsed, her body arcing as if electrocuted. The glyph responded, its spines lancing out in every direction, seeking flesh. Serina saw it coming and leaped, grabbing the woman and pulling her free a split second before the glyph's barbs impaled the place where she'd been. The flesh thing went berserk, arms whipping around in a storm of meat and steel. The hunter pinned to the wall was ripped in half, torso and legs spinning in opposite directions. As the monster snapped the body apart, Serina ducked, keeping low, and scanned for a way out. The only exits were above, the grates the hunters had. Dropped from, or back through the tunnel where she'd come. She locked eyes with the second hunter, who was bleeding but still moving. He charged her, but she used the wounded woman as a distraction, tossing her toward the hunter's feet. He hesitated, catching the body, and Serina used the moment to plant her claws in the side of his helmet, wrenching it clean off. The man underneath was young, hairless, with eyes the color of bruised peaches. He looked at her with surprise, then fury. "You're not supposed to be here," he said. Serina hissed. "Get in line!" She left him cradling his ruined face and ran for the wall, scaling it with a combination of claws and muscle memory. The grates above were barely wide enough for her, but shifter bones were made to flex. She heard the hunters below, their voices panicked now as the flesh thing chewed through the containment squad, glyphs sparking and spines lashing. The wounded. Woman crawled to the wall, blood streaking behind her, eyes wild and pleading. "Help me!" she begged. Serina reached down, grabbed her wrist, and hauled her up and out of the kill zone. They clambered through the grate into a crawl space filled with warm, reeking air. Serina slapped a hand over the woman's mouth to keep her quiet, then listened. Below, the room was chaos. Hunters dying, the flesh thing howling in a dozen voices, the glyph chewing its way through concrete and magic. Above, only silence. Serina exhaled, then crawled forward, dragging the woman with her. "You're safe," she lied. "For now." The woman sobbed, not trusting words, but clung to Serina as if she were the last real thing in the world. They moved through the vent, back toward the city, leaving the horror behind. Serina didn't look back. She didn't need to. They made it. 3 blocks through the ancient crawl space before Serina heard the telltale echo behind them. She stopped, pressed the woman to the wall, and waited. The shadow that dropped from the next vent was a hunter, one of the new breed, patchwork flesh and charm steel, moving with a limp that said he'd been on the losing side of their last encounter. He was alone, but hunters didn't do fear or surrender. He came in fast, kinetic baton out and humming. Serina dropped into a low crouch, letting him overshoot, then swept his legs with her tail. The hunter tumbled, recovered, and threw a knife at her from prone. She batted it away, but it clipped her arm, charm steel edge burning like liquid nitrogen. She hissed, closed the gap, and slashed at his throat. The armor was thin here, a last-minute field patch, so her claws tore through, drawing blood and a glittering spill of static. The wound should have killed him, but these were hunters, the body just rerouted, glyphwork crackling as it tried to close the gap. He landed a fist in her ribs and another in her face. She took the hits, twisting to minimize damage, and tried to break his wrist, but he let his arm go slack, escaping her grip, then fired a disruptor glyph straight into her back. It exploded against her shoulder blade, turning her nerves to static, and her vision into a whirl of reversed colors and afterimages. For a second, she lost the thread, couldn't tell where she ended and the air began. Every sound turned to light, every smell a taste of something burning. The hunter pressed the advantage, batting her across the crawl space, baton raised to finish the job. Serina crumpled to one knee, head ringing, vision pulsing with geometric patterns. The baton swung for her skull. It never landed. A shaft of sigil light tore through the cracked ceiling, catching the hunter mid-swing and pinning him to the far wall. The glyphs on his body went dark, one by one, like candles blown out. The hunter's helmet rolled across the floor, coming to a stop at Serina's feet. She looked up, spots still dancing in her eyes. Queen Lysandra Vielle descended through the ragged opening, a ring of prismatic glyphs swirling at her ankles. Her hair floated behind her like a comet's tail, and the glow from her tattoos painted the tunnel in shifting fractal colors. "Late?" Serina managed, spitting blood and the memory of pain. Lysandra landed soft, eyes not leaving the still twitching hunter. "I was waiting to see how many you'd kill before asking for help," she replied, tone clinical, but not unkind. The hunter struggled, clawing at the light that pinned him, but Lysandra flicked her wrist, and chains of pure energy wrapped around him, binding his arms and legs like a marionette. She closed her hand, and the chains tightened, crushing the hunter to a pulp and leaving only a stain of blood and sigil dust on the wall. She turned to Serina, looking her up and down. "You're leaking," Lysandra said, matter of fact. Serina blinked, then laughed, the sound more relief than humor. "You should see the other guys." Lysandra helped her up, the touch warm and bracing. "I have. They're dead." She glanced past Serina at the woman, who cowered in the corner, eyes wide. Lysandra's expression softened a fraction. "Who's she?" "Victim," Serina said. "Or a witness. Either way, she's not staying down here." Lysandra nodded, then knelt to the woman's level, voice dropping to a soothing register. "You're safe," she said, though Serina doubted anyone believed it. The woman stared at Lysandra's tattoos, mesmerized by the shifting light. "You're the queen," she whispered, as if the words might invoke a curse. Lysandra offered a smile, not the courtly version, but something almost genuine. "Yes, and you're free." The woman sobbed, the sound echoing off the old stone. Serina leaned against the wall, letting her wounds close up, and watched Lysandra work. For all her power, the queen moved with care, not wanting to frighten the survivor any more than necessary. They left the tunnel together, Lysandra in front, Serina dragging the woman behind her, and stepped out into the cold, unkind night. Above them, the city didn't even notice. They hadn't made it more than 10 meters up the alley before a ripple of shadow painted itself across the stone and resolved with theatrical languor into the form of Queen Nyx Raventhorn. Her hair was a tangle of black and moonlight. Lips were glossy with the spill of someone else's blood. She wore silk, as always, but tonight it was torn and soaked dark where the fights had gotten personal. She leaned against the wall, arms folded, watching Serina and Lysandra with the weary amusement of a parent whose children just couldn't stop stabbing each other. "Shame I missed the fun," Nyx purred, voice of velvet blade. Lysandra didn't turn, but the temperature in the alley dropped a couple of degrees. "You didn't. You just missed the planning." Nyx's eyebrow climbed, sardonic. "You say planning, I say hovering judgmentally. Either way, the result's the same." Serina straightened, boots echoing in the cold. "I say both of you nearly let me die." Nyx grinned, all canines and threats. "You were being impressive. We didn't want to interrupt." Lysandra bristled, but kept her hands visible, palms out. "This isn't your sector, Raventhorn." Nyx drifted closer, shedding darkness like perfume. "It's not yours either. Not tonight." She looked at the woman they'd rescued, then back at Serina. "Nice catch. She's the only living survivor from the Duskvale spill, isn't she?" Serina didn't bother confirming. "What do you want, Nyx?" Nyx's gaze cut to Lysandra, then back. "Same thing she does, I imagine. To keep you alive until you solve this. After that, well..." She let the sentence dangle. The three of them stood there, triangle tight and intractable. The rescued woman, cowered against the wall, eyes huge, chest rattling with every breath. Serina stepped in front of her, not out of trust, but habit. "So what now?" Serina asked, glancing between the two queens. "You going to fight over her, or just take turns? Following me until one of you gets bored?" Nyx smiled, slow and predatory. "We could do both." For a moment no one moved. Then the city above shifted. A train, or maybe an explosion, the noise enough to reset the tension. Lysandra nodded to the woman. "We'll take her to the hall. She'll be safe there." Nyx bared her teeth in a facsimile of a smile. "Sure, unless someone wants to finish the job." Serina stepped in, voice cold as the air. "Nobody's touching her, not unless they go through me." The two queens studied each other. Then Serina and some old, battered compromise took root. Nyx straightened, shook the blood from her hands, and vanished into the dark without another word. Lysandra lingered, gave Serina an almost grateful look, and then guided the woman away, their footsteps fading into the night. Serina stood alone in the alley, eyes burning, knuckles white. She wasn't anyone's favorite anything, but for now, she was still breathing. It began as a whisper, the kind of subsonic groan that told every animal within range to run or burrow deep. Then the whole chamber shuddered, dust and ancient grit raining from the ceiling. Serina's brain, drunk on adrenaline, didn't stop to check the source. She just grabbed the barely conscious woman, threw her over one shoulder, and sprinted back the way they'd come. Only she didn't make it 10 paces before the corridor ahead buckled, stone twisting like taffy as another glyph detonated deep within the walls. Lysandra's voice was a command and a lifeline. "Down!" The Queen of Light braced her arms, palms glowing, and threw a ward dome wide enough to shelter all three of them. The impact slammed into the dome like a sledgehammer. Serina's teeth rattled in her skull, and the rescued woman shrieked even through her exhaustion. From the opposite side, shadow moved, and then Nyx was there, lithe as a rumor, yanking Serina's collar and hauling both of them toward a half-standing arch just as the ceiling caved in behind. The collision left them tangled together, grit and hair and blood in one knot, as the dust settled like a death shroud. For a beat, no one moved. Then Lysandra straightened, hair powdered with lime and magic, and fixed Nyx with a stare that could sterilize an entire city block. Nyx only grinned, sharp and careless, and dusted off her stained silk. She held the rescued woman in the crook of her arm, cloak wrapped snugly against the cold. Serina found herself pressed tight between both queens, shoulder to shoulder with the two most dangerous women in Zenithria. "Nice timing," Serina muttered, pawing a rock from her tangled braid. Lysandra adjusted her sleeve, the motion precise. "I told you I warded your coat," Nyx huffed, feigning offense. "And I told you we'd have to babysit her eventually." Serina bared her fangs in a smile meant to wound. "Babysit me again, and I swear I'll bury you both in this cave." Nyx murmured, "Don't tease me with a good time," and reached over to pluck a pebble from Serina's hair, her touch light but loaded. Serina twisted away, searching for a clear exit. The only way forward was up, through a ragged fissure in the archway. "You two don't show up at the same time without a reason, so which one of you tracked me, and which one followed the other?" Lysandra's voice was unflinching, eyes on Nyx. "We're not working together," Serina scoffed. "Could have fooled me." Nyx shrugged, lips curling. "Do you want the political truth or the personal one?" Serina's glare sharpened, the gold of her irises cutting through the grime. "Either one going to come without fangs?" Lysandra answered first, voice soft but unyielding. Doubtful. Serina planted her boots, holding the rescued woman tight. "Why me? There are 100 monsters in this city and twice as many dead heroes. Why chase a shifter through the worst night of her life?" Lysandra looked away, jaw clenching. "You're the only one who doesn't owe either of us allegiance." Nyx arched an eyebrow, her gaze oddly gentle. "That makes you dangerous. And interesting," Serina snapped. "It also makes me not yours." Lysandra shifted, knee bumping. Serina's thigh. "No one said you were." Nyx's voice, when it came, was so quiet Serina almost missed it. "But you are in the center, Serina, and no one stays in the center without drawing gravity." The silence after was thick, electric, neither hostility nor truce. Just 3 creatures orbiting the same wound, unable to help but be pulled closer. The rescued woman whimpered, eyes rolling in her head. Serina shrugged off her coat, bundled it around the woman, and met the queen's gazes in turn. "So what now?" she said, low and raw. Lysandra's eyes glimmered in the darkness. "Now we get her to the hall, and you—" she nodded at Serina. "Get patched up. The city needs its only functional investigator." Nyx smiled, canines glinting in the fractured light. "And maybe, if she's lucky, a drink." The trio climbed the ragged passage, shoes crunching on broken glyphs and old bones. At the top, the city waited, dirtier, louder, more alive than anything that haunted its veins. Serina hauled herself into the night, both queens. Chapter 5. The Queen's Bite. Serina woke to the scent of crushed roses, burnt copper, and something darker that crawled across the inside of her sinuses like a warning. The air was thick, pulsing with the hush of powerful enchantment, magic. So old and confident, it didn't bother to disguise itself as anything but itself. The weight of the bedsheets felt like velvet and starlight, trapping every movement until she surrendered and lay still. Somewhere above her, a chandelier flickered, with cold blue witch flame, painting the high ceiling in a slow surgical rotation. She kept her eyes closed for another moment. There was safety in the dark, or at least plausible deniability. She didn't need to see to know who watched her. "You're not as light a sleeper as they warned me," said Nyx Raventhorn, Queen of Ashes. Her voice was lower than a whisper, higher than a threat, and it snaked through the room like heat in a glass of old wine. Serina's eyelids snapped open and she rolled onto her back, head pounding in double time. "I don't dream in your house," she rasped, instantly regretting how weak her own voice sounded. Nyx perched at the foot of the bed, shoes still forbidden, feet pale and predatory against the black wood floor. She wore a gown of shadow silk, translucent in places and impossible to read everywhere else. "You do now. You've been unconscious for nearly 12 hours. Serina blinked, willing her eyes to focus. The chamber was impossibly large for a city like Zenithria. Its walls, covered in books and bones and banners that bore Nyx's sigil, a pair of hollow eyes ringed with concentric, recursive glyphs. A domed window revealed the city's neon horizon, but the glass was so old it warped the light into ghostly ribbons. 12? Serina swung her legs off the edge of the nest bed. Yes, literally a nest, woven from branches, memory foam, and what looked suspiciously like the shredded flags of enemy houses. Her shirt clung to her back, sweat wet, over the faintly humming glyph that had been branded onto her skin during the last fight. She peeled the fabric away, inspecting the mark. It wasn't bleeding, but it wasn't healed either. It pulsed in, time with her heart, hungry and raw. "What did you give me?" she demanded, half hoping for an answer she'd actually like. Nyx shrugged, a slow and effortless gesture. "Nothing you didn't already ask for by bleeding out in my arms." Serina flexed her fingers and extended her claws. Shorter than normal, dulled by whatever sedative or ritual Nyx had dosed her with. "Why here?" she asked, voice sharpening. Nyx's lips curled at the edges, revealing the smallest suggestion of fang. "Because the cradle ward reeks of arcane politics, and you weren't in any state to argue. Besides..." She stretched, slow and languid until her spine cracked audibly. "I wanted to see what you looked like vulnerable." Serina's tail lashed, betraying her even as she tried to stay still. "Whatever you think you're doing, you're not keeping me here. Here is subjective, kitten." Nyx stood, gliding toward the bed with the perfect silent predation of her kind. "You're not a prisoner. You're a guest, and a valuable one. Even the floor bowed when I brought you in." Serina stared, unwilling to yield an inch, because they were checking for weak spots. Nyx's grin was all teeth. "Maybe." The queen crossed the room in a hush of silk and shadow, trailing the scent of old wounds and expensive soap. "You should eat," she said, nudging a platter of something red and unidentifiable toward the bedside. "You'll need your energy for what comes next." Serina ignored the food. Instead, she tested her limbs, cataloging the damage. One wrist. Bruised, ribs tender, skin still crackling with the after effects of last night's glyph barrage. She found her balance and stood, wobbling only for a second before the old instincts kicked in. "Next time you want to abduct me," she said, "leave a note." Nyx laughed, genuine and rich. "Why would I risk you not reading it?" Serina padded to the window, pressing a hand against the cold glass. From this height, Zenithria looked small and fragile, a swirl of steel and spell smoke set against the bulge of the river and the ragged lights beyond. It was the only city she'd ever called home, and it was her only leverage against the monsters now trying to recruit her. She felt Nyx's gaze on the back of her neck. It prickled, like the promise of a fight. "You didn't just want to see me vulnerable," Serina said, not turning around. "You wanted to see if I'd break." Nyx approached, stopping just short of touch. "If you were going to break, you'd have done it already." Serina exhaled through her teeth, tail sweeping slow across the floor. "You're not subtle." Nyx's smile was a brand. "Neither are you. That's why I like you." She reached for Serina's shoulder, slow enough, to let her pull away, but Serina stood her ground. Nyx's fingers were cold, but the grip was careful, almost reverent. "You should rest," Nyx said. "Your next move matters. The others, Lysandra, the Hall, even the Hunters, will be waiting for you to misstep." Serina shrugged the hand off. "I don't misstep. I improvise." Nyx let her hand fall, but her eyes never left Serina's. "You can improvise later. For now, you're safe." Serina doubted that, but she let the moment hang, charged and brittle, neither of them willing to break at first. She finally turned, facing the Queen of Ashes in full. "If I'm not a prisoner, then let me leave." Nyx stepped aside, making a theatrical bow. "Doors open, kitten." Serina stalked to the door, then stopped on the threshold. "Don't call me that," she said. Nyx's grin never faded. "Maybe." Serina left, slamming the door hard enough to rattle the bottles on Nyx's wall. The hallway beyond was cold, the walls lined with velvet drapes and knives arranged in artful, homicidal patterns. She breathed deep, steadying herself, and started. Down the corridor. It didn't matter how the Queen of Ashes wanted to play this. Serina had always been better at the long game, but as she moved through the silent palace, she could still feel Nyx's gaze. Hungry, curious, and unshakably certain that whatever happened next, Serina would be right at the center of it. She hated how much she wanted to prove her right. The stairs wound downward, ribbed in alternating bands of black glass and moonlit marble, each step humming faintly as Serina's bare feet touched it. Nyx led the way, moving like a rumor, her silhouette, a shifting cutout against the liquid dark. The palace's upper levels had been all engineered gloom and velvet, but down here the air vibrated, alive with sigils and the taste of old secrets. Serina kept a full body length behind, arms crossed, pulse racing. She catalogued every sense, the whirl of ozone and spiced blood, the minute temperature drops where ward after ward was layered to keep the world's worst from leaking up into the nice part of the house. As they reached the landing, she realized her own glyph, the one burned into her skin, was tingling, echoing the rhythm of the wards like a counter-melody. Nyx stopped at an iron door, unlatching it with a flourish, and gestured inside. "Welcome to the real reason the Accord lets us exist," she said, voice flat. The room beyond was a laboratory, a sanctum, a trophy case. Shelves of preserved hearts pulsed faintly in jars along the wall. Glass cases held bone relics and finger-sized daggers, and at the center stood a basin of petrified bone filled to the brim with what could only be blood. Thick, dark, and surface-tensioned. Into a meniscus. The sigils in the walls were not just painted, but set into the obsidian in a way that made them shimmer and ripple. Alive. Serina's lip curled. "Blood magic," she muttered, not bothering to hide her disdain. "Old blood magic," Nyx corrected, circling the basin. "It doesn't cut. It remembers." She trailed a single finger over the surface of the blood, and vapor rose and gentle. "Opaline ribbons," Serina approached with wary curiosity. "This is your idea of containment?" Nyx shot her a glance over one pale shoulder. "No. This is diagnosis. Step closer." Serina did, but stopped just outside the reach of the basin. Nyx nodded as if pleased, then dipped her fingers into the blood, stirring it with deliberate care. The vapor twisted, thickened, then streamed upward to form a mirror above the basin, a shifting, living lens that reflected Serina's face back at her, only stripped of all pretense. Raw nerves, fever-bright eyes, and the pulsing glyph radiating along her spine. "You're unstable," Nyx said, the words clinical. "Your magic is fractured. Hybrid systems weren't made to withstand that kind of disruptor pulse." Serina snorted. "Then I'll heal." "Not without help," Nyx replied, eyes never leaving the vapor lens. "And not in time." Serina stiffened. "What kind of help?" Nyx turned, smile gone, face icy and absolute. "Mine." Serina eyed the basin, then Nyx. "I don't do rites." "You're not doing this one," Nyx said, voice gentle as a razor. "It's doing you." Serina bristled, but Nyx continued, motioning toward the basin. "This rite binds memory to presence. Mine will mix with yours. It'll follow your scars, your nerves, your fractured magic. Patch what's torn." Serina looked away, jaw clenching. "I don't need your sympathy," Nyx's mouth twitched, but her eyes were black as funeral silk. "You don't have it." Serina tensed, ready to argue, but something in Nyx's gaze made her stop. The queen's expression had gone beyond amusement, past even hunger, to something colder. The intensity of a predator preparing to risk its own skin in the process of the hunt. A moment stretched, thick with possibility. The vapor lens above. The basin swirled, images flickering in its depths. Glimpses of memory not her own. A splintered window into every bloodline that had ever bled for this place. Nyx stepped closer, her hands slick with blood. "You want to survive, Serina? Then let's make sure you can." For the first time since waking up in this palace, Serina's hands shook, not with fear, but with the anticipation of something she couldn't name. She reached for the edge of the basin, bracing herself as if for a punch. Nyx's voice was softer now, almost tender. "Ready?" Serina looked up, met the queen's eyes, and nodded once. The blood in the basin began to glow, and Serina's reflection split into two. Herself and Nyx side by side, impossible to separate. She swallowed hard and held her ground as the vapor closed around her, filling her lungs with the taste of memory and the promise of pain. Serina hesitated, claws suspended just above the surface of the blood. It was warmer than it had any right to be, alive with a pulse that mocked her own. She pressed her fingertips into the basin. The liquid was thick as honey, clinging to her skin, and for a second she had the mad impression it was about to reach back, to grip her and pull her under. Nyx's hand hovered next to hers, more invitation than command. The queen dipped her own fingers in, and the blood glowed where it touched her, then where it met Serina's. The heat traveled up Serina's arm, lancing through her veins, targeting the glyph burned into her spine. The world went away, replaced by light and memory. She stood barefoot on a marble dais, the stars above so close she could count their veins. Around her, the air rang with the laughter of the young and damned, the clink of crystal, the hush of fine silk. She was smaller here, softer, dressed in a riot of color that made her want to blush and scream at the same time. On the edge of the circle waited a man. Human, yes, but marked with a charisma so sharp it made her breath catch. His eyes were a blue so deep it bordered on violence. Serina, no, Nyx, ran, spinning across the arcane circle, feet leaving ghost prints in the moonlight. She leapt into the man's arms, and he caught her as if this was all the world had been made for. They kissed, tentative and hungry, and the taste of him was copper and sugar and the electric buzz of imminent disaster. It should have lasted forever, but then a scream cut the night. The vision snapped. Cold sky, her lover's face twisted in agony, his chest erupting in a shower of blood and glyphs, the threaded blood mark blossoming over his heart as if tattooed by the hand of a god. Nyx Serina fell to her knees, cradling his dying body, blood pooling between her fingers and staining the white marble a furious red. "We were the first," Nyx's voice whispered, desperate. "The glyph woke for us." The vision shuddered, and Serina was back in her own body, but not alone. A second memory crashed through her. A courtroom of vampires, Nyx at their center arguing with robed figures whose eyes were pits of cold fire. They called her dangerous, a traitor to her own kind. The prophecy was locked away, her lovers. Name stricken from the records, the legend of threaded blood relegated to myth. Nyx stood her ground, fangs bared, promising that the mark would rise again, that it would never be erased. The vision splintered, then collapsed into darkness. Serina gasped, lungs scraping for air as if she'd been underwater for hours. She found herself on the tiled floor of the glass chamber, Nyx kneeling beside her, their hands still twined and slick with mingled blood. The sigils overhead glowed brighter now, refracting their patterns onto the walls, the floor, and the tangle of Serina's hair as she struggled to remember who she was. Nyx let go, gentle, as if afraid she'd break. Serina pressed a hand to her sternum. The glyph beneath her shirt was a live wire, but it no longer burned. It just pulsed, steady and sure, in time with her heart. She looked at Nyx and saw, for the first time, the old sadness behind her eyes. The queen wiped her own hands, clean, then wordlessly offered the cloth to Serina. "Was that real?" Serina managed, voice shredded. Nyx looked away. "It's always real." Serina stared at the basin. The blood had cooled, its color fading to something ordinary. She wanted to ask 100 questions, but none would come. Instead, she wiped the blood from her fingers, threw the cloth to the floor, and tried to stand. Her legs trembled but held. She remembered every second of the vision, and she knew with absolute certainty that the glyph had not been finished with either of them. Serina braced both hands on the edge of the basin, breath ragged, muscles twitching, in a rhythm she couldn't control. The blood had gone inert, but her veins were still full of fire. She tried to steady herself, but her legs wobbled, and her vision swam with afterimages. Bare feet on marble, the taste of copper and loss, the echo of Nyx's arms around her. Nyx watched her from a half-meter away, face unreadable. Then she moved in, quick but not rushed, hands ghosting over Serina's shoulders and down her arms to anchor her. The touch was electric, literal, as the glyph under Serina's shirt sparked a ribbon of heat up her spine. "Easy," Nyx whispered, voice stripped of its usual irony. "You're still here?" Serina tried to laugh, but the sound caught in her throat and came out as a hiss. "Feels like I left most of me back there," she managed. Nyx's hands were cool, steady, confident. "That's the right. It empties you out, then fills you with what's left." Serina tried to stand, but the room tilted and she nearly toppled. Nyx caught her with a hand to the ribs, fingers pressing gently through the thin fabric. Serina shivered, unable to tell if it was from cold or the promise of something else. "Why does it hurt more now?" Nyx leaned in, so close their foreheads nearly touched. "Because your blood is reacting to mine," she said, words a gentle scrape in the soft air. "That's what the right wants. To mix. To remember," Serina pulled back, baring her teeth. "It shouldn't. Not like this." Nyx reached up, traced a line along Serina's jaw, thumb resting just below her lip. But it wants to. The glyph on Serina's back ignited. Sudden, molten, pure sensation. It lit her nerves with a violence that nearly buckled her knees. She gasped, the world shrinking to a pinpoint, and would have collapsed if Nyx hadn't. Swept an arm around her waist, drawing her in. Nyx's lips were at her ear, voice gone feral. Let it. Serina's claws dug into Nyx's arm, holding on as the glyph's heat reached its zenith. Every cell in her body screamed for release, for transformation, for anything that would make the sensation bearable. Then, just as quickly, the pain reversed itself. The heat bled away, replaced by a clarity so sharp it left her trembling. Nyx held her, not as a predator, but as someone who'd seen the world end and was offering a way back. They stayed locked like that, hearts beating. In counterpoint, until Serina could breathe again, Nyx's voice was barely more than a whisper. "Your magic is responding. It's sinking," Serina panted, eyes unfocused. "No, it's fighting." Nyx's lips brushed her temple, cold and soft. "Same difference, darling." Serina sagged against the Queen of Ashes, too exhausted to argue, and let the world settle into its new shape. Nyx's lips hovered at the hollow of Serina's throat, cool and expectant. The Queen's voice, when it came, was shredded velvet. "Serina, you need to tell me to stop." Serina's mouth was dry, her whole body crackling with the aftershock of the rite. The words stuck in her throat. Whether refusal or acquiescence, she didn't know. She just shuddered, and the glyph on her back flared again, hotter than ever. Nyx lingered, waiting for the protest that never came. She closed her eyes, inhaled the scent of Serina's sweat and fury, and then bit. Serina's breath left her in a single violent exhale, but it wasn't pain this time. It was a release. The pressure in her head, the ache in her bones, all the jagged edges of the rite's memory blurred and softened under the pull of Nyx's fangs. For a moment, there was nothing but sensation. The rhythmic pull of blood, the dizzying feedback loop of glyph and teeth and magic, and the low animal noise that came from Serina's own throat, embarrassing and undeniable. When it ended, Serina slumped against the basin, catching herself. On the rim, her shirt clung damp to her skin, the glyph pulsing like a second heartbeat. She wiped her mouth, tasted blood, and shot Nyx a look halfway between murder and bewilderment. "You bit me," Serina said, accusing and breathless. Nyx licked a bead of red from her own lip. "Yes." Serina's voice sharpened. "You weren't supposed to?" Nyx met her gaze, unapologetic. "No." Serina took a shaky breath. "Then why?" Nyx leaned in, her voice low and impossible to ignore. "Because you called to it. You called to me." Serina snorted, voice ragged. "That wasn't calling, that was bleeding." Nyx smiled, soft and dangerous. "Same thing, darling, if you're old enough." Serina shook her head, dizzy, feeling the glyph settling under her skin. "You're impossible." Nyx stepped even closer, refusing to let the moment diffuse. "I've felt the glyph before, whispered in old blood, dreamed it, centuries ago, but never seen it. Never heard it. Until you." Serina narrowed her eyes. "You've known since the start." "Meaning?" Nyx looked away, then back, her face gone serious. "You're a weapon," she said, "and I think the whole city's about to find out just how sharp you are." Serina stared at her, the words ricocheting in her skull, reshaping every instinct she'd ever trusted. She braced herself against the basin, feeling the glyph beneath her shirt, alive and hungry and completely, utterly hers. The charged silence shattered. "That's close enough," came Lysandra's voice, slicing the air from the open doorway. Serina jerked upright, instinct snapping her posture from limp to razor straight. Nyx's arms, once relaxed, almost comforting, were gone, replaced by the icy line of Lysandra's glare as the Mage Queen swept into the room. She wore blue and silver, all fractal grace and cool authority. Her gaze took in the scene with forensic precision. Serina's torn shirt, Nyx's bloody lips, the still glowing basin, the webwork of fresh sigils crawling up the mirrored walls. "Medzimau. See, I've arrived just in time," Lysandra said, voice colder than the river in winter. Nyx drew herself up to her full, dangerous height. "Uninvited, as always." Lysandra didn't even blink. "Unavoidable." Serina tried to step between them, but the motion set off a stutter in the wards. Every torch in the room guttered, flaring, then dimming as the tension spiked. She raised her hands, palms open. "This isn't what it looks like." Lysandra's voice was frostbite. "It looks like a dangerous arcane imprint halfway through a fusion state, which is exactly what I warned you about," Nyx snarled. "You didn't warn, you ordered. She doesn't take orders." Lysandra fixed Nyx with a look that should have vaporized her on the spot. "Apparently, she takes bites." The echo of the accusation rang through the glass chamber, every syllable mirrored and refracted, until even the torches seemed to shrink away. Serina slammed her fist down on the basin, the crack echoing off the sigilled walls. "I'm not a rope in your damned war, and I'm not a prize." Lysandra's eyes sharpened, pupils slicing to slits. "You're not a prize. You're a fulcrum. And right now, you're tilting." At the word, the glyph under Serina's skin went nova, light exploding from her back in a lattice of burning lines. The glass mirrors spiderwebbed, then shattered, raining down sparkling motes that hovered in the air, suspended by the sudden spike in magical pressure. The torches died, one by one, replaced by the raw blue glow of power leaking from Serina's. Body. Nyx and Lysandra closed in, both reaching for her at once. Predator and protector, adversary and ally. Hunger and reason warring in the space between their hands. Serina stood frozen, at the epicenter of a force she could neither command nor contain. The rest of the palace woke. Far below, in the foundation stones of the Umbra Vale, a tremor rolled out, as if something old and angry had been startled from its sleep. Serina opened her mouth, tried to speak, but the only sound was the keening whine of magic feeding on itself. Lysandra reached her first, pressing a palm to Serina's cheek. "Listen to me," she ordered, her own glyphs flaring in response. "You're not just a hybrid, you're a junction. You're the only thing holding this city together right now." Nyx's hand closed over Serina's wrist, her thumb tracing. The veins there, still sticky with their mingled blood. "Let it out, kitten," Nyx said, voice low and wild. "Don't let her cage you." Serina looked between them, panic and elation crashing in her bloodstream. Then the power broke, running out of her like a sudden fever. The air snapped cold and quiet, the shards of mirror clattering to the floor. The torches relit themselves, flickering in embarrassed apology. Serina staggered, caught by both queens, her weight dragging them into an awkward three-way embrace. The silence after was thick as resin. Lysandra recovered first, smoothing her dress and fixing her gaze on Serina. "We have work to do," she said, "and no time for games." Nyx grinned, teeth bright in the new light. "Games are how you survive." Serina shook herself free, the glyph on her back humming with anticipation. She looked at both queens, then at her own hands, seeing them new. "No more games," Serina said. "If I'm a weapon, then it's time I picked a target." Far below, the tremor returned, stronger this time, as if the ancient thing beneath Umbra Vale had decided to answer. Serina met Lysandra's eyes, then Nyx's, and felt, for the first time, the pull of something bigger than fate or blood. The war was coming, and this time she was ready to be at the center. Chapter 6. Ash and Accord. The wards died with a sound like teeth splintering. Serina felt the backscatter first, static and ozone needling down her neck. Then the whole of Aetherreek Tower shuddered as violet fire tore a hole in the sky. The floating dome above Zenithria's palace district bloomed into a corona of cracked quartz and falling banners, glass raining down in bands of impossible color. Day became night, then night became seizure bright as the city's arcane backbone. Convulsed, she ran, boots slapping the causeway as the first responders scrambled for cover. The formal detachment of guard mages in their starched, idiot blue uniforms barely looked up as the shrapnel cut the air. Their shields flickered and failed, and one of them hit the deck, clutching his own hair as the ley line feedback fried his headpiece. Serina's own badge, singed at one corner, melted plastic peeling, did the work, broadcasting her credentials through the shriek of system alarms. Even the highest protocol buckled under a hall of hex justice override. She reached the security perimeter just as the dome's aftershock pulse rolled through, toppling a row of decorative spires and sending a hail of burning parchment into the courtyard. The debris was a cyclone of illumination, ceremonial ribbons, featherlight glass, and the taste of scorched vanilla from whatever had been set as the tower's magical scent signature. The High Lexicon's entrance, a 7-meter arch of blackstone and fiber optic runes, was now a steaming wound, leaking both heat and a fluid haze of wild magic. The detachment at the arch barely registered her, too busy dragging their own out of the collapse zone. Serina slipped past, coat torn, hair bristling with charge, the world bright as a flayed nerve. Inside, the light was different. The fire had moved with a kind of surgical intent, leaving the shelves of books untouched but atomizing the desks, the fixtures, the security panels. On the far side of the chamber, where the dais for the High Lexicon speaker once stood, lay the body, or what was left of it. Serina approached, picking her way through pools of hot resin and still hissing sigil rods. The corpse was crumpled over the broken podium, arms outstretched as if in mute apology. The dead man's robe, ivory lined with gold, was now a rind of carbon, and his skin had gone slick with magic burn. Above his heart, a glyph, still glowing in the aftermath. It radiated from the chest cavity in precise predatory arcs. Serina recognized the threaded blood motif, but it had been warped, doubled back on itself like a curse written in mirrored script. Below it, seared through the breastbone and into the meat of the sternum, was a hunter's kill sigil, a ring of teeth with an arrow through the circle's center. The symbol glared up at her, fresh and raw and very much a message. Serina crouched, ignoring the heat that bled through her pants to her shins. The dead man's face was mostly gone, but his eyes, milk blue, filmed over, stared at the ceiling as if watching the last echo of the blast. The glyph above his heart had begun to pulse in a rhythm that matched the room's cooling air. Once every 3 seconds, a faint discharge of memory, a repeat of the original violence. She heard the footfalls before she saw the queen. Not regal, but urgent, stripped of ceremony. Lysandra Vale strode into the ruin, her hair a tangle of smoke and static, her silver robe singed to the knees. Her left hand bled a steady drip onto the marble. Ignored. "He was one of mine," Lysandra said, barely above a whisper. High Arcanist Velith. He'd been loyal for 20 years. Serina glanced up, reading the queen's posture as a fighter's. Weight balanced, hands ready, anger sublimated to analysis. Was he on shift? Serina asked. No, Lysandra replied, voice clipped. He rotated off at dawn. The blast brought him back in. Serina nodded, careful not to sound like she was already moving on. She flexed her claws, then used 2 of them to pry open Velith's right hand, which clutched something hard and unburned. The fingers had fused together, but she levered them apart and extracted a slip of parchment, still smoking at the edges. She held it up for Lysandra to see. The top bore a sigil of a choir, stylized in bone white. The Pale Choir. The writing underneath was not script, but a schematic. Lines and nodes, heavy with annotation, ending at a node marked with a blood-red 0. To unmake the unnatural, Lysandra read aloud, voice suddenly very far away. We must return to 0. Null glyph, Serina said. She looked at the queen, searching for recognition. It's a theoretical. Lysandra pressed her hand to the wound at her side, staunching the blood. The Accord War Archives had a project file. Thought abandoned. Serina scanned the next lines of the schematic, running a finger over the notation. It's not abandoned. This was field tested. Lysandra took the paper, barely flinching at the still hot edges. She traced the glyph work, lips moving and silent. Calculation. What's the rest say? She asked. Serina translated. Null glyph engine. Phase 1, isolate anomaly. Phase 2, channel locus. Phase 3, anchor signature. She looked at the queen. It's a kill spell, but not just for people, for bloodlines. Lysandra's face did not change, but her eyes went unreadable. That would end the Accord. That would end hybrids, Serina said, voice hollow. The silence in the High Lexicon was now a living thing. Outside, the fire crew started to reassert control, but in here, everything was on pause, caught in the crossfire between past and future, hope and extinction. Serina knelt by the body, studying the glyph. They want us to know, she said. They want us to understand what's coming. Lysandra closed her fist around the paper, and for the first time, Serina saw the queen's hands shake. Then let's not keep them waiting, Lysandra whispered, her tone not quite defeat, not quite defiance. Serina stood, brushing the glass from her coat, and turned to face the door. She was ready to hunt, And this time, the quarry was more than just a killer. It was the end of everything that made her real. The vault beneath the Hall of Hex Justice was never meant to exist. Officially, there was no sub-basement, no catacomb lair, no forbidden records room where the real laws of the city got written in panic and rewritten in blood. But Serina had known about it since the first year of her training back when. The hall still pretended it could outthink the monsters it hired. The stairs went down forever, at least 5 flights below street level, the air getting colder and denser with every landing. At the final turn, the passage twisted 90 degrees, pure paranoia, built to kill line of sight and burn off any spell residue from the upper world. The last door wasn't even a door, just a segment of basalt, rune-scarred and seamless, that dissolved only when it tasted her hybrid blood on the reader pad. Inside, the vault was geometry distilled. Triangular room, triangular dais at the center, every surface angled to bounce sound away from the ears and toward the heart. On either side of the dais, the queens, one robed in silver and starlight, the other in shadow cloth streaked with stains. That might have been blood or something worse. Serina stood between them, her coat still flaring at the shoulders from the cold, and felt the silence press in. Even the air had been drained of redundancy. Every breath was a challenge. "You've both seen the scroll," she said, cutting through the quiet. "You've both seen the glyph. And you both know what's coming." Nyx Raventhorn crossed her bare feet, leaning against the dais with calculated boredom. "Assuming you believe the scroll, we've all seen forgeries." Lysandra Vile didn't move, but the tattooed lines on her wrist pulsed in time with her measured heartbeat. "We have to. The engine is real. The Accord War saw to that." Serina looked from one to the other, measuring how much of their mutual history was loaded in every line of dialogue. "And so is the blood it needs to function," she said, "which means this is about more than just a bomb in a dome." Nyx's laugh was a short, razor-edged sound. "If you're fishing for volunteers, I'm afraid we'll need to draw straws." Serina ignored her. "I propose a joint accord," she said, hearing the words click into place. "Neutral authority, shared resources, uncensored investigation." Both queens froze, and for a moment it was like watching 2 apex predators realize there might be something higher up the food chain. Lysandra spoke first, every syllable dusted with warning. "The hall has no power in either court. The Accord itself is broken," Serina said, finishing for her. "That's why this is the only shot. If the null engine is more than theory, you're both targets. Neither side will win by itself." Nyx smiled, showing her teeth. "And who, exactly, would run this little committee?" "Me," Serina said. She waited for the backlash, the laughter, the refusal, but neither queen blinked. Lysandra considered. "You're of neither side, but you bleed for both." Serina felt the heat rise behind her cheeks. "If that's what you want to call it." Nyx reached into her sleeve, pulled out a thin blade of onyx, and flicked it onto the dais between them. "Symbolic gesture, darling. The first to touch it means the pact is binding. No going back." Lysandra's eyes narrowed, but she stepped forward, setting her own ring, a band of woven silver and blue, next to the blade. Serina stared at the offerings, then at the women. "You both want me dead if this fails," she said, "but you're betting the city I'll succeed." Nyx's smile flickered. "I like a good long shot." Lysandra said nothing, but her hand was steady. Serina reached out, picked up the blade, and felt the weight of 2 empires settle onto her palm. "Then let's get to work," she said. No one breathed for a count of 3. Then the silence, at last, broke. The aftermath was ritual. Lysandra drew a silver thread from her sleeve, a single, impossibly fine filament that vibrated in the vault's dead air. She stepped forward, the hem of her robe hissing along the stone, and laid the thread in a tight spiral on the dais, its endpoints curling like the tails of living things. Nyx plucked the onyx blade from Serina's grip, her touch cold as a dawn after murder, and produced her own offering, a blackbone oath needle, long as a finger and sharp enough to pierce thought itself. She balanced it perfectly on top of Lysandra's thread, where it hummed, a resonance that made Serina's teeth ache. The ritual called for a third thing. Serina knew what it was even before the tension in the air began to knot. The hybrid's offering. Hers. At the moment the blood touched the oath needle, the vault reacted. The air crackled, a pressure wave rippled out, and every rune in the basalt, glowed with a sudden icy blue. The rune on Serina's back ignited, pain and pleasure together, burning straight through coat and shirt and into her skin. She arched, gasping, as the Triumph Pact took hold. 3 parties, 3 histories, 3 fates now tethered at the cellular level. Lysandra's eyes flared white, tattoos crawling up her forearms like quicksilver veins. Nyx closed her eyes, mouth open, breath fogging as if the temperature had dropped to the killing point. Serina stood in the middle, the spiral of blood and thread and bone now rotating on the dais, a miniature model of the city's entire precarious reality. It spun faster, then fused. The offerings vanished in a blinding flash. The pain receded, replaced by a new warmth in Serina's chest, right where the heart should be. The Triumph Pact was sealed. For the first time, Serina realized what that meant. She was the locus, the binding, the thing that could not be allowed to die or betray. The weight of it was more than metaphor. She almost fell, but when she looked up, the 2 queens regarded her with new respect. Or maybe it was fear. The pact was made, and she was its heart. The Accord Temple had died a quiet death. Official records called it a ritual decommission, but Serina remembered the real story. How the war ended not with parades or peace, but with 1,000,000 tons of stone crashing down in the middle of the city, and a generation's worth of blood magic sealed in the cracks between every brick. The upper levels were now just another abandoned landmark, foundation slabs riddled with old graffiti and the occasional corpse. But Serina was going lower. She keyed through the outer wards, on muscle memory, popping the lock sigils in a pattern they'd never updated after her graduation. The security was less a deterrent and more a polite warning. If you made it this far, you were already dead, or desperate enough that dying was just another item on the to-do list. The main nave was a fossil, 3 stories high but caved in along. One edge, the remains of a stained glass mural poking out of the rubble like candy-colored bones. Every step crunched through glass and powder, the only light a sickly green that bled in through the fractured dome. Underneath, the air tasted of vinegar and the slow, perpetual rot of old magic. She navigated the nave's collapsed center, pacing out the exact spot where the pre-war blueprint said the altar should have been. In the daylight, you could almost see the shape of the room as it used to be. The symmetry, the lines of sight, the places where secrets like to cluster. She found the hatch at the foot of a toppled lectern, then knelt and brushed off the decades of silt and ash. This was where it got tricky. The hatch was warded, not with a lock, but with a kind of memory. Any attempt to open it cold would trigger a kill spell, the kind that burned your bones to alphabet soup in under a second. You had to trick it into remembering the right blood. Serina pricked her thumb, let a single drop bead up, and drew a sigil on the hatch's surface. The oldest form of her family's crest, predating even the first shifter mage crossover. The hatch stuttered, then shivered, then split open along a seam so fine it might as well have been a nerve. Below, darkness. She breathed in, catching the ozone again, and dropped down. The landing was softer than expected, a loam of paper and dust cushioning her boots. The room was circular, every surface tiled in a scale pattern of obsidian and bone. The lighting here was a surprise. No fixtures, just a diffuse pulse from the seams in the tile, as if the walls themselves had been infused with living magic. Serina mapped the perimeter before touching anything. There were no artifacts or statuary, only a single pedestal at the chamber's center, and on it, a disc of crystal, 4 inches across, caged in a web of runes so fine you had to squint to even see the differences in color and line. She approached. The runes around the disc pulsed in a cadence so close to her own heartbeat that for a moment she lost the difference between the two. There were blueprints, too, stacked neatly at the base of the pedestal. But these were not blueprints in the engineering sense. They were anatomical. Diagrams of blood vessels, nervous systems, chromosomal mappings overlaid with glyphs and logic trees. On the first page, underlined in surgical red, were the words Null Glyph Engine Core, Anchor, Matrix, Hybrid Signature Required. She felt her heart freeze. This was not just a weapon, it was a lock. And the only key that fit was living hybrid blood. Serina's claws trembled as she leafed through the next page, then the next. Every diagram was a puzzle of her own genetics. Shifter, mage, both, neither. A perfect model of her own curse. And there, at the last sheet, a diagram of the city itself. every ley line, every locus point superimposed over the schematic of a single beating heart. Her heart. She let the blueprints fall to the floor. The disc on the pedestal vibrated, a resonance like a tuning fork. And for a split second, Serina thought she could hear voices. A million generations of hybrids, all screaming or singing the same song. She stared at the disc, at her own trembling reflection, and realized what had to be done. She wasn't just the target. She was the lock. She was the weapon or the shield. Everything depended on which side she picked. The Trampak's council chamber wasn't finished, which made it perfect. The table was a slab of raw granite, still half embedded in the floor, with chalk lines mapping out where the architects thought the boundaries of authority should be. The walls alternated between exposed wardstone and centuries-old sections of the original Accord Courthouse, patched in places with fresh sigils that still outgassed a faint scent of burning lemon. Every surface hummed with the contradiction of old and new, compromise and threat. Serina stood at the table's north point, coat streaked with dust and a ribbon of dried blood from her earlier self-mutilation. Lysandra and Nyx flanked her, the former upright and composed, the latter sprawled like a cat in a sunbeam, bare feet leaving smudges on the polished basalt. Serina laid the blueprints out first, spreading them across the table so the genetic diagrams and city schematics formed a map no one had ever wanted to read. Then, with deliberate care, she placed the crystal disc at the map's center. It didn't sit. It hovered, spinning just above the granite, vibrating in time with her own pulse. The null glyph engine exists, she said, keeping her voice flat so the words wouldn't tip the room into panic. Or it did, and someone's rebuilding it. It doesn't just kill, it erases. Bloodlines, memories, identity. She let that hang. The disc's spin made a faint, impossible melody. Half heartbeat, half lullaby for the doomed. Lysandra picked up the blueprints, eyes scanning the annotations, with the cold logic of someone used to writing policy over mass graves. The signatures are correct, she said. It would take decades to reconstruct. But if the Pale Choir had a seed element left, Serina cut in. They do. The disc is the core. But it doesn't work without an anchor. And the anchor has to be... She paused, not wanting to say it. Nyx said it for her. A hybrid. Serina nodded, feeling the weight of the word in her mouth, on her skin, in the place where the pact still burned under her shirt. I'm the key. Or something. In me is... Lysandra set the blueprints down and stepped up to the disc, close enough that her tattoos lit up in sympathy with the runes. Then lead, she said, and placed her ring, her badge of office, beside the disc so the two objects hummed together. Nyx followed. Slower, but more theatrical, unclasping her blood ward charm and placing it on the granite so it rolled. Then stopped, precisely at the point where the chalk line bisected the table. We trust you, Nyx murmured, voice almost fond. For now. Serina looked at the line, the division drawn by city architects and dead politicians. She walked to the end of the table, boots scuffing along the granite, and erased the line with one deliberate sweep. The gesture wasn't lost on anyone. For a moment, there was no magic in the room, just three women standing in the ruins of compromise, daring each other to be the first to blink. Serina didn't blink. She let the silence expand, then spoke. The null engine is bait. If it works, the choir wins. If it fails, the city burns. Either way, I'm not letting them use me for target practice. Lysandra's smile was the first Serina had ever seen that wasn't a threat. You'll need backup. Nyx leaned in, fangs glinting. And plausible deniability. Serina reached for the disc, feeling the core's vibration sync with her own pulse, and knew exactly what she had to do. Then let's get to work, she said, echoing the words from the vault. But this time she meant it. The Triumpact was alive, and the hunt was on. Chapter 7. The Pale Choir. Serina Fey stepped into the ruined foyer of Zenithria's old opera house, boots crunching over glass from a shattered chandelier and bone-white shards of marble. The dust was thick enough to taste, and the stale air still vibrated with the memory of high notes and slaughter. Columns flanked the room like petrified giants, their capitals scored with old glyph work and the more recent impatient etching of vandals. Moonlight knifed through the dome overhead, once a marvel of blue glass, now a chaos of spidery cracks and falling dust. 100 shadows drifted along the walls, and each one looked more alive than Serina felt. She ignored them. She had work to do, and she was tired of watching the city decompose from the sidelines. She paused at the edge of the balcony, letting her claws rake a spiral in the grime as she scanned the broken expanse below. The main stage was half collapsed, its boards sagging toward an orchestra pit choked with old velvet, and, by the smell of it, something recently dead. Flanking the pit, the charred remains of noble boxes gaped like black teeth, their velvet curtains eaten away in ragged strips. Serina's ear flicked as she caught movement, a whisper of cloth, the unhurried slide of bare feet over stone. She didn't turn. The scent that followed was familiar and as old as the city's bones. Nyx Raventhorn slipped through a blown-out arch, feet pale against the ash, gown trailing shadow behind her. She moved with the same predatory grace as always, but her eyes tonight were silver and intent, a mood Serina had learned to distrust more than the queen's laughter. "It used to host duels as well as operas," Nyx said, voice low and perfectly clear even at this distance. She didn't raise her voice, but the echo carried all the way to Serina's perch. Blood and arias. Very tasteful. Serina risked a glance, catching Nyx outlined in moonlight, and offered a thin smile. "I'd ask which you preferred, but you seem the type to want both." Nyx grinned, canines flashing, and glided closer, trailing a hint of perfume that clashed perfectly with the wrought and old velvet. "You wound me. I have a great respect for the classics." Serina opened her mouth to retort, but the temperature in the room dropped 4 degrees in a single heartbeat. The column to her left flickered, its sigil lattice briefly lighting up in a fracture of blue. And then Lysandra Vale emerged through the haze, her hair floating in the static, eyes brighter than any star left in the Zenithria sky. "You find sentiment in the strangest places," Lysandra remarked, gaze drifting up to the ruined dome. Her voice had none of Nyx's drama, just the clear ring of someone who expected to be obeyed. Nyx arched an eyebrow, floating to the bottom of the stairs. "You find none at all." Serina let the banter play out, mind already racing ahead. She slipped a hand into her coat, pulling out the spellglass scroll she'd lifted from the Hunter archive. The thing was a raw edge in her palm, its glyphs still live, shifting faintly under the topmost crystal layer. It pulsed in perfect sync with her heartbeat, a warning or a promise depending on who read it. She held it up. "Enough! We're not here to trade insults or play nostalgia." She flicked her eyes to Lysandra. "You wanted a demonstration?" "Here." Lysandra approached, Nyx in her wake. The two queens flanked her, and for a moment the room felt smaller than the stage of a high school play. Serina pressed her thumb to the scroll's first node, activating the overlay. Glyphs flared up, projecting a transparent latticework over the remains of the opera house, sketching out hidden compartments, subsurface vaults, and a tunnel system deeper than she would have believed if she hadn't already crawled through. Half of Zenithria's ghosts. "This is a fragment of the Hunter schematic," Serina said, shifting the projection with a flick of her wrist. It was encoded in the attack on the lexicon. Whoever drew these plans knew the city better than any living soul. Nyx's gaze sharpened. Hunters always knew how to map a kill box. Lysandra ignored her, peering closer. "What's the end point?" Serina zoomed the overlay, tracing. The red node down beneath the orchestra pit to a vault marked with a spiral of harmonic sigils. According to this, there's a tunnel behind the lower string vault. It's marked with harmonic runes, something even the Accord War records didn't mention. Nyx leaned in, her hair brushing Serina's arm. "You think they're using the old singer's passage?" Serina nodded, then added, "But it's warded. If the schematic is right, the only way through is by matching the harmonic signature." Lysandra's lips thinned, her tattoos flickering in tempo with the spellglass display. "You're the only one here with that bloodline. They designed it for you." Serina fought the urge to shiver. They designed it for anyone desperate. Enough to try. "But yes, my signature will get us through." The projection hummed, lines converging on a single spiral at the center of the ruined stage. As Serina watched, the spiral rotated, and a glyph she'd never seen before appeared. Part threaded blood, part something older. It pulsed once, twice, then went still. Serina tucked the scroll away, fixing both queens with a glare. "We're going down there. Together. And whatever we find, we end it." Nyx's lips parted. A lazy threat or a benediction. But she just nodded. Lead the way, kitten. Lysandra reached into her sleeve, conjuring a shard of living light, and held it out to Serina. For the descent, Serina accepted it, pulse quickening. The glow made her feel visible, real, and for the first time since entering the opera house, the ghosts seemed to recede. She strode toward the spiral at the center of the stage, the weight of the future heavy on her shoulders. Behind her, Nyx, and Lysandra followed. 2 queens, 2 swords at her back, neither willing to walk first, but neither willing to walk away. Serina smiled, sharp and hungry. She'd never been one for the classics, but tonight she was ready to play the lead. The city would write the ending. She would make sure it was the right one. Lysandra knelt beside the half-sunken trapdoor, her fingers dancing over the dusty glyphwork. The queen's every movement was as methodical as it was elegant, her glowing tattoos flickering in counterpoint to the crusted dust and cobwebs that had overtaken the opera house's hidden depths. The trapdoor was barely visible, a slab of stone flush with the stage floor, outlined in the faintest shimmer of residual magic. Its centerpiece was a single rune, nearly worn away by time and use. Nyx perched on the broken lip of the orchestra pit, watching with the lazy attention of a cat sizing up whether the bird in the cage was worth eating. "What's the verdict, Queen of Light?" she drawled. Lysandra didn't look up. "Not a lock, a resonance seal." She brushed the dust aside, revealing a spiral of tiny etched clefs radiating from the center. "Not sing, attune. Glyphs. Like these are built to resonate. You don't unlock them. You match their tone." Serina crouched at Lysandra's side, rolling her shoulders to shake off the chill that gathered in the presence of old, active magic. She studied the glyph. "So I just hum at it?" Lysandra flicked a glance up, irritation and amusement, at war on her face. "You don't hum. You become the pitch. It's designed for hybrid frequencies, shifter and mage, both." Nyx snorted. "A lock that only a bastard could open. Very accord of them." Serina ignored the bait and extended her right hand. The tips of her claws caught the faint glow of the trapdoor's rune, and for an instant the room vibrated, subsonic, but enough to rattle the cheap seats in the back rows. She pressed her fingertip into the spiral, and the glyph responded with a single pure note, a low C that rose, unwavering, to an E before falling silent. The silence was the worst part. Serina swallowed, feeling the note caught somewhere behind her sternum, echoing in her bones. She drew in a breath, focused, and let her voice loose. Not a song, but a long, sustained tone, as if her whole chest cavity was a tuning fork struck by fate. The note warbled, then sharpened, a microtone above the original pitch. The glyph flickered, hesitated, then, finally, answered. A second note, perfect in its harmony, joined hers. The 2 tones oscillated, phased, and fused. The spiral glyph blazed to life. The trapdoor hissed as ancient counterweights rolled in their hidden housings, and the slab of stone sank into the stage with a puff of ancient embalmed air. Nyx clapped, slow and mock solemn. "Never heard you sing before, Fey?" Serina wiped sweat from her brow, the effort of the spell leaving her more winded than she liked. "I'm full of surprises," she said, not quite able to hide the tremor in her hands. Lysandra nodded, her expression unreadable. "You're attuned. The passage will respond to you." The stairwell below gaped like the throat of an enormous beast. It was narrow, lined with mirror-polished black stone, each step inlaid with shards of quartz and what looked like bone. The air was dry but sang with the faint, ever-present hum of power. Along the walls, the spiral motif repeated, interspersed with the broken shapes of clefs and tuning fork sigils. Nyx dropped down first, landing soft as a rumor. "Ladies first," she purred. Serina shot Lysandra a look. "We go together." Lysandra descended after them, the light from her tattoos bouncing eerie shadows across the curved walls. The stair twisted in a tight spiral, plunging far deeper than Serina had anticipated. Every footstep amplified the resonance until it felt as though the 3 of them were walking on the strings of some cosmic instrument, the vibrations tightening. With every level. At the bottom, a final archway loomed, its surface etched with an inscription in reversed script. The words shimmered, struggling to hold their shape. "Where silence ends, the first voice begins." Serina paused, heartbeat thrumming in time with the hidden frequencies in the stone. "This is it," she said. "No going back." Nyx grinned, all appetite. That's the best part? Lysandra pressed her palm to the archway and the words glowed, then faded, leaving only the memory of warning behind. Serina stepped through, the cold biting at her ankles. The door slid shut behind them with the finality of a casket being sealed. The world ahead vibrated with anticipation, the promise of violence, and the lure of an answer. Serina squared her shoulders, feeling the two queens close behind her, and walked into the heart of the dark. The passage disgorged them into a cathedral of sound, a sanctum vast enough to swallow the opera house, the city, maybe the world. The first thing Serina noticed was the air. It shimmered, as if every molecule was vibrating just above the threshold of existence, held in check by a symphony of pure tones that never settled into silence. The walls were lined with columns, each carved into the shape of enormous fluted horns. Their bells pointed to the center of the space. Above, the ceiling was lost in shadow, but in its depths ran rivers of glowing script, glyphs that spelled out melodies in an alphabet Serina only half understood. Each line pulsed, the notes alive, their music a current that ran down the columns and pooled in the center of the room. At the center stood the pale choir. They were arrayed on a raised platform, kneeling in rows so precise it hurt to look at. Them. Dozens. No, scores of hooded figures in immaculate white, their robes stitched with musical notation, each line a silent scream of intent. Where the robes parted, their skin was the color of candle wax, almost translucent, and the pulse in their throats beat in perfect time with the resonant air. The choir's faces were blank. No, not blank, just devoid of any feature except a mouth. And every mouth was open, each one pouring out a ghostly glyph that spiraled upward, where it joined with the hum in the air. Lysandra's hand snapped to her waist, and Serina caught the flash of her sigil blade, white fire, ready to cut through. Magic and flesh alike. Nyx moved without a sound, positioning herself so close to Serina that their arms brushed, claws half extended, every muscle in her body coiled to strike or shield. For once, Nyx's attention was not on the crowd, but on Serina herself. Watchful, calculating, almost protective. But none of the choir advanced. They just knelt, humming the world into being, faces turned toward the trio in silent, relentless expectation. At the back of the platform stood a single figure, taller than the rest and robed in black. Where the others' hoods were stitched with white, his was inked with a blood-dark treble clef, the thread gleaming in the wavering light. He raised his head, revealing a face so devoid of life it might have been carved from wax and then dipped in moonlight. His eyes were white, sightless, but they fixed on Serina with a certainty that chilled her to the marrow. He bowed low, and when he spoke, his voice was the first sound in the chamber that didn't blend into the music. "She's arrived," the cantor said, each word ringing with a resonance that rattled Serina's teeth. "As foretold, the key sings in her blood." He spread his arms, and the choir's hum thickened. Above them, the glyphs in the air started to shift, merging and recombining, forming shapes that pressed at the edge of Serina's vision. Runes and chords she'd only seen in nightmares, or in the most forbidden of hall textbooks. The music grew denser, the air turning syrupy with it, until even Nyx's breathing became a shallow, hungry gasp. The cantor's smile was slow, reverent. "You've brought the queens," he said, voice floating to Lysandra and Nyx like a benediction, or a curse. "You've brought the blood, the light, and the ash, all as was sung." Serina wanted to speak, but the music pressed against her vocal cords, forcing her jaw tight. Instead, she took a step forward, letting the glyph on her back pulse in time. With the choir's song, Lysandra spoke for her. "You summoned us. Now say why." The cantor's smile widened. "To complete the harmony, to reforge the voice." He gestured, and the choir's chant climbed in pitch, the glyphs above growing. Frantic, the pattern condensed, spinning faster and faster, until a single symbol hung in the air. More complex than anything Serina had seen, a spiral of all the runes she'd ever bled or dreamed, each orbiting a black, perfect void. Serina stared at it, feeling every hair on her body stand on end. "What is that?" she managed, her voice raw. The cantor's white eyes rolled back, and he replied, "It is the song of the end, the cord that undoes, the engine's heart, Nyx's claws." Dug into Serina's arm, and her voice, usually so languid, came out sharp as wire. You want to destroy the city, the world. No, the cantor said, voice mournful. We want to end the noise, to return everything to silence. You are the only one who can. He looked straight at Serina, the weight of generations behind. The words. You were the first note, Fey. You will be the last. The glyph above them began to tremble, its orbit decaying, sparks of light flickering from its edge. Lysandra's blade hummed with power. You're not getting her, she said. The cantor smiled again, this time with pity. She's already here, he said. All that's left is the crescendo. The choir's song swelled, the room vibrating at the threshold of pain. Serina felt her glyph responding, the heat building along her spine until she thought she'd combust. She turned to the queens, Nyx's grip a lifeline, Lysandra's blade an anchor, and realized with a start that the glyph wasn't just calling to her, it was calling through her. She met the cantor's gaze, and this time, she sang. Back, not with her voice, but with her blood, her will, her defiance. The glyph wavered, flickered, and, just for a second, hesitated. The choir's song faltered, a micro-beat of uncertainty. Serina took that moment and made it hers. She stepped forward, head high, and let her glyph blaze, burning a counter-melody into the chamber. Her voice, her true voice, rang out, harsh and beautiful, shattering the air. The choir staggered. Even the cantor reeled, a look of shock distorting his perfect, empty face. Nyx bared her fangs in a grin of pure, violent joy. Lysandra's blade flashed. Catching the wavering light, Serina faced the black glyph above, the embodiment of the engine's heart, and screamed her own chord at it. A refusal, a promise, a warning. The rune cracked, fissures racing across its surface. The sanctum shuddered, the first note of the end. But it wasn't the end yet. Serina glared at the cantor, her voice still echoing in the ruins of the choir's perfect song. Your harmony is flawed, she spat, blood trickling down her chin from the effort. The cantor blinked, his hands raised in supplication. It's all that's left, he pleaded. All that's true. You were the one. They said you'd understand. Serina wiped her mouth, jaw aching, and set her feet. Maybe I do, she said, but I'm not ending the world for you. The cantor's face sagged in grief. Then it's over, he whispered. Lysandra surged forward, her blade drawn, ready to end the thing that would have unmade her world. But the cantor only bowed, deep and final, the entire choir folding with him. Their song died all at once, a silence so abrupt it left the chamber aching. For a moment, Serina wondered if they'd won. Then the black glyph above them began to collapse, each shard falling toward the platform, the air vibrating with the threat of a detonation. Nyx grabbed Serina, shoving her behind the nearest column. Get down! Lysandra dove, her wards blooming in a corona of light. The glyph hit the dais and exploded in a wave of pure, impossible sound. Every note Serina had ever heard or feared filled the air, threatening to pull her mind apart. She bit down, anchored by Nyx's arms and the memory of her own song. The wave passed, and the world held, shattered, but alive. The choir was gone. Only their robes remained, and in the dust, the echo of their final, perfect note. Serina stood, shaky, and looked at her hands. The glyph on her skin had changed. No, longer just a spiral, but something sharper, wilder. Nyx brushed her hair back from her face, eyes bright with battle and something like pride. Never thought I'd hear you out-sing a death cult. Serina managed to smile. Always full of surprises. Lysandra picked herself up, brushing dust from her robe. They left you a gift, she said, pointing to the center of the shattered dais. There, floating inches above the wreckage, was the black glyph. Smaller now, but whole, spinning in the air and humming with life. Serina reached out, hand trembling, and took it. It burned into her palm, painful, but right. The room was silent, but in the quiet, Serina heard the faintest whisper of her own melody. For the first time, she understood. The song wasn't just the end, it was hers to rewrite. The silence in the choir's sanctum felt alive, stretched taut as the moment before a glass shatters. In the afterglow of violence, the dust shimmered with the echo of song, every fleck of light holding the memory of what the pale choir had tried to become. Out of the aftermath, the cantor stepped forward. He was smaller than he'd looked on the Dias, still cloaked in funereal black, but hunched now as if every note had cost him something essential. With a flick of his wrist, he cast back his hood and let the pale lamps of the chamber paint his features in raw, unfiltered honesty. His skin was the color of ivory, so thin it revealed the webwork of veins beneath. His cheekbones were cut with hunger, his lips bloodless, and his eyes, the sightless white that had seemed so menacing before, were now threaded through with thin lines of blue, like cracks in a porcelain vase. He stood before Serina and the queens, spine bent in humility, hands folded in front of his chest. "I am the cantor," he said, bowing low, "keeper of the first voice. We have sung your arrival for 300 years. Serina watched him, glyph pulsing in her hand, and struggled to find any resemblance to the monsters she'd fought her whole life. The cantor was monstrous, yes, but in the same way as famine, as thirst, as the creeping cold that settles in a city after midnight. She squeezed the glyph, feeling its edges cut into her palm. "You've been waiting for me?" He smiled, and for a heartbeat he looked almost kind. "We've been remembering you, thread by thread, line by line. You were stitched into song before you were born." Lysandra's voice cracked through the stillness. "She's not a prophecy. She's a person." The cantor turned to her, and the white of his eyes seemed to swirl, shifting in rhythm with his words. "We see no difference," he replied gently. "A prophecy is just a person who hasn't chosen yet." Nyx's laughter snaked through, the air soft and dangerous. "And yet she's standing in your myth's heart," she murmured, eyes never leaving Serina. "Poetic. Also, grotesque." The cantor nodded, accepting the rebuke without resentment. "We are grotesque," he said, "but so is every birth. So is every true transformation." He reached into his robe, drew out a glass pendant shaped like a heart, and held it out for Serina to see. Inside, suspended in clear resin, was a blood-red spiral, her glyph, captured and preserved, a seed of memory that would never die. "You are the threaded key," he intoned, voice so soft it felt like an apology. "A blood-born harmonic, the spell incarnate, grown not cast. The engine cannot sing without you, the war cannot begin without you, and the world will not end." Serina finished, voice low and steady. "Unless I open it." The cantor's smile returned, sadder this time. "You do not have to choose." Serina studied the glass pendant, feeling the glyph in her hand pulse in time with the one suspended within it. "What is this?" she asked. The cantor cradled it, reverently. "A memory. The first one, the proof that you, your blood, your mind, are older than any spell. You are the first voice's echo. You are the wound and the healing." Lysandra stepped forward, voice fierce. "She's not a weapon, and she won't become your martyr." The cantor bowed his head. "We would never harm her. We only want to be heard at last, even if it means the song must end." Nyx's claws tapped a slow beat on her forearm. "But why end the world? Why now?" The cantor's gaze lifted, white eyes seeking the distant dark vault of the ceiling. "Because the noise is all that's left," he said. "Because the world was sung wrong, and every voice since has only made it worse. The choir remembers what silence tasted like, and we miss it." Serina closed her eyes, feeling the echoes swirl in her head. For a moment, she saw the world as the cantor did. Every day another discordant note, every moment a layer of static and pain. She felt the lure of silence, the beauty of an ending clean and absolute. But then she remembered Nyx's laughter, Lysandra's stubborn hope, the countless stubborn lives she'd sworn to protect. She opened her eyes. "I'm not the end," Serina said, voice hoarse. "I'm the next verse." The cantor blinked, uncertainty flickering through his delicate features. "We cannot stop what's begun, not even you." Lysandra drew her blade, the tip aimed at the cantor's chest. "Watch us," she hissed. Nyx stepped closer to Serina, a hand brushing her shoulder. The gesture was gentle, almost comforting, but the strength behind it was absolute. "She's rewriting the world," Nyx said, "and you're just a footnote." The cantor straightened, accepting his defeat with grace. He extended the glass heart to Serina, his voice nothing but a whisper. "Then take this, and remember what you are." Serina took the pendant. The glyph inside shimmered, then faded, leaving behind only the glass and the warmth of her own hand. The cantor stepped back, hands open. "We are spent. We will trouble you no more." Lysandra watched him, wary, but the cantor only bowed, sinking to one knee. Around the chamber, the rest of the choir did the same, their bodies folding inward as if to contain their own sorrow. The silence that followed was different, no longer taut, but peaceful, the kind that grows in the wake of a storm. Serina turned to Nyx and Lysandra, searching their faces for some sign that she'd done the right thing. Nyx smiled, fangs sheathed for once. "You always surprise me," Lysandra nodded, eyes bright with pride and something more tender. "You're not a prophecy," she repeated. "You're a person, and you just saved us all." Serina closed her fingers around the pendant, feeling the memory of the song settle inside her. She didn't know what the next verse would bring, but she was ready to sing it. Together, the three of them left the sanctum, the echo of their footsteps, the only music the chamber would ever know. Behind them, the pale choir vanished into silence, their legend at last complete. They were halfway to the upper archway when the runes overhead flickered back to life, one by one, like eyes remembering how to see. "That's exactly the trap," Lysandra snapped, and grabbed Serina by the elbow, pulling her to a sudden halt. The walls trembled, every horn-shaped column vibrating as the pale choir, silent a moment before, rose in unison to their feet. The hum in the air sharpened, splintering into a lattice of glassy harmonics, each note angling in toward Serina, pricking at her skin like the fangs of 1,000 invisible snakes. Nyx dropped her, languor stepping behind Serina and scanning the space with cold, predatory calculation. "She's reacting," Nyx said, voice low but carrying. "Not like a puppet, like a tuning fork." Serina tried to steady her breathing, but the glyph on her hand burned hotter than ever, the pulse of it syncing perfectly with the arrhythmic flash of runes overhead. Each time her heart beat, the glyph responded, and each response was met by another from the walls, the ceiling, the choir itself. She staggered, dropping to one knee as the sound burrowed into her head, echoing through every hollow bone and nerve ending. Her vision swam with afterimages, the choir's blank faces, the black glyph shattering into a million fragments, her own blood singing out in a voice she no longer recognized. A jagged rune broke from the script above, slicing through the air and drawing a thin line of fire across her shoulder. The pain was shocking, almost clarifying. She felt the blood bead, then sizzle as the glyph tried to rewrite itself into her flesh. Lysandra unleashed a wordless scream, the force of it shattering several nearby columns and launching a counterwave of raw, unfiltered power through the chamber. The harmonics stuttered, then collapsed, and several of the choir tumbled to the ground, clutching at their throats as the song turned against them. But the largest cluster held strong, their chant now a weapon, each note calibrated to hollow. Serina out from the inside. She doubled over, fighting not to vomit, the world contracting to a tunnel of blinding white and the relentless pressure of her own heartbeat. Nyx caught her from behind, arms wrapped around her ribcage, claws digging in just enough to anchor her to the present. "Don't let them take you," Nyx hissed in her ear. "They want you empty." Lysandra knelt beside her, pressing a palm to the wound on Serina's shoulder. "Hold on," she said. "You're seconds from imprinting." Serina gritted her teeth, lips peeled back in a silent snarl. The glyph's heat spread up her neck, flooding her mouth with the taste of copper and ozone. She tried to focus on Nyx's arms, on Lysandra's hands, on the memory of herself before all this began, but the music was everywhere, swallowing every thought, every memory, every chance at resistance. The cantor stood at the center of the carnage, robes billowing as if caught in a wind only he could feel. His face was rapturous, eyes turned skyward, mouth open in a perfect O. The choir's song reached a fever pitch, the runes spinning faster, brighter, sharper, and then, in a single knife-edged moment, the sound cut off. Serina gasped, the absence of pressure as jarring as its presence. She blinked, sweat running down her cheeks, the glyph on her hand quiescent but thrumming with aftermath. Nyx kept her grip tight. "You were seconds from being erased," she said, voice raw. Or worse, Lysandra nodded, wiping blood from her own mouth. "You were becoming," she said, "but not yourself. You were being taken." The cantor dropped to his knees, face twisted in agony and awe. "She is of the choir," he intoned, words barely more than a whisper. "She simply forgot the key. Serina shuddered. Memory and music and violence braided together inside her skull. Nyx helped her to her feet. Careful, almost gentle. Lysandra scanned the dais, her blade ready, but the choir was finished. Most slumped or gone, the survivors. Inert, their song spent, Serina swallowed hard, voice ragged. What now? Nyx glanced at Lysandra, then back to Serina. Now we get the hell out, she said, before the next verse starts. They moved fast, leaving the sanctum behind as the ceiling began to fracture, each fissure bleeding spectral light. The runes still danced, but their power had shifted, no longer calling to Serina, but warning her away. At the threshold, Serina paused, looking back at the cantor who knelt amid the debris, head bowed in silent devotion. His voice followed her, a thread of sound more haunting than any scream. You were always the song, child. You just needed to be heard. Serina didn't answer. She just ran, clutching her wound, the ghost of the choir's melody forever echoing in the blood beneath. Her skin, the world detonated behind them. First, a single crack, like a tooth breaking under pressure, then a deluge of noise as every arch in the sanctum fractured at once, sigils splitting along stress lines and dumping cubic tons of stone into the void below. The entire ceiling collapsed, slabs pancaking over the dais and reducing the choir's platform to a grave. Runic lightning spidered up the columns, then burst in explosions of raw magic that left afterimages seared across Serina's retinas. Down, Lysandra screamed and threw a war dome over herself and the others, the pressure of it so intense it nearly suffocated Serina where she crouched. Dust and energy hammered at the barrier, but it held, even as the floor underneath rippled, threatening to slough them into the chasm. Nyx hauled Serina upright, not waiting for the dust to settle. They're collapsing the vaults, she hissed, urgency slicing every syllable. They want to seal us in? Lysandra kicked free a piece of crumbling banister, blue tattoos flaring as she powered a countermeasure. The war dome flexed, bounced a few times, then shot upward, propelled by a geyser of pure force. The three of them tumbled through the spiral corridor, Nyx in the lead, Lysandra bracing the rear, Serina caught between, her lungs burning with dust and the taste of ozone. Behind them, a new sound rose, a concert of horror, voices tuned not for song but for murder. The remnants of the choir, fused now into something even less human, scrambled up the ruined passage, their mouths unhinged and spitting runes like bone shards. Each shriek flung a blade of sound through the darkness, shattering stone and nearly clipping Serina's legs as she ran. Nyx didn't look back. 3 levels up, she shouted. Memory door. If we miss it, we're ash. Serina choked on a laugh, blood spattering her shirt. A what? Lysandra tossed her a grim smile. Door that only remembers the first thing to touch it. You're the key. The stairwell narrowed, walls bending inward, instruments embedded. In the stone, shattered violins, bent harps, the struts of drums restrung with hair and wire, collapsing in their wake. Each instrument detonated with the choir's harmonics, the noise driving them forward until all that mattered was movement. The next footfall, the next breath. At the landing, a sliver of blue light cut through the dust. A door, warped and inscribed. With the spiral glyph that now pulsed in Serina's hand, she didn't hesitate. Serina slammed her palm to the sigil, glyph burning white-hot, and the door screamed, literally screamed, as the harmonics tore it open. Nyx and Lysandra dove through, dragging Serina after, just as the corridor behind them disintegrated, choir and all, in a tidal wave of pulverized memory. For a moment, there was nothing. The pop of vanished air, the prickling silence that follows. A lightning strike, then they tumbled into a shallow pit, landing in a heap of flesh and fury. Nyx rolled off first, laughing and weeping in the same breath, bare feet kicking in triumph. Lysandra picked herself up, white hair streaked with blood and dust, the satisfaction of survival etched in every line of her face. Serina lay for a moment, feeling the warmth of the glyph in her hand, the cool touch of night air on her skin. They'd made it. She opened her eyes to the ruined arches of the old opera house above, moonlight filtering through the shattered dome. For the first time in hours, she was back in the world, not just surviving but alive. Behind her, the sanctum smoldered, buried, maybe forever. She sat up, and Nyx was already at her side, brushing hair from Serina's eyes with surprising tenderness. Not bad, Fey, Nyx said, voice a purr again. But now it was comfort, not threat. Lysandra reached down and offered a hand, hauling Serina to her feet. Together, battered and filthy, they stood in the ruins of the past, looking out on a city that, for the moment, was still there. Serina flexed her hand, feeling the power of the glyph, and knew that the song wasn't over. But it was hers to sing now, and this time, she'd pick every note. The city was silent, except for the echo of their breaths, the wind. Hissing through what was left of the opera house's glass crown, Serina staggered across the debris-strewn floor, hand pressed to her throat, every muscle trembling with the aftershock of too much magic and too many close calls. She made it 3 steps before her knees buckled. She caught herself on a slab of marble, but the effort sent a fresh arc of pain up her neck and along her jaw. The glyph in her palm burned, but it was a contained flame now. Obedient, familiar, hers. Nyx dropped beside her, face pinched with concern, all sarcasm gone from her voice. "What did they do to you?" she asked, reaching to steady Serina's shoulders. Serina shook her head, still unable to speak. She felt something foreign against her jawline, a prickling that went deeper than skin. Nyx's fingers, gentle and cold, found the spot. She brushed away sweat and dust and then froze. "Look at me," Nyx whispered. Serina did. In the moonlight, Nyx's eyes went wide, then narrow with understanding. She traced the line on Serina's jaw with a touch that was almost reverence. Lysandra stepped into view, hair wild, face bloodless. She crouched beside them, studying Serina with clinical precision. "They marked her speech," Lysandra said, voice almost breaking. "Her voice. The rune is woven into the muscle, the bone." Serina finally found her own words. "What does that mean?" Nyx held Serina's chin, forcing her to meet her gaze. "It means you don't just speak magic now," Nyx murmured. "You are magic. You're the glyph itself." For a second, Serina wanted to panic, to scream, to claw it away, to be rid of every mark the choir had tried to carve into her. But then she remembered the silence in the sanctum, the final, peaceful hush as the music ended. She remembered the way the glyph had felt just before she claimed it. A perfect, quiet certainty. She closed her eyes, inhaled, and let her voice loose. It wasn't a scream or a word or a song. It was a sound of becoming, of refusal and hope braided. Together, a note that stitched the world back into shape after too much unraveling. When the sound died, she opened her eyes. Nyx was smiling, pride and relief, and something older flickering in her dark gaze. Lysandra wiped her face, then straightened. "You're stable, for now, but I don't know what comes next." Serina looked at them, at the city beyond, at the cracked dome and the fractured skyline and the uncertain dawn. "I do," she said, voice clear as the last chime before sunrise. "We make it up as we go." Nyx laughed, deep and real. "I've always admired your style." Serina stood, her new voice steady, the mark on her jaw already fading to a memory. Together, they limped into the ruins, the story unfinished, but at last, hers to tell. Above them, the moon stitched a silver line across the darkness. Serina followed it, and for the first time in her life, she felt not just heard, but necessary. Behind her, the old music faded, replaced by the new. The wild, unscripted, unstoppable song of being alive. She was it. She was enough. Chapter 8. Eclipse and Embers. Serina Fey stood motionless in her flat above the veiled quarter, every window latched, every curtain cross-wired and drawn. The only light came from the street below, a sickly, late-night sodium that filtered through cracks in the glass and lit up the scars in her walls with a jaundiced radiance. The city had long since gone to ground, but the silence up here was almost painful. No distant train whine, no boot falls on the iron latticework, only the faintest, chronic hum of the ley current that ran under everything. She faced the bathroom. Mirror, or what was left of it. The glass had split along a diagonal the night she'd come home with the glyph burned into her voice box, a hairline fracture that now spidered outward with every temperature drop. Her own reflection was unreliable. A slit pupil stare from beneath the rim of a basin. Sweat-slick hair drooping forward, mouth half open as if caught between feral and fever. She waited for her name to surface, waited to see if saying it would. "Do what the choir said it would, Serina," she whispered, so softly the mirror should have ignored her. But it didn't. The air in the flat pulsed, barely perceptible, but enough to make the towel rack flex and the cracked glass bow inward as if the room was taking a breath with her. The effect lasted less than a heartbeat, the glass trembling, the fracture line nearly knitting before snapping back with an audible pop. Her tail lashed in automatic rebuke. She exhaled, watching her breath fog the reflection, and for a moment she looked for the ghost of the choir behind her. Some afterimage, some proof she hadn't hallucinated her own rewriting. But there was nothing. Not even the usual, comforting rasp of her voice. The glyph, when it did anything, did everything. And now every word, every sound was loaded. She leaned over the sink, fingers gripping the cold porcelain, and focused on her right wrist. The wound there, a sigil burn from the choir's attack, had gone dark at the edges, refusing to heal despite a week of patching and synthetic skin. It pulsed with a rhythm she couldn't control, a pale echo of the mark on her throat. She waited until the muscles in her arms started to shake, then said it. Heal. Just a murmur, half convinced it would do nothing. The pain flared, then faded. She peeled back her sleeve and watched as the edges of the wound sizzled, the old skin sliding over the new with a shudder that made her want to retch. In under a second, the scar was gone, leaving only a line of paler skin. As if someone had edited her wrist in post-production, she flexed the hand. It didn't even ache. The glyph's appetite for obedience was bottomless. Serina stepped away from the mirror, walked a tight figure 8 around the tiny living room, and stopped by the desk. She glanced at the pile of old field reports, then at the badge. Still. Fused at the corner from the lexicon blast. The air in here was wrong, off-key, as though the resonance from the sanctum had followed her home and wormed its way into the subfloor. She sat. The chair squeaked. She waited another minute, then another. She picked up a pencil and scrawled "test" on the back of a grocery flyer, letting the word hang there like a dare. She glanced around, then whispered, "Stop." The bulb in the desk lamp flickered, then dimmed. The lay hum in the floor dropped by half, replaced by a suffocating, perfect quiet. Serina snapped her fingers experimentally. The sound was smaller than it should have been. She cleared her throat, lined up the pencil against the desk's edge, and said, "Rise." The pencil lifted 2 inches off the tabletop, hung there for a beat, then crashed back down. She winced at the noise, as if someone had slapped her across the face. "Down!" she hissed, and the pencil obeyed, snapping into the groove as if slammed by gravity itself. She listened for a reaction from the flat below, maybe a pounding on the ceiling, maybe the slow-building howl of city complaint. But nothing. Only the relentless, high-tension hum of the mark under her jaw. She drew her knees up, hugging them tight to her chest. It wasn't just that her words worked now. It was that she could feel the world brace every time she opened her mouth. When the knock came at the door, Serina almost bit her tongue off. She scrambled to her feet, arms already up and ready, then remembered herself and lowered them. She walked to the entry, took a deep breath, and whispered. "Ward." The word feathering, out of her mouth like an old habit. She felt the air harden on the other side of the door. She opened it, slow. Nyx Raventhorn stood in the corridor. Barefoot, a cascade of black hair streaming down one shoulder and pooling on the floor like a shadow with ambitions. She wore a gown of smoke and faintly reflective thread, and if she was annoyed by the effect of Serina's glyph on the world, she didn't show it. Her eyes scanned the room, then Serina, then the still rippling air of the threshold. "You weren't going to answer?" Nyx asked, voice warm but edged. Serina let the door swing wider. "I thought you liked knocking." Nyx glided inside, hands tucked behind her back, not touching a single surface. "You haven't answered any of my messages." Her gaze went to the healed wrist, then to Serina's throat, the place where the choir had tried to rewrite her. "That mark's not from a blade." "No," Serina said. The word was loaded, but she kept it short and safe. Nyx circled, inspecting the living room like she expected to find a body. "Why the silence, kitten?" Serina's tail thumped once against the wall. "I didn't want to speak," Nyx cocked. Her head, the movement so feline it made Serina's own posture straighten. Because of the mark? When Serina nodded, Nyx's expression softened. You said your name out loud. And? Serina tried to shrug, but her muscles wouldn't let her. It's like being watched, she said. Every time I say anything, I feel... She licked her lips, searching for the word, then gave up. It's like the choir's still in the room with me. Nyx stepped closer, close enough to make the air spark. They are, she said. But they're not the ones who count. You're what counts. You need to practice with it, not hide from it. Serina ran a finger along her jaw, feeling the pulse of the glyph under the skin. I could level this building if I coughed wrong, Nyx grinned, all white teeth and threat. Then maybe let it out, darling. You can't live like a ghost in your own city. Serina looked away. What if I lose control? What if I say something I can't take back? Nyx reached out, tracing the line of the healed scar with a nail. You survived the choir. You survived the engine. You survived me. She leaned in, her mouth just above Serina's ear, and whispered, Don't lose it. Not for them. Not for me. Not for anyone. Serina closed her eyes, the words crawling over her skin. I'm trying, she said, voice flat and small. Nyx drew back, watching her for a long moment. Then she turned, padding toward the door, silent as a rumor. At the threshold, Nyx paused. You know what's beautiful about you, Fey? Serina waited. You never stop learning, Nyx said. Not even now. Serina watched her leave, the mark on her throat tingling with every heartbeat. Outside, a city street lamp shorted out, spraying the wall with a fan of silver sparks. Serina stared into the afterimage, then at her own hands, then back to the cracked mirror. She wondered how long it would take before she spoke again. Or if the world would survive when she finally did. The Triumpact Council chamber was a pit of static, a cyclone of accusation and fear. The air stank of ozone, new concrete, and sweat. Above all, sweat, the human and not-so-human kind. No one had built the place for comfort. The chamber was a sunken oval of stone, its walls streaked with the lichen of bad history, ceiling open, to the filtered haze of late-day Zenithria. On the dais at the far end, under the glyph of the threefold spiral, the council proper tore itself to ribbons. Serina Fey arrived early and sat late. She'd learned that's where the real work happened, not on the record, but in the liminal hours when the cracks in procedure let something true slip through. She perched at the hybrid delegation's bench, bare stone, no padding, shoulders hunched and hands folded neat, as if she could will herself smaller and more ignorable. It never worked. Even silent, she drew looks. Sometimes suspicion, sometimes hunger, sometimes both in the same set of eyes. Tonight, the bench was crowded. Mages in silver sashes, vampires in obsidian veils. The handful of hybrids not currently under investigation. The first 10 minutes were all shouted agenda. Hunter infiltration in the hall, new incursions by the remnants of the choir, 2 reports of spontaneous glyph speech from the outlying wards. Every voice tried to outcut the others until the acoustics in the room folded the arguments into an indistinct roar. A senior mage, Serina only ever thought of him as Silver Comb-Over, pounded the table with a wand capped in blue fire. It's not containment, it's provocation, he shouted, spit launching from his teeth. A vampire from the southern houses, veil pinned with tiny rubies, sneered back, Our blood wards are holding. Your wards are the ones failing. Perhaps do not lecture us on the subject of security. Someone from the back, in the cheap seats, piped up, This isn't a war front, you ghouls. A rival. Tell that to the choir. They're eating the East Block. Lysandra Vale, pale and stoic in a dress the color of mourning doves, raised a hand for order. We will, she tried, but was instantly overrun by a dozen more voices, some only slightly less shrill than the first. Serina didn't contribute. She let the bickering roll over her, eyes fixed on the central spiral, feeling the glyph on her throat tingle in time with the mounting chaos. She counted the rhythms, the number of times the vampires interrupted, the frequency of mage sarcasm, the background hum of hybrid resentment. The real meeting, as always, was happening in the pauses, where the tension backlashed and became personal. She's just sitting there. Let her speak? Or is she waiting for the mark to do it for her? Half the hybrids are already compromised. You trust her? She's marked, glyph-bound, altered. How do we know she's not singing to them right now? That last one landed. The room hushed, not fully, but enough for everyone to notice the silence. Serina looked up. It was a junior advisor, a mage not more than 20, who had thrown the accusation. He wore his hair in perfect vertical spikes, as if every strand needed to be counted, and the skin under his eyes was so pale it looked like frostbite. He stared at Serina, and for once she met the look. Let the golden of her irises burn all, the way through him. She stood. She had no wand, no weapon, not even a badge, just herself and the mark under her jaw. The room tracked her like a pack of wolves, wary and hungry. "Say that again," she said. It wasn't a threat. It wasn't anything, really, just words. But the effect was instant. The council's backbenchers shrank, the senior mages shifted uncomfortably, even the vampires stilled, as if scenting the moment before a thunderstorm. Serina walked to the center of the pit, standing at the edge of the spiral. She looked at Lysandra, then at Nyx Raventhorn, who watched from the uppermost bench, feet bare and legs folded like a judge with all the time in the world. Serina inhaled, held it, and said, "Enough." The word hit the room like a hammer. The torches flickered all at once, throwing shadows up the walls. The ceiling groaned, as if it had just remembered it was supposed to be a roof, and a fine layer of dust shook loose from the lichen, coating. The front row in a film of ancient spores. No one spoke. Not a sound. Even the ley current seemed to drop out. The air suddenly sharp and thin. Serina felt the glyph on her throat cool, almost as if it was satisfied. She looked at the junior mage, who now stared at his shoes. She spoke again, low and careful. "I'm here because you wanted a shield, not a bomb. But you made me both." She swept her gaze around the room, catching every pair of eyes. "If you're afraid of what the mark will do, remember who put me in front of it." For a moment, the only sound was Nyx's slow, deliberate applause. "Well said," Nyx drawled, voice carrying through the frozen chamber. Lysandra looked as if she'd just tasted something sour and expensive. Her hands curled on the table's edge, knuckles white. "Serina," she said, "the council needs you, but you need us too. We're here to—" Serina cut her off, softer this time. "Are you?" She let the question hang, then turned, walking back to her seat. As she sat, the tension didn't return. Instead, it bled out, leaving the council in a state of stunned, collective reflection. The meeting limped on, now a low drone instead of a cacophony. Reports were read, motions tabled. The junior mage advisor never raised his eyes again. At the year, and Nyx drifted over to Serina, leaning down until their faces were only a breath apart. Her voice was for Serina alone. "You're becoming the weapon they were afraid of." Serina looked back, the spiral glyph throbbing under her skin. "Maybe," she said, "but it's still my hand on the trigger." Nyx grinned, pleased. "For now," she said, and disappeared into the dark, leaving Serina to count the echoes of her own voice in the hollowed-out chamber. The only thing louder was the silence she'd left behind. The city's dream was broken by the sound of the cradle, Ward's radiant shields imploding. It didn't sound like glass or metal, but like the splitting of a high E string under impossible tension. A note so sharp it could have killed birds in flight, a resonance so deep it shuddered the foundations of every house in a 4-block radius. Serina heard it even before the alarm glyphs began to fail. She was 3 streets away, watching the arcane weave around the cradle ward flicker and gutter. By the time she reached the outer gates, both guards were standing open-mouthed, pupils spiraling, unable to comprehend the overload in their heads. She didn't stop to check if they were alive. Inside, the corridor was a murder of color and scent. Ozone, burnt cinnamon, and the blood metal stench of an active sigil. Every overhead bulb vibrated at a different frequency, most threatening to burst. The walls, usually a sterile white, now swam with a projected chaos of spiral runes. Some burnt in by fire, some seared into the paint with blood. It was like the choir had decided to leave a calling card or a warning. Serina bolted down the main axis, boots skidding in the slurry of resin and blood that coated the tiles. At the first intersection, a hunter, flesh and glyphs and steel, but wearing the waxen, re-stitched face of the new breed, swung into view. Its weapon was a net launcher, but not for detaining. This was the kind that filleted you and left the bones for cataloging. Serina ducked low, sprinted under the first volley, and slid on her thigh through the muck to come up behind the hunter's guard. She wrapped her arms around its waist, locked her legs, and yanked hard. The hunter toppled, landing with a meaty crack, but even on its back it tried to aim the net, so she stomped its wrist, then its face, feeling the bone buckle under the tread of her boot. She didn't wait to watch it die. The corridor ahead was an arterial line, choked with panic and magic. Every door she passed was warded shut from the inside, standard cradle protocol in a breach, but useless if the attackers were already within. Choir sigils, Serina muttered, voice rasping through the glyph in her throat. Shit. The spiral runes intensified near the core. Every surface here, from floor to ceiling, was covered in the pattern, no longer clean, but alive and writhing, the lines moving as if drawn by a feverish, invisible hand. At the heart of the ward, in a circular chamber ringed by 6 mirrored doors, 3 pale-robed hunters were already waiting. They flanked the tuning core, a curved crystal ring suspended on nothing, about a foot in diameter and humming with the kind of energy you only felt in the last second before an explosion. The null glyph engine. The relic everyone had sworn wasn't real, or at least wasn't functional. One of the hunters pointed at Serina, and its mouth opened. Too wide, no teeth, just the dark inside. The words that came out weren't words. They were a song. The kind that made your bones remember what it was like to be raw matter. Serina choked on her own air. The mark on her throat seared, and for a moment she tasted static and copper. But then the feeling passed, and she was herself again. She lunged into the chamber, claws out, voice low and flat. Drop it! One of the hunters leveled a sigil spear, tip flickering blue-black. The throw was fast, but Serina was faster. She rolled, came up, and tried to claw the attacker's mask off. It wasn't a mask. It was its face, stretched and stapled, and when she raked her claws across it, it just oozed clear liquid and sang louder. A second spear grazed her coat, igniting the fabric with a glyph spark. She batted it out, but the fire kept trying to relight, crawling up her arm with a mind of its own. The third hunter made a grab for the tuning core. That's when Serina felt her fear fracture and reform as rage. She planted her feet, squared, her shoulders, and let the words come, fall. She didn't shout it. She didn't need to. The glyph in her throat flared, hot and instantaneous. The first 2 hunters collapsed. Not fainted, but slammed to the floor by a force so intense that the tiles cratered under their skulls. The one with the net launcher's chest folded inward, ribs snapping like popcorn. The third hunter screamed, a noise so high Serina thought her ears might bleed. The tuning core vibrated out of its suspension, dropped 2 feet, and cracked the stone beneath it. Every mirrored door in the chamber shattered at once, shards spraying outward and sticking to the walls. The hunter tried to stand, but the word kept it down, like gravity set to maximum. Serina advanced, boot by boot, until she was close enough to see the fear in the void behind its eyes. She leaned in, voice barely audible, but somehow more than enough. Down! The hunter slammed flat, face first, and didn't move again. Serina braced herself on the edge of the core, breathing through the pain in her throat and the ringing in her head. For a moment, she felt the urge to laugh, unhinged, unstoppable. But she bit down and held her ground. She checked the chamber. 2 hunters dead, one twitching but not a threat. The tuning core, whatever it was, intact. She wiped blood from her face, then headed for the exit, steps uneven and heavy. In the corridor, the guard from the gate was waiting, eyes wild, weapon useless in one shaking hand. He looked at the carnage inside, then at Serina, and finally managed, "Fey, what was that?" Serina didn't answer. She couldn't. Her voice was a loaded gun, and she was out of safety. She pushed past, into the shattered night, and let the silence fold around her. Above, the city's broken wards stitched themselves back together, the sound of their healing a low, impossible chord. 2 days after the Cradle Ward breach, Serina Fey returned to the council chambers alone. She wore the same clothes she'd fought in, washed, but still holding the memory of burnt air and old fear. The walk across the city was slower than she'd planned. Every muscle felt like a rope pulled too tight and left out in the wet to rot. The Triumphax chamber was more subdued than usual. Most of the benches were filled, but the arguments of previous meetings had gone to ground, replaced by an anxious hum like a waiting room in the moments before a verdict. The only sound was the old ventilation system, breathing for everyone who'd forgotten how. Serina entered without permission, without being announced. She carried nothing but the threefold spiral insignia, silver and bone, heavy as a manacle, cupped in her left hand. She walked down the aisle. No one stood. No one spoke. At the council table, Lysandra sat with her hands folded. Nyx lounged further back, one leg thrown over the arm of her chair, eyes half-lidded but watching. Always watching. The rest of the council leaned away as Serina approached, as if worried she might shed sparks. Serina placed the insignia in the exact center of the table. She pressed it down. Just a heartbeat. Just enough for the stone to remember her grip. Then she drew her hand away. She didn't say a word. She'd said too many already. She turned and walked the length of the chamber, boots echoing on the old flagstones. No one stopped her. Not Lysandra, not Nyx, not even the mage who'd accused her of being a loaded weapon. At the door, Serina paused. She looked back, and for a moment thought she saw something in Lysandra's eyes. Regret? Maybe. Or the urge to call her back. But it vanished, replaced by the careful neutrality of someone who had learned to survive by letting things go. Serina left the chamber. The door swung shut behind her, slow and final. Inside, the council sat in silence, the threefold spiral at the center of the table, and waited for someone to claim the voice she'd left behind. No one did. Serina walked the undercut with the confidence of someone who expected to be followed, but tonight she was alone. The tunnels here ran deeper than the city's lowest memory. Old sewer, post-war fallout shelters, layer after layer of patched pipe and stone, all honeycombed with glyphs so ancient their meaning was pure context. The air was thicker, too, heavy with vapor, and the unsteady pulse of magic left to rot in the dark. Every third step, her boot would send up a puff of dust that glowed with latent charge, then settled again, like a shroud being rehearsed. She let the mark on her throat lead her. It pulsed in time with her heart, but with every block it grew less organic, more mechanical, until she couldn't tell if the next beat was hers or the glyphs. She moved past iron doors, past walls reinscribed so many times the stone was more rune than rock, until she found the passageway she hadn't known she was looking for. The door wasn't a door at all, but a negative, a hole in the world's logic, framed by a spiderweb of ancient song glyphs. To mortal eyes, it was just a shadow where no light would ever stay. But when Serina touched it, the world receded, and she was elsewhere. She stepped into a void woven of sound and memory. The walls here were nothing, or maybe everything, depending on how much of yourself you left behind when you walked in. Each step forward was a note played on a string she hadn't known was strung between her ribs and the city above. She heard every breath she'd ever taken, every lie she'd ever told, replayed as a refrain in the infinite echo. Ahead, something waited. Not a shape, but a presence. It coalesced as she got closer, a distortion in the air, like the warp you see over a gas fire. The presence vibrated in a dozen registers, all speaking at once, none quite human. "You came," it said, and Serina felt the words as much as heard them, the sound harmonizing in her sternum. She squared her shoulders, claws flexing. "You called." I listened. The presence shimmered, oscillating between being more and less there. "Are you afraid?" it asked. Serina considered. "Not of you." A laugh, almost, but not quite, rolled out of the nothing. "You're not here for me. You're here for the part you left behind." She stepped forward, the darkness closing in until it pressed against her skin. "Are you part of the choir?" The presence flickered, then settled into something almost like a body. "I was the note they buried beneath the song," it said, "the frequency no one wanted to hear." Serina swallowed, feeling the glyph at her throat burn cold. "What am I?" The presence approached. No footsteps, just a shift in the local sense of here. It sounded almost kind. "You are the threaded blood." But that name is only a shape, not a meaning. The presence's face split, a jag of white in the black. "You are not the weapon. You are the question." Serina let the words roll over her, then shook her head. "You're sentient. The glyph. The whole thing. It's alive." The presence pulsed, brighter. "Not alive. Becoming. I was not designed to finish. I was designed to be finished. By choice. Serina's mouth went dry. You're a seed. A seed of will, the echo agreed. And now, I am in you. She drew back, fists clenched. No, I'm not done being me. The void trembled, as if amused. You are more you than you've ever been. That's why I came awake. Serina stared, unblinking at the echo of herself in the void. What do you want? Want? The presence flickered again, then filled the space in front of her. I want to resolve. You can finish the song or rewrite it, but you must choose. Serina's tail lashed. If I walk away, you won't, said the echo. You've never walked away from anything. You stand in the center. That is your nature. She tried to find the lie in that, but couldn't. What happens if I finish you? Serina asked, voice a whisper. The presence radiated warmth, then cold, as if cycling through every possible answer. Everything ends, or begins, or both. It's not my call. It's yours. Serina closed her eyes, breathing slow and even. The mark on her throat pulsed, and with each pulse, the world behind her grew fainter, less real. She looked down. 3. Paths opened at her feet, one paved in glyph light, the second in fine white ash, the third in perfect, unyielding silence. Choose, said the echo, and I become what you are. Serina stared at the branching future, at the sum of her choices made real. She grinned, teeth sharp and sure. Good, she said. Then let's see what happens when a question answers itself. She stepped forward into the song, and the city's heart beat anew. The world beyond Zenithria was a strip of bladed grass and old ruin. The city wall a spine of stone separating everything that mattered from everything that didn't. At night, the wind had the run of it, and the only witnesses were the scattered crows who made their homes in the cracks. Serina perched on the edge of a collapsed parapet, legs dangling over the city's midnight silhouette. She could see the lights below, the slow pulse of ward lamps following the main arteries, the living neon that bled from the heart of the upper districts. The lower rings were mostly dark, but she recognized the shape of them, the scars she'd left on their surface in a single day. She inhaled. The wind carried the ghost of ash and river water, the memory of every argument she'd ever lost or won. The mark on her throat had stopped burning. It sat now as a line of cold certainty, a promise made to no one in particular. For the first time, it didn't feel like a leash. She leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees. The stone beneath her was old, maybe even as old as the first version of the city, and she wondered how many other monsters or miracles had sat here, waiting for the world to catch up. The wall still remembered the choir. Every so often, she'd hear a faint note, a hum trapped in the stone like a fossilized echo. But it wasn't dangerous anymore, just a part of the world, like weather or the tilt of the sun. Serina watched the city for a long time, the way you watch someone you love sleep, always half expecting them to wake up and change the story. She said nothing. There was no one to talk to, but the wall, the city, the wind, all of it held the silence, kept it in balance, because sometimes that's the only thing left. Serina didn't know if she'd stay here, or if she'd drift back into the chaos below. Maybe she'd make her own side, or maybe she'd just wait, holding the line until the next story started. It didn't matter. For now, the city was hers. Not to rule, not to destroy, not to heal, just to witness. To be the boundary, the reckoning, the last word. Serina closed her eyes, let the wind have its way, and let the world spin without her for a while. It was enough. It would have to be. The hours after the gate were not a march, not even a patrol. They were just walking. But every step Serina took rewrote the world around her. She moved through the lower rings like a fracture propagating through glass. Each alley was a vein of old city, crowded with history and human runoff. The walls here were tattooed with generations of sigil work, some so faded they only showed up in ultraviolet, others still hot to the touch from last night's crimes. Wherever Serina went, the sigils reacted. Crumbling wards sparked at the edge of her vision, igniting brief, beautiful traceries before guttering out for good. Whispers followed her at first. Old words, superstitions, the names of the city's monsters. But as she walked, the crowds learned to part instead. a living tide giving way to whatever she was now. At the corner of Sandhook and Blackrail, a row of unlicensed vendors hawked wares no one with options would ever buy. Their booths were illusions, the goods enchanted to shimmer or rot depending on the day's market. Serina walked past, and every stall flared, the warded canopies catching, then burning in threads of ember-bright runework that left the vendors, stunned, holding nothing but the ashes of their own lies. 2 blocks later, a petty thief tried to make a scene, jumped a cred runner, knocked her to the ground, and in the same motion started his victory monologue. "Nobody catches the..." was as far as he got before the mark at Serina's throat pulsed, and his words broke in midair. He staggered as if he'd been punched in the chest, then looked around with wild, empty eyes before bolting for the shadows, mouth snapped tight as a vault. Everywhere she walked, the world shivered. Spells misfired, trapdoors stuck open, every attempt at deception came apart at the seams. Serina didn't need to do anything. It was enough to let the glyph do the work. The civilians adapted fast. Some fled, sprinting into the next. Block as soon as they saw her, even if it meant leaving a day's work behind. Others dropped to their knees, not in worship, but in the oldest kind of submission, hands over their heads and faces averted, like they thought she might take their eyes if they dared to look. The smart ones learned to speak only what was true, or else shut up entirely. The spellcasters were worse. Some tried to mount a defense, chanting hexes or drawing blades of warded light, but the glyph was always first. Their magic died in their throats, sometimes choking them, sometimes just leaving them blue and gasping. Within an hour, every freelance magus in the district had abandoned their scripts, tearing off their warded rings and trinkets and tossing them into the gutters. By midday, people stopped calling her Serina at all. The new name was Oracle, and it wasn't meant as a compliment. She walked, and the world walked with her, the pavement underfoot buzzing with a current of possibility and fear. No one tried to stop her, but from every window, every doorway, every crack in the city's surface, the eyes were waiting, wide and white, to see what she would do next. Serina kept walking, not because she had a destination, but because it was the only thing that made sense. This was the shape of her power now, not a sword, not a shield, but a rolling thunder that never needed to be called down. She wondered, as she moved through the silent, watching streets, how long it would be before someone else tried to use her, or if, this time, she could stop it before it started. Twilight turned the Windchapel to a skeleton of stone and light. The roof was gone, ripped away by one siege or another, and the only shelter was in the shadow of the standing columns, their spiral glyphs half scoured by weather and old fire. The city's heart was quiet here. Even the wind knew better than to sing. Serina stood at the center, hands in her coat pockets, head tilted back to watch the last of the day bleed out through the broken rafters. She wasn't hiding, but she wasn't exactly visible either. This place was between worlds, a no-man's land for anyone who'd run out of sides to pick. The footsteps came slow, deliberate, crunching the broken glass that formed the chapels. New floor. Nyx materialized from the darkness, bare feet bloodless on the shards, gown trailing behind her in an impossible wake. She looked like she'd been born for the ruins, every line of her body matching the fracture lines in the stone. Always. "So dramatic," Serina said without turning. Nyx smiled, showing teeth. "I like to make an entrance." She held up her left hand, and the moonlight caught on something small and wicked. A ring, black as murder, the inside edge rimmed in blood that wasn't dry. "You could rule this city," Nyx said, closing the distance, voice soft as a caress. "It's almost a shame you haven't figured that out yet." Serina turned, meeting the Queen's eyes. "It's not the kind of thing you get to forget." Nyx slipped the ring off her finger and held it out between them. "Wear it," she whispered. "Just once. For me." Serina didn't take it. "That easy, huh?" Nyx shrugged, letting the ring dangle. "I never said it would be easy, but it would be right. For once, you'd be the hand in control." Serina looked at the Umayim ring, the promise of it. The blood on the inside edge wasn't hers, but it might as well have been. "That's not what I want," she said. Nyx's hand didn't tremble, but her eyes did. For a moment, Serina thought she'd push harder, play the seductress, the manipulator, the only role she'd ever really enjoyed. Instead, Nyx just let the ring fall. It hit the glass, rolled in a lazy spiral, and came to rest at Serina's feet. Silence. Then, from the haze at the edge of the ruins, another figure stepped into view. Lysandra, pale as the dawn, wearing nothing but a cloak and the memory of authority. She walked straight up to Serina, stopping at the same distance Nyx had favored. "The pact isn't over," Lysandra said. "Not if you come back. Not if you lead it." Serina didn't answer, just watched the Queen of Light with the same detached interest she'd given Nyx. Lysandra opened her hands, palms up. "You could make it yours," she said. "No more games. Just the truth. Your truth." Serina considered the offer, weighed it against the city skyline behind Lysandra. She could see the towers, the bridges, the slow glow of the night wards as they reknit the wounds she'd left behind. She thought about all the things she'd wanted. Peace, closure, vengeance, a place to belong. None of them seemed to fit anymore. She stepped back, away from both offers. The ring stayed where it had fallen. Lysandra's outstretched hands closed. On empty air. "I'm not your ruler," Serina said, voice echoing off the stone. "I'm not your martyr either." Nyx smiled, a different kind of sadness in it this time. "Then what are you, kitten?" Serina looked at the ruined chapel, at the city beyond, at the space between everything. "I'm the part that stays after the story ends," she said. "The part that doesn't fit." Lysandra nodded, accepting. Nyx said nothing, just crouched, and picked the ring back up, turning it over in her fingers as if searching for the flaw in the metal. Serina left them there, framed by the shattered eaves and the first cold stars. She didn't know where she was going, but she was sure, for the first time in her life, that it was her own path to walk. Behind her, the chapel held its silence, and the city exhaled in relief. There would be no more queens. Not for a while, but maybe, Serina thought, there didn't need to be. The night glass balcony sat 100 stories above the city's oldest lies, a ledge of pure obsidian extruded from the upper district's most impossible tower. The view was nothing but city, block after block stacked to the horizon, the sky bridge. She'd just crossed already lost in the blur of cold morning haze. Below the rooftops seethed, but up here the wind was clean, the air sharp enough to sand your bones. Nyx Raventhorn leaned against the railing, barefoot as always, the pale skin of her arms threaded with the faintest suggestion of blood ward, sigils. They pulsed, not in sync with her pulse. Serina doubted she had one, but with the lazy, deliberate beat of a predator's patience. "You didn't announce yourself," Nyx said, still facing the city, voice pitched just loud enough. "To carry over the rush of wind?" Serina let her boots click on the black stone. "Didn't need to." Nyx exhaled, and the fog of it was tinted blue by the light from the tower's runes. "The pact's breaking." She let the words hang, like laundry for the world to see. Cradle wards nearly empty. Lysandra's gone quiet. The hunters have moved closer to the border. "No one's watching, kitten?" "Not really." Serina stopped a few steps away, close enough to see the city mirrored in Nyx's hair, each building a blade in a dark crown. "And you want me to watch it burn?" "I want you to decide if it's worth burning." Nyx turned at last, her eyes shining silver in the early light. "I could use your voice, just once. One word, and they'll scatter. It doesn't even have to be a clever word." Serina shrugged, feeling the mark at her throat pulse, then settle. "If you're so sure, say it yourself." Nyx laughed, the sound as unkind as it was beautiful. "You know, that's not how it works. My voice is old, and the world's learned to ignore it. Yours," she touched her own neck, mirroring Serina's mark, "still matters." A moment passed. Serina stared out at the city, at the river of traffic down in the lower districts, at the faint dust plume rising from the high lexicon where the last of the old order was being boxed up and shipped out. "They won't scatter," Serina said. "Not if they have nothing left to lose." "Then give them something," Nyx urged, stepping closer until their shadows merged in the wash of dawnlight. "Give them fear. Give them hope. I don't care which, but pick." Serina squared her shoulders, and for a moment she thought she might let the glyph in her throat answer for her. She didn't. She looked Nyx dead in the eye and said, "No." It wasn't a defiance. It was just a fact. So heavy the stone underfoot seemed to bow under the weight. Nyx studied her, an animal calculating the cost of hunger. Then Nyx smiled, slow and certain. "You're getting good at that," she said. Serina didn't reply. She just turned and let her silence echo down through the city, a refusal large enough to fill every empty street. This time, the city listened. The High Lexicon was a graveyard, but the dead here were all words. Serina picked her way through the ashen ribs of what used to be Zenithria's memory, the air alive with the scent of vaporized parchment and the tang of wards roasted into slag. The ruins sprawled like the corpse of a cathedral, every surface etched with the evidence of the choir's last desperate aria. Where once columns rose, only splinters remained. Fractured stumps, each one blackened, but still buzzing with the last static charge of a 1,000-year protection spell. Lysandra Vale stood at the center, framed by two pillars that had been fused. Together at the blast point. She wore no crown, no badge, not even the usual silver tattoos. Her hands were bare and empty, held at her sides as if to show she meant no threat. Serina slowed, boots crunching on a topsoil of melted glass and old bone. "If you're here to negotiate, don't," she said, voice low but steady. Lysandra didn't turn. She stared up at the vault of the lexicon, where the last of the domed ceiling still wept rivulets of molten sigil work. "You could have walked away," Lysandra said. The words meant as both accusation and benediction. "I did," Serina replied. "You just followed." Lysandra turned, her eyes bright with something like hope, but walled off with centuries of disappointment. "Come back to the pact," she said, "on your terms." Serina looked past her, up at the ceiling where a fragment of the old city's creed still glimmered in the suture of cracks. "To speak is to remake." It seemed less an invitation now than a threat. "They were never mine," Serina said, voice as brittle as the ruins. Lysandra stepped closer, not bothering to hide the tremor in her fingers. "They could be." Serina met Lysandra's gaze, let the silence deepen until even the city outside seemed to hush. "No," she said at last, gentle but final. "They shouldn't be." The word reverberated. A simple negative, but it altered the geometry of the space. It left the two of them standing together in the heart of the wound. Not as rivals, but as two women who had finally agreed to stop pretending they were something they weren't. Lysandra's lips twitched, the hint of a smile or a grimace, but she held Serina's gaze as if that alone would keep the world from tumbling further into the void. "Then what are you?" Lysandra asked, the voice of a woman who no longer had a script to follow. Serina didn't answer. She just stepped past, letting the hush build behind her like a tide, and walked out into the waiting city. The ruins held their silence, and in it, the echo of possibility. The Eastern Gate was a wound in the city's skin, a place where the architecture didn't even pretend to care for beauty anymore. Here, the walls were bare utility. The boundary lines spiraled in and out by centuries of cheap repair and desperate reinforcement. The only thing that gleamed was the sigil thread, and that was just a thin coat to cover the cracks. Serina arrived just in time to see the last of the choir's song shred the farthest ward. The barrier didn't fail clean. It unraveled. Each line of defense pulling away from itself in a stuttering ripple, the way old fabric gives under too much tension. The sound, if there was any, didn't make it past the threshold, but Serina felt it anyway. A pressure against her eardrums, a hunger against her bones. She slowed, eyes adjusting to the unnatural pause that followed. Then, the first of the hunter operatives stepped into view. They came as a trio, but the city's angles played tricks, and for a moment, it seemed like there were a dozen. Each wore the uniform of the old Accord, a slick polymer weave, reinforced, at the joints. But over that, their arms were naked to the shoulder, skin painted with kill runes in a script so fine it looked like veins. Their mouths were sealed in patterns of rune thread, black stitches crossing the lips, the jaw, even the cheekbones. They walked with the certainty of people who had already died once and found it lacking. Serina stopped at the boundary, letting the glyph at her throat sink to the ward's last fluttering pulse. She knew what would happen next. Two mage barriers, one high, one low, flared to life as the operatives closed in. The first was a classic Shatterfield, meant to atomize anything that came in too fast, too strong. The second was a dampening coil, a trick that would sap the will from even the most rabid hunter in 6 seconds flat. Both lasted less than a second. The Shatterfield popped like a soap bubble, and the dampening coil simply inverted, showering the street with a fizz of spent magic and the faint sour smell of ozone. The crowd on either side of the street surged backward, giving Serina and the hunters a bubble of air wide enough to stage an execution. She faced them, hands empty. The first hunter stopped, fixing her with a look that might once have been a smile. He tilted his head, as if trying to decode the angle of her stance, then reached for the blade sheathed at his hip. The movement was deliberate, almost gentle. Serina didn't flinch. Instead, she opened her mouth and spoke a single word. Reveal. She didn't need to shout. The glyph at her throat lit up, bright and merciless, and the word hit the air like a surgical saw. The effect was immediate. Every veil, every layer of illusion, every last ounce of hidden intent peeled away from the 3 hunters at once, where before they were just men, just threats. Now they were the sum of every kill, every scar, every half-finished purpose. Their eyes went wide, and for the first time Serina saw fear, real, animal fear, crawl across the face of people who'd come here to end her. One of them tried to turn, but the word had hollowed him out. His legs gave and he crumpled, leaving a smear of raw, unvarnished memory behind him on the pavement. The second raised his hands, clawing at his own face, as if trying to put the masks back on. The third just stared at Serina, seeing not her, but what she was now, the city's only honest thing. Around them, the crowd lost its nerve. Some screamed, some dropped to their knees, a few simply ran. The world at the gate went white-hot, then settled into a brittle, perfect hush. Serina lowered her hands. The mark at her throat faded back to skin. The 3 hunters didn't move. They didn't need to. The truth was out, and it would do the work on its own. For a moment, no one remembered how to breathe. Serina stood at the center of it, not as a hero or a target, but as a warning: nothing that's hidden stays hidden, not if you put the right word in the right place. She waited until the city remembered itself, then turned and walked away, leaving the gate open and the air behind her, free of secrets. This was the shape of what she'd chosen, and it was only just beginning. Chapter 9. What Remains When We Speak. The hollow was colder than void, hung with a silence so taut it might have been the world's own funeral veil. Serina stepped onto the circular stone dais and felt the city's pulse evaporate. Not just the endless grind of gears and commerce, but the entire living beat of Zenithria. The effect was absolute. Her own footfall failed to echo, the sibilance of her breath cut off at her lips. Even the shudder of her heart, ever the metronome of her uncertainty, faded into a blank interval. She stood at the center, and the world froze around her, every molecule aligning in preparation for something terminal. The glyph woven into her chest, a scar, a sigil, a living curse, had been burning at a fever pitch since the last collapse, but now it recalibrated. Not a dampening, not even a dimming, but a transformation. The wild, frantic blaze drained away, replaced by a resonance as regular as breathing. The panic fell off her like dead skin. The burn mark at her throat, etched there by the Pale Choir's attempted rewrite, cooled. It no longer throbbed with the threat of command, but hummed instead, soft, pulsing, exactly in time with the slow ignition of the glyph below. It was, for the first time, less a scar and more a promise. The hush deepened. In the perfect stillness, every sense sharpened until the air was a lattice of new and hostile data. Something pressed at the periphery, not physical, not magical, but a presence built out of memory and the echo of things never spoken. The effect wasn't like a ghost. It was more a shadow where light should have been, a space in the shape of absence. Then the air moved. It didn't swirl, didn't convect. It simply bent, folding in upon itself, and resolved into a figure that was not a figure at all, but a living. Logic of sound and mist. The echo. Not a person, not the cantor, but the sentience that had made its home in the first voice, the memory that had been waiting for Serina in every silent room. The echo pressed up against her bones. No boundary, no apology, just there at the center of her. She felt the pressure first in her sternum, then in her throat, then everywhere at once. "You chose restraint," said the echo. The words didn't travel through the air. They simply existed, as if the act of hearing was enough to create them. The voice was her own, but not. Lighter, stripped of the weight of history, as if speaking from a time before regret. "You chose to hear." Serina tried to move, but the world had locked down every mechanism but awareness. She could not speak, could not breathe, could only exist as the pivot of 1,000 years' worth of memory. The echo pressed closer, so close she thought the shape of it might burn through her skin. "Then let them listen," the echo said. The logic of it was simple, surgical. All the terror, all the urge for control, the constant fight to not become a bomb in the hands of dead ideologies, distilled into a single command: listen and be heard. The echo vanished. No swirl, no drama, just gone. The air rushed back, flooding the chamber with a new, raw electricity. Serina's first breath stung like ammonia, and the sudden return of her heartbeat threatened to stagger her where she stood. She looked down at her hands. They were trembling, not with fear, but with the recoil of possibility. On the skin at the base of her palm, the new mark glowed. A spiral, yes, but hooked at its terminus with the crescent of a fresh moon. Not a wound, not a sentence, but a beginning. The world outside the vault began to move again. Sound returned, the drip of condensation, the distant murmur of city breath, the faintest tremor of the ley line 5 stories below. Above her, the roof's old sigils burned in chorus with the mark on her flesh, ready to respond, ready to amplify. Serina stood for a moment, absorbing the fullness of it. Then, slowly, she smiled. The expression didn't feel like victory. It felt like waking from a nightmare, only to find the world changed and waiting for her. She closed her fist around the new spiral crescent mark and felt the future coil, sharp and ready beneath her skin. Time to see who else was listening. Serina took the vault stairs 3 at a time, boots leaving perfect ashless imprints where the old air clung too long. At the surface, Zenithria's morning had already broken. A flat white sky scalding the glass of every building and painting the city in sterile, surgical light. She stepped out onto the sky bridge that spanned the lower districts and felt the mark at her throat start its own pulse. Not pain, not pleasure, just a buzz of static that ran interference on the world's every attempt at ordinary. The first test came at the bridge's midpoint, where 3 guards stood, a thin line of official blue arrayed against the perpetual threat of disorder. Normally, they'd have ignored her, just another shadow in a city that manufactured them by the mile. But the glyph at her throat didn't care for normal. As she approached, one of the guards, mage-trained if the cut of his uniform meant anything, held out a hand, palm up, and barked, "Credentials!" Serina didn't slow. She reached for the badge at her hip, even though it was a melted, useless scrap from the last breach. She was close enough to see the shimmer of the mage's forged permit, the wardwork woven just under his sleeve, pretending at authority. The glyph in her throat hummed, and the world noticed. His permit flickered, then failed. A stutter in the logic of the city's security, as if the air itself had revoked his right to enforce. His eyes went wide. His 2 colleagues, only now registering her, hesitated as if they'd just glimpsed a gun with their names on the barrel. Serina didn't break stride. The guard stepped aside, not a word between the 3. And the moment she passed them, the air crackled back to default. But they would remember the glitch for a very long time. At the end of the bridge, she caught the echo of a vampire's lie. The soft, whispered thing meant only for the ears of the intended. She heard it anyway, the glyph picking up the distortion in the cadence, and as she walked past, the lie snapped. It didn't explode, didn't make a scene. It just unraveled, and the teller's face drained of all color as his mark, the glamour, peeled away, exposing the old, ugly truth beneath. Down the next block, every glamour that mattered dimmed. Streetlights lost their charm luster, windows reverted from high-end to cracked and yellowed, and the crowd along the street parted, some with respect, most with undisguised fear. The city recoiled, like an animal remembering the taste of the lash. Serina ignored the reactions, eyes fixed on the far end of the bridge, where the skyline promised a horizon she didn't yet know how to face. She walked like every step cost the city a secret, and in a way, it did. Chapter 10. The Null Psalm. Sablelight, Sunrise, and the magician in apartment 24D summoned a bird from fire and old regrets. It was a canary, half-remembered from her grandfather's menagerie, and it came out smoking from the palms, feathers, ticking with blue flame. The bird sang. The note was clean and bright for 1 second, then it jammed in its own throat, went silent, and dissolved into a spatter of ash on the counter. The magician stared, expecting the usual migraine of backlash, but found only a dullness behind the eyes. She tried again. Nothing. Not a spark, not even the taste of ozone. Her hands felt ordinary, cold, and in the silence of her apartment. The old ward clock ticked onward, disinterested. By 7, every spell in Sablelight had gone this way. Fire ran out of oxygen, the pipes froze over, and a black lump of canary char sat unmoving on the kitchen tile until someone swept it into the trash. The magician called her mentor, but the line just hissed and repeated her own voice back at her, a minute delayed and without inflection. In the Veiled Gardens, a vampire combed her hair before the mirror and found the brush stopped halfway through. The stroke. Her reflection blurred at the edges. First a distortion, then a full erasure. When she tried to touch the glass, her hand passed through, and on the other side it came out wrinkled, sunburnt, spattered with old blood. She recoiled, but her flesh didn't. It remained on the other side, pawing blindly at the glass. The rest of her snapped back with a sick, elastic pop, and she stumbled to the floor, clutching at her chest, every rib an exposed wire. The mirrors. In the Veiled Gardens, all melted at once. Every surface went dull, every face and form a cipher. Later, the vampire would find her hands had swapped, right for left and vice versa, and for the rest of the day she would try to piece together which life and which face belonged to her. Cradle Ward. The children stopped speaking mid-sentence, and no one noticed. In the playground at Harker Green, a girl opened her mouth to shout a warning, but the sound failed to form and her mouth stuck open, jaw unhinged, until another child slammed it shut with a stick. The girl's teeth fell out, brittle as moth. Wings and the other children swept the pieces into a pile and buried it. Teachers found them hours later, sitting cross-legged in the sand, eyes gone cloudy, every one of them humming the same low, relentless drone. It wasn't a song, but a subtraction. Every hour, the sound diminished, until by noon it was only a vibration, a hum that quivered the windows but left nothing behind. Noon. The city lost its sky. Where clouds had moved in a slow parade, powder. Blue, thunderhead, clotted with the promise of rain. The dome over Zenithria was now a uniform gray, the color of dried-out clay and twice as heavy. Light came down in a slant, but it was cold, and it pressed on the shoulders of everyone unlucky enough to be outside. The fountain stopped, the birds fell silent, and even the air lost its normal, intricate flavor of urine, smoke, and sugared fruit. In the archive, the statues that lined the rotunda shed their features. The names beneath them bled into nothing, stone smooth and unreadable. The Veiled Quarter didn't so much panic as ossify. No one knew what to do, so they went on doing it, shuffling through the market, swapping contraband, drinking at noon with a forced mania. But the currency had gone off. Silver dulled, blood thickened and wouldn't mix, and the ward tokens that powered the nightlife now ticked with visible cracks. A fight broke out at the glass bar on Milo Street, but the punch never landed. It hung in the air, muscle frozen, then dropped limp, the fist uncurled and useless. The bouncer wept as he tried to throw the assailant out, tears so dense they stained his shirt with tracks of salt. In the morning, he would forget the fight, but the stain would remain. Elsewhere, in the Library of the Reconciled, a historian sat and traced the spiral on her wrist, trying to recall her own surname. It would not come. She paged through the record, but the genealogies had all collapsed. Lines deleted, links to nothing, whole centuries wiped out except for the most stubborn footnotes. She set her pen down, unable to hold it, and let her head fall to the table. She napped, and when she woke, the books around her had emptied themselves, every page blank, but for the occasional water stain or fingerprint. By 3 Wauf, Zenithria was hollow. The upper wards hung limp, the glamours peeled off the walls, and the river beneath the city ran a few inches lower than the day before. The sky dimmed as if the world had lost interest. The shops closed. Even the pigeons, so famously resilient, gathered on the old courthouse roof and watched the city in mute, unnerved congregation. Through these emptied streets walked Serina Fey, coat drawn tight at the collar, tail hidden in the old school way. 1, because it was no longer anyone's business, and 2, because she'd felt the shift coming for weeks, and had no desire to be recognized as either symptom or cure. She walked with a slight limp, bad ankle, never healed right after the vault incident, and let the hush of the city wrap around her like an old, much-mended blanket. Her eyes scanned for movement, for color, for anything the day had not yet decided to take. But even the trash was subdued, paper caught in the gutters too listless to whirl. She crossed the old market square, stepping around a cluster of retired mercenaries clustered around a dead fountain. They watched her, or tried to, but their pupils didn't track, and their voices never rose above a mutter. Serina did not acknowledge them. She counted the steps to the next street, hands jammed into her pockets, thumb rubbing the edge of the badge she still carried for luck. She could feel the glyph at her throat, listening. It hummed, barely, but with more alertness than she'd felt in days. Each time she passed under a patch of shadow, the spiral ticked faster, as if rehearsing for something important. At the southern edge of the city, she stopped in front of a battered news screen. The ticker was stuck on a headline about the Queen of Ash, but all the vowels had dropped out, and the photo of Nyx Raventhorn had been replaced with a negative. Black where her skin had been, white where her eyes glinted with hunger. It felt almost intimate, this stripping down of the world to its essentials. Serina grinned, teeth bright, and checked her own reflection in the glass. For a moment, she didn't see herself. The mirror trick had infected even the mundane. But when she blinked, there she was. Hair mussed, skin sallow, gold eyes rimmed with the red of a sleepless week. She opened her mouth just to see if she still could. The glyph on her throat pulsed, and the city held its breath. She closed her mouth. The spiral went still. She walked on. At the Bridge of Bones, so named because of the hundreds of rib-like arches that spanned the dry canal, she paused and leaned over the railing. Down below, a group of shifters argued in low voices, their gestures frantic but hopeless. They had nothing to say, not really. The words came out garbled, sentences stitched together with sighs. One of them noticed her above, hissed in greeting, and then seemed to forget what he'd meant to say, looking away. Serina felt sorry for them, or maybe for herself. She'd spent so long training to read the signals of her own kind, the hisses and tail flicks and sideways glances, that to see it all fail now was like waking up to find your hands replaced with claws and no memory of how to hold a spoon. She drew her coat tighter and cut down the side alley behind the bridge, past the bakery that used to sell blood bread for the night shift crowd. The windows were painted over now, but the smell lingered, a sweet, yeasty nostalgia that made her stomach growl. She rounded the corner and stopped. The street ahead was blocked by a squad of uniformed guards, but they were frozen mid-step, all facing different directions, like a game of statues. She watched them for a minute, waiting to see if they'd move, but none did. She considered doubling back, then shrugged and walked straight through the formation. None reacted. She could smell fear on them, faint but real, but the eyes were glassy, empty of intent. She kept walking, head down. The glyph at her throat began to vibrate, not as warning, but in recognition. It was time. She reached the plaza where the day had started. The magician from Sable Light sat on the curb, cradling a cold thermos. The historian with no surname leaned against a tree, hands in pockets, gaze fixed on a pigeon picking at her shoelaces. The vampire from the Veiled Garden sat on a bench, a smear of black lipstick on her hand, eyes lost in the air. Serina crossed the open square, and as she did, the glyph in her throat came alive. The vibration traveled through her spine, out, her arms, into her feet. Every cell in her body wanted to stop, to brace, to run. But she stood, in the exact center of the plaza, and let the spiral do what it was made to do. She tilted her head back and let the sound come. It was not a voice, not music, not anything she had ever practiced. It was a chord, simple and hard, as a hammer, and the instant she made it, the world's colors sharpened, the light clarified, and every eye in the square snapped to her, unblinking. She felt the echo in her ears, then in her skull, then nowhere at all. The world went silent. Even the pigeons stilled. Then, faint and close, she heard the whisper, the engine was awake. She closed her mouth. The glyph dimmed, satisfied, and the city exhaled. She didn't know what came next, but for the first time all day, she knew she'd be there to meet it. The ruined Accord Temple was a study in aftermath. The steps were inches deep in ash, drifting in windless swirls down the nave and coating every broken edge in a dull, sacrificial gray. Where banners had once flown, there was only wire, tensioned against nothing. Where the old marble lions had kept watch, their heads lay toppled and hollow, the eyes burned clean by some careful hand. Serina stood at the base of the entry, one boot in the gutter, the other braced on a chunk of ribbed stone, and waited as the city's twin disasters, the failing of the world and the failure of memory, settled their debts on her shoulders. Lysandra. Vial arrived in a hurry. She swept up the steps with two arcanists trailing behind, their cloaks pristine and their faces already sweat-shined in the dying afternoon. Lysandra looked like she'd been awake for days. The white of her eyes was scored with pink, and the blue runes on her wrists had faded to the color of old ink. She stopped when she saw Serina and took a long, appraising breath. "It's happening," Lysandra said, skipping past preamble. "The bloodlines are breaking. The old wards aren't holding. Some families have already—" She paused, lips drawing back from her teeth. "Forgotten themselves." The arcanists didn't look at Serina. They studied the dirt, or the sky, or the ruined dome above. One had lost the tip of his finger, the wound recent and crusted with a band of wrinkled skin, as if his body had decided to forget its own geometry. Serina waited for the rest. Lysandra came closer. Every word, demand. "We can't even get a council together. Every time someone tries to summon a quorum, half the members drift. They lose their trains of thought. They lose their names. Someone is doing this, Fey. Not just the choir, not just—" She cut herself off, looking up at the clouds as if expecting them to blink and vanish. Serina let the silence stretch, then said, "It's not random." Lysandra's hands tightened, the veins rising blue on her skin. "Then tell me who's behind it." Serina glanced up the steps. "You are." The arcanists recoiled, but Lysandra's face barely moved. "Explain." "You're the only one left who remembers how it was built," Serina said. "The accord, the wards, the hierarchy. It's unraveling because you're the last thread." Before Lysandra could answer, the air snapped to attention. Every hair on Serina's arms rose. A shadow rippled across the plaza, stretching into the nave, and Nyx Raventhorn stalked up the aisle, bare feet loud on the burned-out flagstones. She was in full regalia, obsidian dress, cloak trailing black glass beads, a crown of sharpened bone that caught the failing light and threw it around like a threat. Her eyes were rimmed in red, but her mouth was set in a perfect, lethal smile. She stopped on the lowest step, fixing Lysandra with a look that would have stopped a train. "They're in the catacombs," Nyx said. "Beneath the 5th vault. I've sent my best." Lysandra's face twitched. "You think that will be enough?" "I think it will keep them busy for 5 minutes," Nyx said. She turned to Serina. "After that, it's your show." The glyph at Serina's throat tingled. She lowered her chin to hide the glow, but both queens saw it anyway. Lysandra's gaze lingered, unreadable. Nyx's flickered up and down, like a chef testing the heat of a new flame. "It won't be enough," Serina said, voice almost lost to the echo in the nave. Nyx shrugged, the motion slow and deliberate. "That's why you're here." For a moment, no one moved. The arcanists breathed in double time, eyes wide, hands twitching over empty spell holsters. Lysandra looked at the sky, then at the floor, then at the way Serina's coat hung straight and heavy from her frame. "You're going down there alone?" Lysandra said. It wasn't quite a question. Serina nodded. "If I don't, none of us will." Nyx raised an eyebrow, mouth curling in admiration or hunger. It was always hard to tell with her. Lysandra set her jaw and gave a shallow nod. Sansukur? Glyph at Serina's throat pulsed again, brighter this time, and the old steps lit up for a second, as if recognizing their new architect. She stepped forward, boots shedding ash, and at the hidden landing beneath the altar, she found the catch she'd laid herself years before. She slid her hand along the groove, thumbed the spiral, and the stone grated open with a sigh. She looked back only once. The two queens watched from the top of the steps, one furious, one already grieving. And for the first time, Serina felt a twinge of pity for them both. Then she descended into the dark. The stairwell dropped away, each step losing shape and number until Serina was moving on muscle memory alone, the light above shrinking to a pin and then vanishing entirely. She let her hands find the groove in the wall, rough with quartz, and the old, greasy residue of magic burned to the wick. The air grew colder, but not dead. It thrummed with the kind of anticipation she'd only felt at the moment before a car crash, when time split and every second became its own slow apocalypse. The spiral passage widened abruptly, and she stepped into the sanctum of the pale choir. The first thing she noticed was the silence. It wasn't an absence of sound, it was an active subtraction, a velvet black hunger that sopped up every scuff of boot, every whisper of breath. The room was vast but impossible. Stone pillars erupted from the floor and then bent, meeting not the ceiling but the curve of a horizon she couldn't see, as if the whole vault was turned inside out. The walls, such as they were, pulsed with a faint glow, veins of lay crawling in slow-motion waves across the surface. Kneeling at precise intervals along the floor were the choir. Hundreds, maybe more, Serina couldn't trust her own counting, each, wrapped in a white shroud, faces masked, hands folded in prayer position. Their bodies formed concentric rings around the center, where a low dais floated an inch above the ground, untethered, like the anchor for a dream. She crept between the kneeling figures, each one trembling not with fear, but with a fierce, bone-deep devotion. Their mouths were open, but no sound came out. Still, she could feel the null psalm in her blood, a vibrato that shook the liquid in her skull. The glyph at her throat tried to harmonize, but the key was wrong. It twisted, buckled, and left her dizzy. As she advanced, the air grew dense, each step harder than the last. The lines of sight curved, making the approach to the dais feel infinite, even as the choir's rows whipped past at impossible angles. She kept her eyes fixed on the figure at the center, the only one not kneeling, not shrouded, the cantor. He wore no mask. His face had not changed, but the way light bent around it made every feature strange and unfamiliar. Cheekbones cut glass-sharp by glyph light, skin so pale it seemed to drink in the faint illumination, eyes black with reflected runes. His hands hung at his sides, relaxed, as if he was listening for the punchline to a joke only the dead would tell. She stepped up onto the dais, and the hum of the psalm dropped to a low, subsonic rumble. The cantor regarded her, head cocked in. "Greeting." He did not speak at first, but the choir around them shifted in response, bodies bowing deeper, foreheads to the floor, white shrouds rippling as if in wind. Serina stood across from him, searching for some trace of the man who had taunted her in the sanctum above, but he was gone. In his place was something older, more inevitable. She tried to speak, but her voice caught at the back of her mouth and evaporated. The only sound was her own heartbeat, hammering in time with the null psalm. The cantor smiled. It was a small thing, barely more than a twitch, but it carried through the choir like a chain reaction. The bodies trembled as one, heads lifting in perfect unison, mouths gaping wider. "Finish it," the cantor said, voice as soft as the grave. The words hit the air and shattered, echoing back from every surface, every kneeling figure, every nerve in Serina's body. "Finish it." The psalm grew louder, but she realized now it was not a song of ending, but a chord of anticipation, a waiting, a readiness, a hunger for the final note. Serina looked at the cantor, then past him, at the impossible sky that was the ceiling, and understood. She was the last piece, the last voice, the last thing that could tip the city from waiting into becoming. She closed her eyes, and the room leaned in to listen. Past the dais, past the kneeling rows of the pale choir, the sanctum narrowed to a point that wasn't quite a door, but more a question of whether one could proceed without a name for the space beyond. Serina. Let the spiral at her throat guide her. It flared in sympathy with the null psalm, drew her through the seam in the darkness, and released her into the core of the catacombs. It was nothing like a room. The space was ribbed, each arch carved from rune bone, the colorless surface stippled with drifting motes of light. The arches overlapped and twisted, so that even in stillness the chamber seemed to breathe, its walls, flexing with each inhalation of magic, each exhale of the world's last memory. The floor was a slow spiral, tracing inward to a dais of black glass, and at its center hovered the null glyph engine. It was not a machine, not in the sense that anyone above ground would have recognized. It was an architecture of intent, a bundle of glass tubes and hollow spinning wheels, a crown of thorns rotating around a 0 point. At the top of the dais, set against a throne that looked like it was grown from fossilized shadow, floated a perfect mirror. The mirror did not show Serina's face, but her memory. As she stepped closer, the surface rippled through visions of herself at 10, at 15, at 19. Each version scarred, wary, and always running. She paused at the base of the dais, knees threatening to lock up. The choir's null psalm was gone, but its afterimage hung in the air, a pressure that made her teeth ache. She mounted the dais, one step at a time. Each time her foot touched the glass, the engine's outer ring spun faster, cycling through colors that hurt to look at. Not blue, not white, not anything she could name. She stood in front of the throne and faced the mirror. The memory Serina looked out at her, older and angrier than she'd ever allowed herself to admit. Behind the memory was a cascade of other faces. Her parents, her lost teachers, the first girl she'd ever kissed, the last enemy she'd ever wanted to kill. The spiral at her throat pulsed in time with each face, drawing out every regret, every loyalty, every secret she had never spoken. Above her, the ribcage of runebone hummed and leaned in. The dais trembled, and the engine's rings blurred into a near invisible disk. The mirror rippled, then threw a spray of memory images into the air around her. The first night in her mentor's quarters, the taste of ozone and old dust. Her mother's hand, tattooed and shaking, guiding Serina's claws through the first spell cut in a chicken's neck. Nyx's fangs at her throat, the pain and the pleasure indistinguishable. Lysandra in the library, hair floating in. Static. Voice of vibration so pure Serina could never forget it, no matter how hard she tried. Her own name, being shouted in triumph, in grief, in panic, then, worst of all, in silence. She reached for the mirror. The reflection did not reach back. Instead, the shadow of Echo flickered into existence at the rim of the chamber, just where the light from the engine's halo went darkest. Echo wore Serina's shape, but not her voice. Its eyes were washed out, lips stained with the memory of blood and the hint of a smile that never reached the surface. Serina didn't flinch. "I didn't come to complete it," she said, the words barely audible over the churn of the engine. Echo stepped onto the spiral floor, its movements deliberate, elegant, impossible to predict. "That choice is yours," Echo replied, voice a perfect synthesis of every friend and enemy Serina had ever loved. "It always was." Serina's hands closed to fists. She felt the spiral in her throat thrum with a word it didn't want to say. "The throne is a metaphor," she said, her own voice raw and ragged. Echo shook its head, smile widening just enough to show teeth. "No, the throne is yours. You are the final input. You are the song's endpoint. The glyph ends not with destruction." Here Echo's eyes glinted, but with a voice. Serina stared at the mirror. The faces inside it cycled faster, blurring into one. So all this choir, hunters, prophecy was just to get me here? Echo shrugged. "No, it was to let you choose what the spell becomes." She felt the weight of the moment, the absolute stillness of the ribcage, the perfect attention of every bone and rune and molecule in the room. In the air above, Memory Serina and Echo Serina and every other self she'd ever abandoned spun together, dancing on the edge of an answer. "Why me?" she asked. Echo stepped closer, mirroring her. Every move, until the two of them stood nose to nose at the center of the dais. "Because you're the only one who never wanted it." Serina let the words fill the space. Let herself breathe. She sat in the throne, the memory of every fight, every failure, every impossible hope stitched into her bones. Echo faded, the engine's halo flared, and the mirror's surface went utterly blank. Serina waited. The room, the ribcage, the city, all waited too. Echo raised her hand, palm open, and every glyph on the engine's cage flared at once. The lines of power that crisscrossed the chamber bent inward, running in spiderweb arcs from rib to rib, until the throne's black glass shivered under the pressure. Above, the circles of the pale choir hummed to life, their faces, though far off, all snapped upward, eyes blank and waiting for the note that would finish them. "The engine is listening," Echo said. Her voice was beautiful and cruel, like a tuning fork tapped against a blade. Serina stood at the center, every muscle taut with the memory of fight or flight. The spiral at her throat did not command her. It waited, patient and hungry, as if it had always known this was its hour. She looked at the mirror. It remained blank, a zeroed-out self. She thought of her mother's hand, the taste of blood and salt. The first time she'd run so fast her own body scared her. She thought of Nyx and Lysandra and the city and the brief perfect moments of being seen and heard and needed. She inhaled. The breath was huge, wild, trembling with everything she'd ever tried to suppress. It filled her chest and belly and brain and fingertips. She exhaled it as a single unbroken note. Not a word, not a spell, just a sound. Hers alone, precise. And plain and exactly as long as it needed to be. The sound hit the engine, and everything responded at once. The rune bone ribs curled inward, not in violence but in release, as if they'd been holding a breath for centuries and could finally let it go. The mirror's surface shattered, but instead of exploding, it flowed. Every memory, every fragment, every regret or joy or terror liquefied and ran down the throne, pooling at Serina's boots, then sinking into the spiral floor. The throne dissolved. Beneath her, the black glass going soft and then gone. Serina did not fall. She stood surrounded by a halo of not light, the pressure in the chamber dropping to zero. Up above, the choir's psalm broke. The figures in white slumped sideways, some falling, others simply folding into themselves. The hum became a whisper, then a gasp, then nothing at all. Echo did not vanish. She lingered, smiling, her hands now folded at her chest, as if pleased with the outcome. The ribcage withdrew, bone unspooling into a fine, glittering dust that drifted through the air, burying the dais, the ruined mirror, the old name of the room. Serina lowered her head. The spiral at her throat pulsed once. Hard. Enough to sting, but then it faded and she was only herself again. The engine was gone. Not destroyed, not erased, simply unmade. The city's root wound was closed. Echo inclined her head, and for a moment Serina thought she heard her own voice in the echo. "Goodbye," it said. Serina walked out of the core, through the falling, dust, her boots leaving perfect, silent prints behind. She did not look back. The city came apart, and then it came together. In the first minutes after the engine's unrighting, every ley line in Zenithria hiccuped. Spells old and new coughed out their last syllables, leaving mages with tongue burn and a mouthful of untranslatable dust. Shopkeepers found their memory wards blinking in and out until they no longer remembered why anyone had ever needed them. Vampires, for a solid hour, recalled every nursery rhyme from their first century of life, but not a single kiss from the last year. Some found this a relief. Others wept. The statues in the archive, once smooth-faced and blank, sprouted noses. And cheekbones overnight, the names beneath them were different, sometimes even correct. The clerks responsible for the archive's upkeep shrugged and added the changes to the weekly report, not bothering to ask why the old records had burned away to leave only the living names behind. The pale choir vanished from the tunnels. No one ever saw a body, though for days afterward, white shrouds drifted through the veiled quarter, snagged on broken glass or strung like banners from the lampposts. Sometimes, in the hour before dawn, you could hear their psalm in the gutters, yes, lullaby for a city that would never again go fully to sleep. In the ruined Accord Temple, the queens met at the old altar, flanked not by arcanists or assassins, but by the odd curiosity seeker, the scholar, the hungry. Nyx was first to speak, her voice calm but stripped of its performance. "It's done?" Lysandra nodded, hair pulled back, tattoos bright. She finished it. "What happens now?" Nyx asked. Lysandra thought about it, then said, "We go back to pretending the city runs on law, not magic." They both laughed, and for a moment the air between them was warm, if only in memory. Serina Fey surfaced on the canal bridge, coat open, hands jammed in the pockets, face so unremarkable that even the persistent pigeons failed to notice her passing. She walked the city's main arteries, eyes never pausing on the rebuilt monuments, the patched glass, the new faces painted on old walls. She made it her business to walk every street, every alley, every secret stair, until even the cats learned to ignore her. In her wake, glamours collapsed, not with violence, not with drama, but with the slow dignity of paint peeling from a forgotten door. Children who'd lied about their test scores woke to find their report cards edited in their own handwriting to the true marks. Black market spell vendors discovered their hidden caches at the mercy of a breeze that seemed to know just when to blow out a candle or scatter the dust on an unlocked shelf. Lovers found themselves blurting out secrets to each other at the worst possible moments, and families found it impossible to stay angry for more than a day. After a week, the news screens reported a rash of truth syndrome cases. People unable to keep the smallest of secrets, shopkeepers too honest for their own profit, even the police forced to admit when they didn't know what they were doing. The screens blamed it on solar flares, or post-war trauma, or imported fruit, but everyone who lived in the city long enough understood. It was Serina, or, more precisely, what she'd left behind. She never went back to the hall. She never collected her badge, never reclaimed her room, never even looked for the faces she'd once called friends. She haunted the city's edge places, the bakery with the burned bread, the playground with its impossible hum, the dry fountain in Market Square where retired mercenaries watched the world with new, unclouded eyes. Sometimes people thought they saw her, but she never stayed long enough for a conversation. Over months, the effect spread. The old queen's wards, those designed to keep order through layers of deception and misdirection, fell one by one, replaced not by chaos, but by an earnest, relentless candor. The city did not get safer, but it became sharper, harder to lie in, impossible to forget. The last remnants of the hunters, stripped of their most precious weapon, anonymity, tried to mount a final strike on the hall, but found themselves surrounded. At the gates, every one of their plans leaked by a courier with a tell-all disease. The few who survived changed careers, or moved out, or simply learned to live in the open. Lysandra and Nyx, no longer even pretending to be enemies, co-hosted a series of policy forums in the Nightglass balcony, inviting everyone who cared to show up and speak, no matter their rank or blood or birthright. The forums were loud, combative, and sometimes ridiculous, but for the first time in living memory, every voice got at least a moment to echo. Serina, alone, walked the city's bones. She did not fix things, she did not solve, or punish, or save. She watched. She listened. She let the city learn to speak without her. And in every glass window, every canal, every new face she passed, there was the faintest reflection, a spiral, gold on sallow skin, waiting for the next word. The city was not healed. It was never meant to be, but it was real, awake, and, above all, honest. She'd made it that way. Not because she wanted to, but because she could. And in the end, that was enough. 1 year later, the fountain at the center of Zenithria was still dry, but the rim had worn smooth under the passage of hundreds of feet and the constant, patient wind. A girl, no older than 7, sat at the edge with her legs crossed, bare toes curled into the chalk dust. Her clothes were 2 sizes too big and patched with scraps of color, but she wore them like armor, impervious to both the cold and the stares of anyone passing by. She hummed to herself, the song so tuneless it could have been a code or a secret, and traced circles in the powder with a stick. At first, the spirals were wide, uneven. With each pass, they grew tighter, more precise, until the final coil closed itself in a perfect, silent center. When the breeze shifted, the spiral glowed. Just faintly, just for a second, a wisp of gold running the length of the chalk. Then, gone. The girl blinked, tilted her head, and smiled. "Hello," she whispered, not to anyone, not to anything, but to the spiral itself. The glyph in the dust did not flare, or burn, or call the city to attention. It listened.